Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
What black community? It's a black environment with black women and black children in it.
Nobody knows. Nobody
Time wasn't measured solely by the ticking clock and the turning calendar, but by the experiences that fill our everyday lives. What if the boundaries between the tangible and the mystical were blurred, adding profound layers to understanding? As we embark on this journey today, I invite you to step into a unique perspective, born and nurtured in the vibrant lands of Africa. Africa, teeming with diverse cultures and rich traditions, has given birth to a worldview where time is akin to a majestic river. It doesn't follow restrictive turns, adheres not to man-made divisions, but flows freely, directed by the rhythm of shared lives and events. And today, we explore the intriguing depths of concepts of time and cause, as seen through the eyes of our young guide, Tariro, and the revered works of thinkers like E.J. Alagoa and Ikechukwu Anthony Kenu. In the African worldview, time doesn't impose its presence via digital screens or ticking hands. It rather molds itself around the cycle of daily events and experiences. It isn't a cage that confines, but an open sky that accommodates the beauty of shared experiences. For Tariro, the day isn't divided into hours, but into the rhythms of life. Be it in the morning, gathering by the river, the midday feast, or the evening stories under a blanket of stars. The relationships around us don't merely add up to a collection of years, but are weaved into an intricate tapestry of emotional wisdom and lifelong learning. Each thread of this tapestry tells the tale of shared dreams, collective struggles, comforting identity, and revolutionary wisdom presiding over the passing years. As for causality, well, theorists like Ikechukwu, Anthony Kenu introduce us to an understanding where spiritual, societal, and environmental elements operate in a complex but harmonic causational interplay. Every event, every occurrence, and change in the African landscape is a result of that interplay. And every cause births harmony for the individual and the communal existence. As the waves of globalization touch the mainland, the timeless patterns of the African concept of time are now feeling the ripples of foreign influences. The Western paradigm of time has made its presence felt, merging subtly with the African rhythms and reshaping societal norms. The revelations of today's exploration help understand the melodic fusion of time and causality in the African context. It bears open a fundamental truth that interlinks spirituality, collective reality, and African societal norms in a continuous poetic rhythm. Tariro's story introduces us to a philosophy that sounds a wake-up call to critically reassess not just our understanding of time and causality, but their influence on life itself. Our journey ends here, but leaves us with a thought. Can we look beyond the clock and infuse a sense of life and experience into each hour, each minute? Can we celebrate the rhythms of life instead of the rhythms of time? As we part ways, remember Tariro and the inviting warmth of the vibrant African lands where time is shaped by experiences and causality dances to life's rhythm. This exploration has transformed us, I would say. It has revealed time not just as a measurer of life, but as an intimate storyteller of our shared joys, struggles, and evolving wonders. Thanks for joining me. Join me again on the next episode, where I continue delving into this question of what makes a philosophy African. Till next time.
What if I told you that for many African societies, the concept of the future doesn't exist, and that instead of time moving forwards, time actually moves backwards? This was the work of John Mbiti, one of Kenya's.
Now, we're going to stop right there. Hell of an introduction, isn't it? Welcome to the show. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. We got a couple of early super chats. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Let me kind of set the table here. And I've been graced. I had to call an audible. I had to call for some support. The journey we are about to go on requires adult supervision. SKC, that's why you're here. Welcome to the show, SKC. There is no future in the African concept of, in the African mind, there's no concept of the future. What say you?
Wow, man, that's a that's a I'm gonna have to hear more of this. I listened to some of I guess the video that you forwarded to me, and but yeah, this is a tough one to wrap my mind around. I have some questions.
This is just the intro, because the video I sent you was way worse than this. This is just amazing, but the video is like hard body. But
I've never heard this one, so I'm kind of curious as to where she's going with this of time moving in reverse.
No, I can't send you everything in prep. I want raw, real reactions.
Oh man. Okay. Well, let's start over then.
Yeah.
What if I told you that for many African societies, the concept of the future doesn't exist, and that instead of time moving forwards, time actually moves backwards? This was the work of John Mbiti, one of Kenya's and Africa's greatest philosophers. And in 1969, he wrote something that completely reimagines the way we think of African time. Mbiti says time is a two-dimensional phenomenon with a long past, vibrant present, and virtually no future. Using Swahili words, he describes the two dimensions of time. The first one being sasa, the now, the recent past, and the immediate future, which can be experienced.
Hold up. There is one word for now, the recent past, and the immediate future. That's like the same word for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It's all the same thing.
Sasa.
Sa. Shazam, bitch. Shazam. Oh my God. I can't believe I found this like yesterday. And then, right when I found this video on Twitter, a listener, shout out to Sid, shout out to El Sid. We're going to review that whole debacle you sent me. But like a minute after I found this video, I was looking through my likes. I was going over the video, the live stream I done earlier, looking at the comments, and El Cid sent me the link that I shared with you. And I'm like, whoa, the universe wants me to talk about Africans today.
Okay. Well, I guess we got to get it done then. Man, there's when we get to that point, there's a lot that could be said about it, but it's kind of scary at some points. But let me hear what this lady has to say about backward flowing time. Like we're an African Marty McFly.
If she hurts your brain, the next guy's gonna hurt your feelings.
Says time is a two-dimensional phenomenon with a long past, vibrant present, and virtually no future. Using Swahili words, he describes the two dimensions of time. The first one being sasa, the now, the recent past, and the immediate future, which can be experienced. The second dimension is zamani. Zamani is the vast, endless past where all events eventually go on to live forever. But the future in African thought, it barely exists because time is made up of events. Time has to be experienced in order to be real. So because we can't concept
time has to be experienced in order to be real. So was there no time before you were here to conceive of time exist? Like before you were here to conceive of yourself? And even that is a thing we'll get to, like your self-conception and all that. That's a layer of development, I guess, too. But the idea that time doesn't exist unless I'm here to witness it. This is almost like, if a tree drops in the wood, does it make a sound type of thing?
I kind of wonder about this because, okay, how do you plant stuff? You're planting them based upon a future that you have not experienced yet.
Not only that, before you even get to observations about the future, it would never occur to you to plant stuff had you not made observations about the past.
Right.
Because why would you even want to put seeds in the ground with the expectation of something to eat growing later if you hadn't observed it over time and maybe even documented your observation? Because, you might die and the next guy don't remember nothing. So, like, there are so many levels and layers of the human thought process that we're going to go through today. And it all starts with the African concept of time.
Actualize events tied to the distant future because they haven't been experienced yet, then therefore the future cannot constitute part of time. And this is why, according to Mbiti, African languages, at least the East African Bantu languages that he studied, don't have a word to describe the distant future. In African time, according to Mbiti,
don't have a word to describe the distant future. That's amazing.
To Mbiti, African languages, at least the East African Bantu languages that he studied, don't have a word to describe the distant future. In African time, according to Mbiti, events create time. season, ceremonies, a conversation, those moments produce time, and people produce as much time as they need. An example that Mbiti uses from the communities that he studied is that a year is measured based on 4 seasons, 2 dry seasons, 2 wet seasons. So a year is only over when those 4 seasons have taken place. So a year could take 365 days, 390 days. It doesn't matter the number of days in a year. What matters is that the 4 seasons have taken place. And this is in contrast to the Western view towards time, where time is a commodity, something that can be spent, saved, wasted, or lost.
Right there,
and according
man,
to
Time is a commodity. Like, you can sell it.
Well, she said it doesn't matter, just as long as the dry and the wet season happens. It could take 365 years. It could days. It could take 390 days. It doesn't matter. How do you construct an almanac?
What's an almanac?
Holy
I mean, like, you see how you remember the tech tree? Because I think I heard you talk about the tech tree a little while ago, didn't I?
Yeah. The other day, we were talking about how early in civilization, the game, of course, how early in the tech tree is the alphabet and also writing.
So what the fuck is an almanac then? You understand how you need to actually follow the branches of the tech tree to get to an almanac?
Oh man. Holy crap. Yeah,
And here's the problem with the tech tree. Not all of that tech, as we're using the word, is purely physical. These are not physical concepts. These are mental developmental technologies.
Yeah.
A thought technology.
There's large swaths of tech trees that will not open until those are completed.
You played a clip the other day, I think. It was something I think we might want to revisit, but it was talking about the fact that I think it was, all right, so the other night I had Uncle Jeff up, and we were supposed to be debating one thing, but we kept reverting back to this sort of Black pseudoscience, Communitah mythology, as I call it. And I think you played something the other day that kind of explained one of the reasons why Black folk invented that Communitah mythology was literally to invent a mythology for niggas.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I don't want to step on any toes here, but those gaps in knowledge, nothing can just exist in a vacuum. So in order to make sense of the world, those myths have to come into fruition. So then you're gonna hear stuff like, oh, the Moors, they ran all of the world, all that type of stuff, So
yeah, Jeff tried to tell me that the African Vikings how to sail, bro, and I'm just like, nah. This is where I stopped being quiet. This is where I stopped. Just okay, yeah, sure. No, now I'm gonna have to say things because the nigga said the Africans taught the Viking, and I like the Viking culture as like a historical group of people. You gotta put some spec on their name, bro. They ain't learning anybody wrong. Yeah,
yeah. Ragnar,
you gotta put some spec on their name.
And something too.
Let me.
That's one of my favorite little series, the Vikings.
Yeah, and especially coming from the History Channel, like y'all not supposed to make good TV.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple super chats real quick, and we get back to this timing problem. Carmen Cantrell, my girl Carmen, shout out to you. This is gonna be fun. I promise this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be as fun as chasing primitives with a flying object. All right, this is gonna be so fun. We got a lot more to talk about. I know some people are probably listening in the clouds. Get out your feelings because we're going to have a lot of uncomfortable subject matter to go over. You're going to be asking yourself this question a lot today.
How do it equivalate?
Nothing's going to equivalate. I promise you, nothing you hear today will equivalate, and it's all going to sound awful and a little painful. True Hype with the 5-ball, the Western paradigm of time. Yes, think about what she's saying there. the white man introduced time to you niggas. So this is what, like, when modern people talk about the end of history, in a weird way, primitive culture lives outside of history. History never happened for them. They are stuck in a permanent state of, it's like caveman Groundhog Day, right? Every day is the same primitive day. There's no past, there's no present, there's no future, there's only the now, and I will ride the wings of eternity like clack, clack. Like, that shit is so fucking spot on.
Holy crap, man. I know. Now, I know there's going to be certain sections of, let me go ahead and let you get through your cash outs, man.
Well, last one, shout out to Rational Baz with the $2 starting off the show. Thank y'all so much for throwing the dollars in the hat. We are just getting on the road, man. It's going to be good.
Come on, share your dollar. Give me your dollar. Share your dollar with me. Come on.
Are you about to say something?
No, I'm just thinking, like, I know that you had certain sections of Africans that had what do they call them, the griots and or so forth. They're supposed to have this oral history of things, but then there's no fact checking. How do you it's such a backwards way of keeping long form knowledge sets that anybody at any period of time can change it like it's an oral Wikipedia, and that's it. So I don't know. I don't know.
This leads to another problem. This is the problem that logic causes for a person like me, is that I need one idea to create a strong enough foundation to build the next idea from, right?
Right.
That's how my mind works. Call me crazy. But when I hear people come up with these African mythology stories, I never hear enough of a logical set of argumentation where one leads to the other that applies to the next, and so on and so forth. It's just, we was Kangs, they stole our pyramids, and then I taught them how to sail, but I forgot how to do all of that shit. And the whole thing is just hard for me to deal with.
There are these huge leaps in time. Like, now, since we're talking about time, have you ever spoke to one of the pro-black people that have one of those mystical viewpoints of everything? Have you ever asked them, hey, could you just send me a timeline of events?
Well, now I'm starting to realize that's actually not going to get us anywhere, because there is no past, there is no present, there's only the eternal now. And that is a hard place to, like, that's a hard thing to accept. Like, and this is what I was talking about before with the Western mind. And I suppose, like, I have a fully Westernized mind, right? I have a hard time, and I think a lot of white people have an even harder time, because, like, I have personal experience, so I was forced to accept brutality as the reality. But I think a lot of white folk and the Western mind in general cannot properly fathom the quantitative difference in the minds that we're dealing with here.
In fact, I would say, as an experiment, I don't think there's a lot of black people, and I know you're saying in Africa, but I think even in America, I think you would have great difficulty if you were to say, hey, we're going to go century by century and you tell me something that happened. I think after you get to around probably 1700, it's going to get it's going to get dark.
And you know what happened around 1700? The white man literally started transcribing African languages. A lot of modern African a lot of African languages are only written down in foreign language. Like, they needed a foreign system to come in, catalog the words, and then find a way to transpose that into a written language, right? I don't know if there is any real internally developed African written system.
No,
because, like, even if you go to the Northeast with, like, the Kush, the Ethiopians and all that, They were Mediterranean. That's like the furthest tip of the Mediterranean culture is basically the Ethiopians. So like they had contact with other groups, whereas like in the heart of Black jungle Africa, them niggas. Well, what are you gonna write on in jungle Africa anyway?
Yeah, a lot of those languages. That's what that Zanu guy was talking about. He was saying that they don't have an alphabet.
That matters a lot, actually. It really does. The tech tree, bro. That damn tech tree.
Is 390 days. It doesn't matter the number of days in a year. What matters is that the 4 seasons have taken place. And this is in contrast to the Western view towards time, where time is a commodity, something that can be spent, saved, wasted, or lost. And according to Mbiti, this is why if foreigners come to Africa and they see people sitting under a tree, they would remark that, okay, why are these people wasting so much time? But in African thought, that sitting under a tree is not wasting time. It's either waiting for time or producing time.
Producing time?
Either
waiting for time or producing time. Are they thinking about time as like a mother gives birth or something?
Something that you generate as a body, as an individual. Like you do things, and those moments in which things are done are the times that you have now created.
Oh, so this is like almost like the earth is the center of the universe style of thinking.
You know what? Black folk do tend to rate a lot higher in narcissistic traits than other groups. That does track.
Okay, why are these people wasting so much time? But in African thought, that sitting under a tree is not wasting time. It's either waiting for time or producing time.
You know, that is a phenomenon documented by like white travelers, not just in Africa, but like Indians and Pakistanis and whatnot. You know, third worlders do this. Milling about.
Milling about.
That's the word. I don't just be making up everything. That's the white man's phrase. These niggas just be milling about. Like niggas hanging out in front of the corner store.
What are the AAVE correlates to milling?
Chilling.
Shooting the breeze.
That's actually talking, but like niggas be just like building, like that's sort of like that. But niggas just be hanging around, chilling, milling about, doing nothing. Like you're here, visible. Hi, mom. Everybody can see me, but I'm not doing anything. I have no productivity, no pursuit to. I have nothing to pursue. Right? There's nothing to do, so I do nothing.
Okay. They're producing time.
Yeah, bro. Producing time. That is a crazy, like you must imagine yourself so powerful that you produce time. It's like Loki at the end of his show. Nigga became the time god or something.
This is like the inverse of E equals MC squared.
Oh. It gets so much better. Oh man.
Okay, why are these people wasting so much time? But in African thought, that sitting under a tree is not wasting time. It's either waiting for time or producing time. For me, I think this Western idea of time as a commodity is what drives this Western obsession of progress, development, and some promised future. And this difference shapes everything from politics, economics, to how we live our daily lives. Because in African thought, the golden age isn't in the future, it's actually in the Zamani. According to Mbiti, the future is only a shadow until it comes to the present, and then it flows into the Zamani. So
the future is a shadow. My mind doesn't even know how to fathom such imagery.
Man, this explains to me why
I really have white mind.
This explains to me why sci-fi does not come out of Africa.
Well, I mean, I think in Africa it would just be like witchcraft stories. That's their sci-fi. Because for Westerners, if you watch movies, there's movies about witches and magic and yada yada yada. And then you'll have movies about like tech stuff, right? But in a movie, high-powered tech stuff that doesn't require explanation is a low-key stand-in for magic. So they're at the magic level of that storytelling. Yeah, shout out to Angry Snowman with the $10 super chat. You forgot about teaching us how to wipe our arses, and read and write and build megaliths from people who still live in mud huts. That was very mean.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Shout out to Angry Snowman. Smash that super chat button for me, y'all.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
Shout out to the Midwest Request with the $2 super chat. So the ceiling chirp is a beacon to the Afro gods. I have a theory about this ceiling chirp thing. I wonder, can anyone on the continent of Africa actually hear the ceiling chirp? Like, if you were to just put a smoke detector in anyone's home anywhere in Africa and then just wait for the chirp to go off, would they notice?
Man, all I know is that chirp, whether people want to argue it or not, it hurts the maintenance argument.
I don't think they would even hear it. I think it would be like a dog whistle, where it's like they can't even pick up the frequency. Like, I'm telling you, I promise you, I think the chirp is like inaudible in the entire continent. Shout out to True Hype with the $5 super chat. AAVE, milling about, equals to mobbing up, yes, or politicking. I think even politicking implies, something of some sort has been discussed or something, right? Milling about is literally just, you're there. Just there. Nothing to talk about, nothing to think about, nothing to do. We're just there. But we're all here together. That's what makes it a spectacle.
So in that way, time moves backwards. We are not the ones who move forward into time. So, of course, Mbiti wrote this from a theological point of view. And according to Mbiti, the future is only a shadow until it comes to the present, and then it flows into the Zamani. So in that way, time moves backwards. We are not the ones who move forward into time. So, of course, Mbiti wrote this from a theological point of view because he was trying to explain the nature of African religion. But my main takeaway from the parts of the book that I've read is that unlike Western cultures and religions with end-of-the-world myths, African time has no end. Seasons, years, birth, marriage, death, it's all a cycle. Asante kwa kutazama, tafakari hayo, and I'll see you in the next video.
African time almost isn't real.
Yeesh. I don't know what to do with that, man. There's so many ways, or I'm just seeing so many problems that could pop up with under that paradigm. So I just, man, how do you plan? What is intergenerational wealth?
What are generations? Generations sounds like one of those what's that word when it's referring to time? It's a time-centric concept. A generation, like when you say generations, it implies a chain of generation after generation across the span of time.
What is the purpose of progress?
Progress toward what?
Why should that word even exist?
And I think she actually mentioned the word progress when she mentioned white people and time. The European concept of time constantly progressing. So from the European perspective, the time of now is to be used to apply the knowledge of the past so that you can build a better future. From the African perspective, I make time.
And she also stated that the golden age is already behind them. It's in the Zamani, I think that's what they call it.
Well, that's where the pyramids are, behind them.
So you're not moving towards the golden age. That those times are far removed.
Yes. So in fact, there's nothing to live for. So imagine if heaven, think about this from a religious construct, right? Imagine if heaven was a place that you could only reach by going back in time. There is no heaven to aspire to in the future.
You're moving further and further away from the golden age.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness. Oh my goodness. I feel like one of those people. Oh my God.
Let's take a quick commercial break here. The Africans in Scotland would like to share a word with you people.
Oh, hail the King of the North. Oh, hail the Messiah. Oh, hail the Shushuma, the holy seed of David. You are the chosen one. You are the one to usher us to the promised land. Here in the holy land of Scotland, the land of the ancestors, the land of King David, the land of King Solomon. Oh, Holy One of David, you have come, the Shushuma.
I must come to bring the captives home. The time has come for black power in Kubala.
Oh, hail the King of the North.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
There is a nigga king of the North, SKC. And all my George R.R. Martin, I have never expected to see a nigga king of the North.
Kubala. Oh, wow. Okay.
Those are real people, by the way. This is a story from The Sun. Those are real niggas.
No, get out of here. That's not a
August 17th, 2025.
No, I thought that was like a spoof.
I mean, it is, but it's real though.
So you're telling me there's people in Scotland?
The nigga king of the North, bro. What part of that didn't you get?
Oh man. Oh. They in the woods in Scotland.
Yo, free zone. Fat niggas is doing a lot right now, bro. Fat nigga season, baby.
Oh man.
Shut the fuck up. It's fat nigga season. Them niggas is everywhere right now, man. This shit is all over the place. It's wild.
What does this thing show? A video shows that the tribe bathing in a nearby stream, praying to a river, wearing nothing but forage leaves, sweeping the ground with handmade brooms, and chanting by a fire under the stars.
Just like the ancestors used to do in Scotland back in the day, before the white man took it from us.
Oh man. Good. I've heard of it all now, man. Oh man.
Yeah, you up for a bit of a light reading, SKC? I have something else to share now.
Yeah, why not?
Let me drop this graphic here. Let's read out loud. The Mandingos, and I believe the Negroes in general. I'm sorry, Mungo Park in his travels, 1779. The Mandingos, and I believe the Negroes in general, have no artificial method of dividing time. They calculate the years by the number of rainy seasons. They portion the year into moons and reckon the days by so many suns. The day they divide into morning, midday, and evening, and further subdivide it when necessary by pointing to the sun's place in the heavens. I frequently inquired of some of them what became of the sun during the night, and whether we should see the same sun or a different one in the morning. But I found that they considered the question as very childish. The subject appeared to them as placed beyond the reach of human investigation. They had never indulged a conjecture nor formed any hypothesis about the matter.
God, dog. So you mean to tell me that this is saying no one ever asked that question before?
Well, apparently they place a rudimentary attachment to time around the sun, which is appropriate, but they've never bothered to question, well, what actually is this thing that we base our life around?
Where is it going?
Yeah.
Why
does the sun go at night, right?
Why does it seem like it appears out of the ground every day?
Why the hell is it so hot? They never asked that question.
Oh, let me see here. Shadow of the Sun. I can't pronounce that name.
Oh, I can read it for you. Richard Kopinski.
Oh, okay.
Sounds Polish. I mean, I'm not going to say it the Russian way. Ivan, if you get a chance, you're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce that shit, because you Slavs, you Russians, Polish, all that, you guys use extra letters and pronunciations, and you combine words and letters in ways that my tongue don't work like that.
I was gonna say reside.
Yeah, that's Richard Kopinski, also known as the Iceman, famous serial killer. No, that's a different guy. Kapushinsky.
Oh, Kapuscinski. Okay.
Kapuscinski. All right. Thank you for that, Ivan. See, I knew I had to trust you white guys somewhere to help me out. That's why I keep white guys around, man. They be knowing.
Africans apprehend time differently. For them, it's much looser concept, more open.
It is for them. It is much looser concept, more open, elastic, subjective. It is the man who influences time, its shape, course, and rhythm. Man acting, of course, with the consent of gods and ancestors. Time is even something that man can create outright. For time is manifest through events, and whether an event takes place or not depends, after all, on man alone. If two armies do not engage in a battle, then that battle will not occur. In other words, time will not have revealed its presence, will not have come into being. Time appears as a result of our actions and vanishes when we neglect or ignore it. It is something that springs to life under our influence, but falls into a state of hibernation, even non-existence, if we do not direct our energy towards it. It is a subservient, passive essence, and most importantly, one dependent on man. The absolute opposite of time as it is understood in the European worldview. In practical terms, this means that if you go to a village where a meeting is scheduled for the afternoon, but find no one at the appointed spot, asking when will the meeting take place makes no sense. You know the answer. It will take place when people come. Therefore, the African who boards a bus, sits down in a vacant seat, and immediately falls into a state in which he spends a great portion of his life, a benumbed waiting.
Wow. Oh,
benumbed.
Oh, I wish this was never read to me. Oh my God. Oh.
You're reacting the way I reacted when I first came across the cargo cult.
Oh my God. I feel like I feel like Blade Runner. You know it's true. God damn it.
SKC, this is why I take some of the positions I take, and I am not even tripping about racism one day. Like, it'll be just my luck. I might be the last nigga to ever be lynched in all of America, But I just don't trip about racism right now because you know what? I am so thankful to be a modern Western Negro. There's no way in hell I would ever want to be one of these niggas, man. Thank you, slavery.
That means that wherever these people are within Africa, I don't know. I'm just, that means they have truly no concept that while they are sitting doing nothing, that all across the globe, there are people doing stuff.
You see earlier when
that
I
is
said history never happened?
Out of sight, out of mind type of thing.
No, Sid didn't say you're welcome. Like it was you, motherfucker. It was not you. Shut up, Sid. God damn it.
When will the
but no,
invading
SKC,
armies
you see what
come?
I mean about
when they come?
They come whenever they get here. Right. History never happened to an entire continent effectively. And frankly, it's not just Africa. Like in a lot of ways, you know, India as a country has like a low-key Twitter beef with Africa as a continent. And in a lot of ways, they're on a similar like developmental level, right? India has been colonized probably twice in a great span of time. Because there's like the ancient OG Aryan invasion, you know, in the Vedas and the Rig Vedas or whatever. And then there's more modern British colonization. Whereas Africa, the heart of Africa never had any of that, right? Yet for a lot of Indians milling about, I mean, you know, time isn't really happening for them either. And so there's just this developmental issue where it's like for a large part of the world, think about the Solomon Islands, the Andaman Islands, right? Those primitive, relatively uncontacted tribes, right? Time does not exist for them.
Man.
There's nothing that's ever happened in the history of their tribe except for contact with white man that ever really marked a great demarcation in the time of things, right? They get up, they hunt birds and rats, do some dances for their gods, make some babies, and they go to sleep. Eat, sleep, fight, bust eternally.
So, are you saying that kind of like sub-Saharan Africa and also India pretty much were just protected by geography?
India less so, but sub-Saharan Africa, yeah, because the desert is largely impenetrable for most of human history. Whereas India, you know, if you can get over the mountains, Alexander the Great made it as far as to like Pakistan or something. I mean, modern Pakistan. I don't know exactly where, but he made it that far.
Man. Huh. Because I know you have the Himalayas, and I know you have the, what do they call it? The Tibetan Plateau. I think they say that's probably even harsher than the Himalayas. And then you got to go through all that jungle and desert to kind of get to India's heartlands. So, that's an interesting perspective that you bring to me.
Yeah. Now, you know what? Let's take a quick pause for the cause, and then we're going to get to the really hard stuff. Because, you know, if your feelings have been hurt at any point so far in the stream, you're not ready for what comes next. I know SKC, I don't know if you watched it all, but I know you're familiar with the nature of what we're about to get into. And this is the equivalent of discovering the cargo cult for me. I mean, for a lot of you guys, it will be the equivalent of me discovering the cargo cult. Like, there are harsh realities, some very frank observations that were taken a long time ago before people started throwing the word racism around. And we're going to get into some of that stuff. But let me get to these super chats. Detroit 313 with the 20-ball salute. Salutations, Hood. Thank you so much for that, man. Hit that like button, y'all. We are just getting into the hard stuff. Hulk! Smash!
Smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
Oh, Ivan, this is an interesting comment. Ivan with the €5. I used to think Africans lie about their age when they seek refuge in the EU. Now I'm realizing they don't know how old they are because they use African time. That's a real jab, but it's low-key kind of spot on. Like if you're born in a village, like you were just born on a day. Like think about that. And a lot of the world, I mean, some parts of Europe may have some relatively primitive, not even primitive, but just poor people who they don't go to a hospital when their baby is born. So, you know, they show up and, you know, the baby is whatever age I say he is, right? Where if you're in an African country where the development hasn't really reached a broad level, like they have development in cities and maybe the surrounding areas. But if you're just born in a village where a lot of people still live in villages, you were just born on some day and you have no official demarcation in your life of what that day was, how special it was, or anything. It was just a day.
When were you born? Before rain season? When were you born? After rain season?
I'm this many rains old. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, true hype with the 5-ball. Is this what Pac was asking when he wondered if heaven got a ghetto? God, don't let there be raw, natural Africans in heaven. That is the last thing we need, and beyond heaven's gate. All right, I think that's the reason why heaven has a gate, because we're not ready for real Africans in heaven.
And I said it from the start. This is advanced darkness. This is heart of darkness. This is the jungle drum. This is the fertility goddess of chaos. They're literally going to eat your balls. They're going to cut your fucking nuts off and eat them.
Whoa, what? They're gonna what? In heaven, though. In heaven, bro. Could you imagine? All right, Big Thug with the 10-ball. Africa has the most bioforms out of all the lands, but certain concepts weren't picked up from those bioforms. For example, ants created a U-shaped underground to push out the hot air. I mean, well, how in the hell are you supposed to learn that from ants, bro? They're not talking, bro. I've tried. They're not giving up any game, man. How are you supposed to learn that from some ants, bro?
You just watch them.
Is that why Africa is undeveloped? Because the ants aren't talking? That's crazy, man. That's crazy work.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
And then we got the $4.99 from Mr. Alex. It seems that Africans treat time like the Force from Star Wars. They exist in the moment and nothing outside of that exists. It's the infinite ESFB. We had somebody on a panel the other day describe it. I forgot. He came up with a word for it, but it was basically the endless thirst. And it was such a key phrase that it almost sounded like some kind of dharmic Eastern wisdom philosophy, but then he got up and explained it a little bit better. It was just something he put together, but it was spot on. This concept of endless thirst.
What is endless thirst?
It is the perpetual ESFB.
It made it sound like it's Nirvana or something.
Right. It sounds like Eastern philosophy. But no, what it is as lower men, we are trapped in the cycle of endless thirst. I wish I could get him to type it in the chat again. It was such the phrase he used for it sounded like a Sanskrit word or something. But as lower men, as lower forms of being, as lower thinking beings, we are trapped in the cycle of endless thirst. And it is only when we break free from that cycle can we begin to approach true nirvana.
Oh,
yeah, you see what I did there? Had to add on to that shit. That was brilliant, though. That endless thirst, the forever ESFB. Oh my God.
endless thirst.
Yeah, bro.
You can bust all you want to, but you gonna be back.
You're trapped in the cycle. It's like some Bodhidharma type shit, bro. We are just in this endless cycle, just thirst after thirst after thirst, bro. The endless bonobo. Oh man. Let me read one more super chat. But the Zulu tribe learned the war tactic from ants. It was called the bullhorn formation. So just the fighting, basically. Oh, they learned how to fight from the ants, but they didn't learn how to build from the ants. I guess ants can only get you so far, bro.
I can't get past this endless thirst.
You had to be there. I know you would have loved it, man.
Don't stop till you get enough.
Never will. Do you hear it? It's in the music, though. It's everywhere around you, bro. Don't stop. Get it. It's like you're stuck in the endless thirst. And this is why it's weird for guys like you and I. Like, you don't really engage all that often. And I go back into the Plato's cave. I do it, sometimes for money, sometimes for boredom, sometimes just for shits and giggles. I have my curses. But
I give
when you go back,
clap. You was there
when you go back into the yeah, bro, that shit. Anyway, when you go back around the endless thirst niggas, you do kind of realize it's like you can't get off. It's like you're trapped in yourself and you can't understand things unless you can actually escape that kind of theoretical self and then be able to look at the world outside of just your selfish, personal, very small, minuscule experience instead of desires, then it's difficult to properly grasp the rest of the world, right? It's like Black folk really try to do this. They try to understand other people through their own lens of being a nigga.
This is true. That right there that could be a show in itself.
Dick Dog with the 5-ball. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Mystery Enigma. Thank you. My man. My nigga. Mystery Enigma. The endless Atashkara.
What is it? No, slow this down for me. Atashkara. What is this?
It's the endless thirst. This Mystery Enigma is who introduced the concept. He must have been listening. Shout out to the fans out there. Shout out to Mystery Enigma for introducing such a palpable concept. And really, you took the eat, sleep, fight, bust and made it something almost timeless now. The endless Atashkara. The endless cycle of eat, sleep, fight, bust, SKC. That is what that is.
There needs to be a mythos behind endless bust.
We are the new myth makers.
Like right at the point of bust, the thirst has rejuvenated itself, and he's already thinking about the next bust.
Well, it's like Galactus, bro. Think about Galactus from Marvel Universe. It's sort of like that. You just forever thirst, and nothing can quench your thirst. And you're only not thirsty while you're actually drinking something. But you're even thirsty then because the thirst never ends. Anyway, we've done so much with this, and I really got to get to the next part, man. But God, thank you to the endless Atashkara. Such a fascinating concept. Now, forgive me, the audio on this is a little janky for the first couple of minutes, but we kind of need every second of the audio, and it clears up in like another 5 minutes or so.
My first inklings regarding African languages arose from a conversation with students in Nigeria about a coconut in a tree. and how to say where it was. I said, how would you say that it's about halfway up the tree? And they simply said, you can't say that. All you can say is that it's up. I said, how about it's all the way up? He said, it didn't matter. All you can say is up. In other words, there's no sense of gradations. A few years later in Nairobi, 2 women expressed surprise when they saw that I had an English dictionary. Isn't English your language? They said, yes, it's my only language. Well, then why do you need a dictionary? In short, they were puzzled that I needed an English dictionary, and I was puzzled at their puzzlement. I said, there are always times, I said, when you come across a word that you don't know, and so you look it up in a dictionary. They said, but if English is your language, how can there be words you don't know? I said, well, what do you mean? There's always, no one knows all the words in their language.
Mo Business, yes, we are on language again. And then the problem of time is a conceptual problem, right? And so the problem of time and language are intrinsically linked. If you can't properly describe a concept, if you have no words for a concept, then the concept is effectively unreal to you. It just does not exist to you. Like if you've never seen a leaf floating along the river, the idea of a boat will absolutely never occur to you. And so we need to kind of now double back on this man's observations on African linguistics and what that actually implies.
And they responded, but we know all the words in our language. Every Kikuyu, which is their language, every Kikuyu does. I said, what? I was really surprised. And then it dawned on me that being an entirely oral language, which had never been written, they would have to know all the words in their language, because a non-written oral language only exists in the minds of the speakers of that language. Whereas in a language like English, which is written down, the language expands indefinitely and is much greater than one person could possibly know. So that if the words in Kikuyu weren't known by the speakers, they couldn't be anywhere else, because where else could they be besides in the minds of these speakers? Which means that a non-written language has basically a finite size and is basically static. But if the size of a language is limited, it follows that the concepts in that language are also going to be limited. And therefore that the language and the thinking of such people is going to be impoverished. Of course, it is impoverished only in relation or comparison to a language like English. African languages were of necessity sufficient in their pre-colonial context. While numerous dictionaries have been compiled between European and African languages, there are very few intra-African language dictionaries. I've seen a Zulu dictionary. It is a small format paperback, 252 pages long. My queries into Zulu began when I rang the African language department at a university in Johannesburg and got to a white guy. I asked whether precision existed in pre-contact Zulu, in other words, in indigenous Zulu. He said, oh, that's a very Eurocentric question. And he wouldn't answer it. I called again, spoke to another white guy, got exactly the same answer. So I called UNISA in Pretoria. I spoke to a young black guy. What was the Zulu entry for precision? He said, to make like a straight line. Was this part of indigenous Zulu? No, he said, that was added. As has been my experience in Africa, we got along like a house of fire. I explained my interest in Zulu. We found my questions very interesting. Abstract concepts are usually intangible and cannot be perceived by the senses. The number 7 is prime. Its primeness, however, cannot be seen, felt, or heard. It can only be perceived by the mind. Abstract entities are often things which do not exist. What would happen if everyone threw rubbish everywhere refers to something which hopefully will not happen. Nevertheless, we can think about what would happen if everyone did that.
Man, there's a lot in this that's being stated that I mean people can gloss over it, but they're significant points.
Well, let's just start at the base. Precision.
Okay, so I don't know a lot about the Zulu language, but I do know that is their language. You know, that it's theirs. They don't have another language to fall back on. So as I was watching this, I was watching it from the vantage point of my comparisons with AAVE and Standard English. And this lack of precision, it was important to me because I heard it even this morning when you were frolicking around, as you say that you do from time to time. There was a person on the stream, they were talking about marriage or something like that, and one of the other guys stated something about 2-parent households, and immediately a guy jumped up and said, well, that doesn't guarantee anything. and I think it was like the other guy stated, well, you know, but I'm talking about probabilities. The thought about probabilities requires precision. It's not just this works or it doesn't. You have to think in gradations, percentages. God dog it. There we go back to percentages are real numbers.
Well, that was a great moment, wasn't it? I wish I had that clip still. Here's the thing, and this is going to come up. This is something that gets brought up a little later. It, apparently, from what people have observed, what white people have observed, documenting African languages and sort of constructing a structure for their own internal linguistics for them, they don't apparently have many words for non-physical, purely abstract concepts. Like that, it is a almost entirely non-conceptual set of languages, not just any one, but the very nature of African languages is non-conceptual. If there's no practical, touch-it, physical application for it, then it probably doesn't exist in their words, in their languages. So, I mean, they may have rudimentary things like love and hate and anger, but precision, you know what I mean? Like when the Zanu guy was talking about they don't have a culture of maintenance in Africa, that is an extension of not having a word or concept in your language of the idea of precision, because a precise group of people will be on top of a thing like maintenance.
Yeah, there's just so many things that are concepts that build upon other concepts. So say if you don't have an idea of what a prime is, your mathematical foundation just falls apart. It's like primes are the atoms of arithmetic. Every integer, it's based upon a prime or a product of primes. So it's like a person involving themselves in chemistry, but they don't know what molecules are.
True Hype with the $5 super chat. I'm going to stumble over this word. I wonder what is the percentage and endophagia if in Africa, if they have language and conceptual issues, especially in the abstract. I'm not sure what that word and endophagia means. It sounds like some kind of mental condition, but I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly. I am not a medical doctor. I just play one on the internet. But yeah, shout out to True Hype with that $5 super chat. Thank y'all for watching. And like I said, these are going to be some tough ideas, some really difficult concepts to swallow sometimes, but we got to get through it, man. Hit that like button, y'all.
Give me the money, but I would do it. Give me the money.
He said,
no inner monologue. No, that's exactly right. That's exactly what I when I watched this yesterday, when I watched this for the first time, the total sum of what it sounded like was you're describing people with little to no inner dialogue. So yeah, I think you might be onto something with that. True Hype with the Dick Thug with the $10 super chat. How can you have creatures such as the pangolin, millipede, hedgehogs, etc., but can't come up with a concept of a wheel? Millipede. Oh well, yeah. Well, you know, even earlier, I was thinking about like a leaf floating down a river. What if that leaf had a couple of ants trapped on it? Like that was probably literally man's initial thought at ocean travel, right? You saw a couple of bugs, or maybe you saw an animal trapped on a log or something like that.
Yeah.
And then you were like, I can do that.
Yeah, you definitely learn a lot from nature. Isn't there a portion of science or what is it called, or engineering that just focuses solely on learning from nature? Isn't it called like biomimetics or something like that?
I assume you're right, but I do know that they actually apply that stuff as much as they can in like practical mechanics. So like, I think when we look at one of our jets, it's like that big black one, was it the SR-17 or something like that? I don't know. It's one of our bombers. It's like the big flying wing. I mean, they kind of model that off of like a Falcon's profile so that they can basically get the most aerodynamic profile that they can actually find.
Everything we observe occurs in time, and everything we see exists in space, yet we cannot perceive either time or space with our senses, only with the mind. Precision is also abstract. While we can see and touch things made with precision, precision itself can only be grasped by the mind. So how do we acquire abstract concepts? Is it enough, for example, that we make things with precision to have the concept of precision? Africans make excellent carvings, clearly made with precision. So why isn't the word in their language? Well, to have the concept of precision, we must not only deal with precision, but we must become aware that there is such a thing as precision and then give it a name. How do we acquire such concepts as belief and doubt? We all have beliefs. Even animals have belief. When a dog wags its tail when he hears his master is coming, he believes that his master is coming. But it has no concept of belief because it has no awareness that it has this belief, and so has no awareness of belief per se. In short, it has no self-consciousness. It is not aware of this state of mind. A rat conditioned to expect food after pressing a bar, but who then finds that sometimes it doesn't come, will begin doubting that the bar will bring food. But it doesn't have a concept of doubt precisely because it lacks the self-consciousness to become aware of this state of mind, which we call doubt. I observed early on that blacks generally lack self-consciousness. If self-consciousness, self-awareness is a sine qua non for developing abstract concepts, it is not surprising that black languages are deficient in abstract terms. This lack of introspection, in fact, has its advantages. It has been my experience that neurotic behavior, characterized by excessive and unhealthy self-consciousness, a rat conditioned to expect food after pressing a bar, but who then finds that sometimes it doesn't come, will begin doubting that the bar will bring. If self-consciousness, self-awareness is a sine qua non for developing abstract concepts, it is not surprising that Black languages are deficient in abstract terms. This lack of introspection, in fact, has its advantage.
And this part here, I understand what he's saying, but I think that we're just too far along, because I know that this is an older video. I think we're too far along in linguistics and so forth to substantiate that claim. I think that they have some aspects of abstract thought, but they have no words for them. And they kind of put that in the easiest way that I can think of describing that is how a lot of us know what Schadenfreude is, but we didn't have a word for it. But we see it acted out all the time. So I think it's a difference between not having a word for something and not being able to act upon it.
It has been my experience that neurotic behavior characterized by excessive and unhealthy self-consciousness is less common amongst Blacks. Several psychiatrists that I spoke to confirm this. Insofar as Blacks lack self-consciousness, they will obviously have less unhealthy self-consciousness and therefore less neuroses. I'm also confident that sexual dysfunction characterized by such self-consciousness and foisted upon men by feminism is also uncommon amongst Black men.
Now that I'm not so sure he's right about.
Expound.
He's doing this largely based on South African observations and you know, the Zulu relationships and contacts, and he applies some other people's work from other areas of Africa. But when he says like unhealthy sexual expressions, I don't know. I would imagine that there is a lot more unhealthy sexual deviance in the more primitive cultures than we like to admit. I think the very ideas it developed over time with this idea of the noble savage.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I agree with that a lot. The noble savage ideas have corrupted the minds of many.
After discussing precision with this Black guy at the University in Pretoria, I was assured by him that it was otherwise with promise. I said, how about obligation? We looked it up. The Zulu entry means as if to bind one's feet. No, he says, that was added. No, it wasn't in Zulu prior to European contact. But if Zulu didn't contain the concept of obligation, how could it contain the word promise, since a promise is simply the oral undertaking of an obligation? For him, this was a light bulb experience. I said I was interested because Africans so often fail to keep promises and never apologize, as if they had nothing to apologize for. Yes, he said, the Zulu word for promise, isitembiso, is not the correct word. When a Black person promises, he said, he means maybe I will, maybe I won't. I said,
when a Black person promises, it means maybe I will, maybe I won't.
but this makes nonsense of promising, whose very raison d'etre is to bind one to a course of action. When one is not sure he can do something, he may say, well, I will try, but I can't promise. He said he'd heard whites say that and had never understood it until now.
You know, that's fascinating. I remember years ago, as a wee high school conservative, I was watching Amistad, and it was like a high school field trip or whatever. And there was a moment in the movie where actually 12 Years a Slave guy, now that I think about it, I forget his name, but it was Demon Hansu as the slave. And the guy from 12 Years a Slave, he was playing some kind of British sailor or whatever, but he could speak Dinka, whatever the African language was. And Matthew McConaughey was playing their lawyer trying to free these Africans. And McConaughey failed at some legal turn in court or whatever. And he's trying to explain to, what's his name, Dima Hansu, that I tried, but I failed. It just didn't work. I tried. And he was trying to tell 12 Years a Slave dude to explain it to Demon Hansu. And he was like, there is no word for try in the language. You either did something or you didn't do it. And what was fascinating about that moment and the way Hollywood works on your mind at times, the way it was delivered to me, it almost showed like there was something better about that way of thinking. It almost impressed on me like the idea that the white man was on some bullshit or something, right? Whereas in reality, we're talking about a language that just isn't sophisticated enough to even have a word for the concept of trying. Because every day, millions of guys wake up in this country and get up and we try every day. And some of us fail and some of us succeed and we live to try again. But it's crazy that we don't have a word for trying in your language. Dick Dog with the $10 super chat. They had more concepts in their environment due to natural phenomena, but allowed others with harsher environments, less natural phenomena, to master those concepts faster. That means you're slower. I mean, no matter how you slice it, you got to be quicker than that. Shout out to Dick Dog, man. Hit that super chat button. This is getting philosophically heavy right now.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
In other words, as a young Romanian friend so aptly summed it up, when a black person promises, he means, I'll try. To explain this failure to keep promises as a linguistic problem is far-fetched. It is hard to believe that living with whites for so long that they could not learn the correct meaning, and it is too much of a coincidence that the same thing occurs in Nigeria, Kenya, and Papua New Guinea, places where I've also lived. Much more likely they lack the very concept and hence cannot give the word its correct meaning. But why do they lack this concept? That none of these cultures have the concept and that the people so often fail to learn them seems to indicate an intellectual incapacity. Note the huge significance of this definition of obligation, as if to bind one's feet. An obligation binds you, but it does so morally, not physically. It is abstract. You can't see it, you can't hear it, or touch it, which of course is precisely why there's no such word in Zulu. So what have these authors of this dictionary done? They've taken an abstract concept, obligation, and made it concrete. Feet, rope, tying are all tangible and observable. And therefore, they are things that all blacks will fully understand, precisely as they will not all understand what an obligation is. The fact that they had to define...
You know what that almost sounded like for a minute?
What's that?
Niggas understand the rope, but they don't understand the law.
Yeah. Yeah, that I mean, I was hearing a lot of that as well. Because everything in my mind is going back to Communitah anthropology, and man,
That's what we're doing today, bro.
I was speaking with what's his name, Pastor, the other day, and I was trying to relay some of this to him about the language and different things, and and he was and a bunch of others were taken aback by this concept that that there was just certain things that didn't correlate well in AAVE. One term that he couldn't find I would say an equivalent for in AAVE: ethics. And I don't know if there is a word that in AAVE that correlates well with ethics.
I think you got me on that one.
Another one that we played around with in his, because he said, you know what, let me just see if we can move into my field, because everyday stuff, everybody don't talk about ethics in an everyday setting. And I said, yeah, you're right. What about your field? He's in medicine. Diabetes. He said sugar. It's like, yeah, but look how many problems that can cause. Yeah, in the diagnosis. And he said, yeah, it could cause a lot of misunderstanding because it could possibly have nothing to do.
I was driving and listening to that, and it was blowing me away too, because you got on the one hand not just Pastor, but the dude that was really kind of arguing the point about defending AAVE, and Black folk do this all the time, where like we cling to our Black interpretation of things as if simply being Black is enough to understand anything. And once you leave your Plato's cave of your Black world, like Pastor, let's say he had made some other decisions in life and he hadn't become a medical professional, he may never even need to understand why it doesn't even really help at all to think of it as simply sugar.
Yeah.
But if you only let yourself be stuck on that level and that way of being and thinking, then it will never even occur to you that even using those terms isn't necessarily delivering the actual idea that you may want to use in the moment, even if we're just speaking casually. And so like the problem with AAVE, it's almost like the way a speed governor works on a car, where it won't let you get past like 65 or 70 or whatever. AAVE does that to your brain. It won't let your brain get past 65. And so now, because of AAVE, so like, for example, if you're dealing with a set of professionals or anybody who thinks highly, or high level thinkers rather, when they speak, they use way less slang terms, because the idea for them is to deliver the idea in the most precise, efficient manner possible. Like, this is why men get upset with women, because men don't want to use as many words to tell a story and make a point, whereas women want to use as many words as they feel to tell a story and make a point. Like, there's just different ways of approaching a thing.
Yeah, it was funny to see that happen in real time, because it was somebody else that was on that panel that was trying to defend the sugar thing, and then all of a sudden Pastor went into his medical terminology, and he sounded like a totally different person.
He had to get professional. I heard that. Start talking like that white man, all medical and shit, bro. It's crazy.
So this is what I'm saying. It was I don't know. It's fun to look at a lot of those more precise uses of terms and concepts that just don't translate well into AAVE. And apparently, this is what this guy is saying so far as certain African languages that he came across.
Obligation in this way is therefore by itself compelling evidence for my thesis that Zulu thought lacks abstract concepts and indirectly for my claim that blacks are deficient in abstract thinking. My thinking about blacks and time began in 1988 as I pulled into my garage. Several francophone Africans drove up and.
Can you imagine such a thing, bro? Just for like white guys really be on some shit and they discover all kind of fascinating things because of that. But he really thought about blacks and time. Like those two, that connection of those two separate realities, the intersection of blacks and time, it really made him go on this whole thought process. Like he went on a mental journey because of this right here. This is the funny story, right? This is why he started thinking about blacks and time.
My thinking about blacks and time began in 1988 as I pulled into my garage. Several francophone Africans drove up and stopped right in front of my car. Hey, I said, you can't park here. Perfectly friendly and respectful, as I've known for a long time black Africans are. They asked me, oh, are you leaving now? No, I said, but saying what should have been the utterly obvious, I might want to leave sometime later. Park over there, and they did. The point is, their thinking seemed to encompass only the here and now. If you're leaving now, we understand, but otherwise, what's the problem? I had many other such encounters, and the key question was always, are you leaving now? The future does not exist. It will exist, but it doesn't exist now. Hence, people who have difficulty.
Damn, the future does not exist. It will exist, but it doesn't exist now. I feel like this explains the crime rate in one throwaway sentence. This explains the black crime rate in just one offhand comment. The future does not exist. It will exist, but it's not here now. And that's why I'm robbing this bank.
You know, what's odd about
I'm going to step away for 1 second. You got it. I'm listening though.
What's odd about this story that he told about the parking situation and the now and all of that. It's odd that you sent this to me while I was reviewing another video of something that happened in Chicago. There was apparently there was some guy, I don't know if he was well known or not or whatever, but he was a middle-aged guy. And he was sitting in his car streaming. And at some point, some people came up to him and I guess they wanted to rob him or something, and they shot him and killed him. That's beyond the point. The conversation, his final conversation that he was having was similar to what this guy on the screen is talking about. Apparently, there was some business owner or some property owner who was telling him that he couldn't park his car at some spot. And apparently there may have been some other person there as well with a vehicle, and he was telling them the same thing. And his his idea to the guy was, well, there's no one here now. Why can't I just park here? And as he began to tell this story, he began to show or express this is why people want to get violent and so forth before someone was violently inclined about his property. But I just found it to be quite ironic that this guy was talking about this way back in 1988, and here in 2025, some other guy was talking about being able just to park his vehicle on somebody else's property because nobody was using it at that moment. I don't know. I found it ironic.
This man has been trying to solve the riddle of black people in time longer than Dark Side has been trying to solve the anti-life equation.
difficulty in thinking of things which do not exist will ipso facto have difficulty in thinking of the future. It appears that the Zulu entry for future, isikati, is the same word as the word for time, as well as the word for space. In other words, none of these concepts exist in Zulu thought, period. It appears also that there's no word for the past, meaning the time preceding the present. This should not be surprising since the past no longer exists, just as the future does not yet exist. So people who have difficulty in thinking of things which do not exist will have difficulty in thinking the past as well as the future, since neither exists. This has an obvious bearing on such things as gratitude, something I've long noticed is not common amongst blacks. You might wonder why it took me so long, why it took me more than 20 years to notice this phenomenon. Briefly, I think it is because our assumptions about time are so bedrock that we're not even aware of having them. And therefore, we are not aware of the possibility that there might be some people who don't have them, who don't make these assumptions about time. Therefore, it's just not on our radar. And so, of course, we don't see it. An article in the South African press in 2002 notes the problems that blacks have with mathematics. Quote, COSA.
You know what's so funny about that question, Sid? How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast right now? Like stupid me, I would be hungry. What do you mean? Right? I had no idea how many people were responding with, but I didn't eat breakfast. It didn't even occur to me that was an answer. Like, I never thought you would even answer like that. But a lot of people apparently answered it like so many people, in fact, it became its own meme. Did you eat breakfast, by the way, SKC?
The problems that blacks have with mathematics. Quote, COSA, another major language in South Africa, is a language where polygon and plane have the same definition. Words like triangle, quadrilateral, pentagon, hexagon are defined by only one word. End of quote. In other words, it is a language in which these concepts simply do not exist. In America, blacks are said to have a, quote, tendency to approximate space, numbers, and time.
Oh, wait, now he's talking about us for real. See, he was, when he said blacks before, he was largely talking about Zulus, Africans in general. He mentioned us by name.
In America, blacks are said to have a, quote, tendency to approximate space, numbers, and time, instead of aiming for complete accuracy, end of quote. In other words, they are also poor at math. In other words, 7 times 7 is about 50. Notice the identical triumvirate of abstract concepts, space, numbers, and time, none of which can be seen, heard, or touched. Is it just a coincidence that these concepts with which blacks everywhere have such difficulties? The Zulu entry for number, by the way, ningi, means numerous, which is not at all the same as the concept of number. It is clear, therefore, that there's no such concept as number in Zulu.
Is this the basis for per capita?
Somewhat, yeah. This lack of a firm grasp of numerical concepts. It's not just numbers, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's relatively simple. But he said the word for numbers is numerous. Like there's a lack of precision and sophistication when it comes to the actual structure of thought.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think that
What can you say? But yeah,
I think that stands true for AAVE, but on a multitude of things, not just numbers. I think it comes with definitions, wanting to substitute things that maybe have some correlation with each other, but they're not the same. But wanting to just use the easier term. Good grief, there's so much to.
So many implications. Too many for one show, perhaps, but there are a lot. Because we're just getting to the halfway mark in this video. Imagine how much he hasn't said yet.
White rule in South Africa ended in 1994. It was about 10 years later that power outages started, which has recently reached epidemic proportions. One cause of this is deliberate load shedding, precisely because the Zulu government, the ANC government, which was specifically warned by government parastatal in 1999 to build more power plants, did not. Enough said. The other is the breakdown ended in 1994. It was about 10 years later that power outages started, which has recently reached epidemic proportions. One cause of this is deliberate load shedding, precisely because the Zulu government, the ANC government, which was specifically warned by government parastatal in 1999 to build more power plants, did not. Enough said. The other is the breakdown of existing power plants due to lack of maintenance. Maintenance is future-oriented, and the Zulu entry for maintenance is ondla, which means nourish, rear, bring up, keep an eye on, watch your crop. In short, there's no such thing as maintenance in Zulu thought. It would be hard to argue that the absence of the concept of maintenance has nothing to do with the fact that throughout Africa, the phrase nothing works is only an exaggeration. The New York Times reveals that New York City is considering a plan since implemented at getting blacks to do well on standardized tests and to show up for class, which could earn them as much as $500 a year. Adults would be rewarded for keeping a full-time job, having health insurance, and attending parent-teacher conferences. Students would be paid for doing well on tests and sometimes just for taking them, as well as for regular attendance and for each book they read. The clear implication is that blacks are not very motivated. Motivation involves thinking about the future and hence thinking about things which do not exist. Given black deficiencies in this regard, it is not surprising that they would be lacking in motivation, and having to prod them in this way is just further evidence for this.
Think about this for a minute, right? And you know what? I think I'm gonna save it because he's gonna come up to a part where they apply this programs to like even working and employment.
The Zulu entry for motivate is banga, under which I find in the dictionary, make, cause, produce something unpleasant, to cause trouble, contend over a claim, fight over inheritance, make for, aim at, journey. But when I ask blacks what banga means, they have no idea, which tells me that whatever it means, it does not mean motivation. Clearly, this is a substitute definition, finding the closest Zulu word as opposed to a constructed definition, as if to bind one's feet.
So if there is no word for motivation, then there's almost as if there is no concept of a reason to do a thing. So like what he was saying before, you know, you do things now so that in the future you can have something that you didn't have today. Whereas if you really don't have an internal grasp of, now, yesterday, the past, the present, and the future, then it probably would diminish the very concept of motivation, because motivation is inherently future oriented. It's a time oriented thing.
In fact, no Zulu word could refer to motivation for the simple reason that there is no such concept in Zulu. And if there's no such concept, there cannot be a word for it, precisely because in Zulu there is no it for motivation. All of which it helps explain the need to entice blacks into behaving as if they were motivated. The entry for ambition is langazella, which means simply desire or longing. Compare this to the Encarta dictionary. Desire for success, a strong feeling of wanting to be successful in life and achieve great things, which is in fact a good description of exactly what blacks so frequently lack. One explanation for this lack of abstract thinking, including the diminished understanding of time, is that blacks evolved in a climate where they could live day to day without having to think ahead. They never developed the ability to think of things which do not exist, precisely because there was never any need to. Whites, on the other hand, evolved in circumstances where they had to develop this ability. Like what would happen if we don't build stout houses and store enough food and fuel for the winter? For them, it was either sink or swim. Fortunately for us, they swam. The New York Times article mentions Darwin Davis of the Urban League as cautioning that the money offered for this attending class, remember, was relatively paltry, wondering how many tests would they need to pass to buy the latest video game. Instead of being shamed by the need for such a pledge, he bitches that it's not enough. If he is unaware of how gross his remark is, he is morally obtuse. Even so, you would still expect him to know that most people would find it offensive. In fact, however, this is precisely how blacks often do understand morality, as what others tell them or expect them to do. Yet for many blacks, even this externally based morality has failed to take hold, which makes sense.
Wow. So he's saying that with black folk, morality is an external pressure. It's not an internal impetus, right? Like, so from the black perspective, thou shalt not kill. It's only wrong because you go to jail. It's not wrong because you value life.
That is that's it's kind of like what I was talking about with Paso about ethics and principles. There's a lot of in-group principles, I think, to a certain extent, but principles that are supposed to be practiced universally, I don't think that there are any.
They're all external.
Which at the same time, when you think about a lot of the arguments that people put forth about the slavery thing and the Constitution, a lot of times there'll be this great emotionality about, they failed to live up to the promise of the words that every man is equal and so forth. But those standards would never have been standards in Africa at all.
And not only that, some of those other founders would also argue that this nation, as we created it, can only be sustained by a morally upright people, which would imply that you yourself have a responsibility to the nation that you demand so much from.
It's I was I have no issue with Keep It Techie. That's my guy. I like him whole nine. But when we were going back and forth and having that discussion about the slavery thing that always pops up, but I found it. I find this very prevalent within the minds of many who I speak with. The idea that slavery was a thousands upon thousands of years of practice within mankind's history, that for all of our recorded written history, the practice existed in various forms and so forth. Some people and some groups of people were slaved so hard that they were slaved out of existence. And when we get all the way up to the 1700s, where America's created and the whole nine, and people write the document, all men are created equal and so forth, it is wild for them to conceptualize that those men did not have enough power to change and stop this system of culture and tradition that had been going on for well over 6,000 years. And they put it as a fault on them that they didn't just stop all of that at the signing of a document.
Not only that, but there are two things to address in that statement. One, being slaved out of existence, right? Earlier, I gave a nod, shout out to slavery. Thank you for making me a Western Negro. Some of the, most forward-thinking, modernized Negroes that Negroes have ever seen. Shout out to American Negroes. But slavery did that for us, right? For better or worse, we are a product of that. That's the price we paid. That was the coal that we burned so we can be burning this hot right now. So where are all the descendants of Arab slavery? Africa gave way more slaves to the Arab world than they did to the Americas, because it's just a lot easier to walk than it is to sail. Numerically, you can just walk them out of here. And stop saying you're welcome, all right? Unless you got some paperwork, stop taking credit for that shit, nigga. But anyway, it was a lot easier to walk the slaves out into, Saudi Arabia and beyond. Yet Black folk in those countries literally live in like a neighborhood. There's like a neighborhood in Gaza. It's probably a neighborhood in Jordan. You know what I mean? Like, they don't really have a Black population worth speaking of, because they got slaved out of existence, for better or worse, right? For lack of a better term. And so there's that, right? And what was that second thing that you mentioned at the end? There was something else going on there I wanted to address.
Yeah, the only thing I was saying is I just find it so amazing. Oh, go ahead.
Gunboats. Why did it take the power of the Royal Navy to force Black Africans to stop selling slaves, at least on the western coast of Africa?
They didn't want to be saved.
Why did it take the power of gunpowder and rifle to do that? And not only that, here's a bit of American history, since niggas think they special in the slave Olympics. The first foreign military engagement that America engaged ever, we sent our warships over there to break up the Arab slave trade. So the British knocked out the African slave trade in Black Africa, and then America went up there to knock out some of the Arab slave trade off the coast of Libya and Morocco, because they were taking American shipping and American sailors and whatnot. So we had to go do something about that, right? It literally in our founding anthem, To the Shores of Tripoli, I think it's in the national anthem. That was some of the first thing, and that was purely white slavery, by the way. The Arab slave up on the North Coast, that was a trading post for all the slaves that they captured from Europe. And so the reality of slavery is anybody can get it, but Black folk in America talk as if we were the only ones who ever got it.
Yeah, it's a weird concept. I'll say the name because I know he doesn't care and everything, but a lot of times, and I've had this discussion with Stanley, and there is a significant mental blockage when you begin to even bring up the I guess the world history of slavery. It's like they just do not want to think about it, conceptualize it. It's like it's such a too grand and wide of a concept to even fathom. And it reminded me of this conversation where this guy talks about larger concepts that certain groups just do not conceptualize due to their language.
Because this external type morality is dependent on enforcers. But since these have long since disappeared, there is nothing left, neither the internalized morality, the real thing, or the external form. In the early 1990s, I heard of an American linguist who had spent many years in Senegal studying their languages and who made some remarkable discoveries. Whereas Western cultures internalize norms, don't do that to a child because I mustn't do that for an adult. African cultures did not. There were only external trolls from tribal elders and so forth. When they were detribalized, these external constraints disappeared. Since there were never any internal constraints, you get the result of this lack of self-control, crime, drugs, promiscuity. Where there has been some substitute control, as in white-ruled South Africa, colonial Africa, or the segregated American South, this behavior was kept within tolerable limits. But when even such controls disappear, you typically see indiscriminate and unbridled violence. What this linguist never asked was why African cultures didn't internalize moral norms. That is why they never developed moral consciousness. That it was just an historical accident seems implausible. More likely it results from fundamental deficiencies, specifically in abstract thinking ability.
So he's saying that Africans have no internal moral norms, which I think is probably a function of two different things, perhaps. One, the linguistic issue, and you know, there's probably just a mental developmental issue as well along with that. And then maybe as well, I think morality, as most of us understand it, tends to be tied to your religious structure. And if you have like a bunch of different tribes who literally live in a state of mortal combat alongside one another, that radically alters the state of, quote, morality in a group of people. Like I saw somebody type in the chat how they were listening to one African guy talk about other African tribes as if they weren't human, like you would just slaughter them wholeheartedly. And I think it's probably something like that is what I'm talking about, where it never occurred to them that even though, you know, we're competitors or we may go to war at some point, that guy is kind of a guy just like me, which is low key at the heart of European Christian morality, because Europe, broadly speaking, has been Christian for like, I don't know, 1,000 years or so. So a general state of moral ethics has taken over a vast part of that whole continent. Whereas in Africa, you know, we're all fighting at this at a more base level. No intrinsic equality. My tribe is superior, and you all must die.
Jeez, man, that's rough, McGruff.
In an article in the Boston Review, a distinction is made between conventional and moral rules. Conventional rules are merely supported by authority and can be changed. Moral rules, on the other hand, are not subject to such change and are not based on conventional authority. Quote, even 3-year-old children distinguish between moral and conventional transgressions. The only exception, according to James Blair of the NIH, are psychopaths, those exhibiting persistent aggressive behavior. For them, all rules are based on external authority in whose absence anything is permissible. The conclusion is that healthy individuals in all cultures respect the distinction between conventional and moral rules. At least one anthropologist, however, argues that the special status of moral rules cannot be part of human nature, but is just an artifact of Western values. From the same article. Speaking of the Manyika in Zimbabwe, Anita Jacobson-Whitting says, I tried to find a word that would correspond to the English concept of morality. I explained what I meant by asking informants to describe the norms for good behavior toward other people. The answer was unanimous. The word for this was tsika. But when I asked my informants to translate tsika into English, they said it was good manners. In short, according to her, they did not have a concept of morality. But if awareness of the difference between moral and conventional rules is virtually universal, how does one explain its absence in these two widely separated Black societies, Senegal and Zimbabwe? Jacobson-Whitting's explanation is the typical nonsense that could only come from an intellectual. The concept of morality simply does not exist. More likely is that the concept of morality, while otherwise universal, is enfeebled specifically in Black cultures.
You know something, Hood?
Precisely because of deficiency in that.
I kind of wonder if this is somehow connected to the lack of mythos in Africa, so far as great tales of heroes and honor systems and, you know, holding to obligations beyond, you know, all possible calling and, you know, going through various trials in order to fulfill obligations or a trust or a pact, and, you know, just all of that, you know, all of the classic things that heroes would go through.
Yeah, I've had similar thoughts. One of the things I guess the way I worked it out is that like, all right, for example, Red Illusion says Africa worshipped fertility goddesses, Mother Earth, and life trees, and Europe worshipped patriarchs, Zeus, Odin, Jupiter, etc. I think there are some like father sky god figures in certain African cultures. Maybe the Nigerians might have something like that, but by and large, I think that is a difference in the two groups, right? And I think there is a sort of you're on a different track when you worship Sky Father conquering warrior gods. It just produces a different mindset. And this is a parallel conversation to the whole linguistic thing we're talking about here. But I do think that having a god that is, you know, climbed a mountain and slayed a cosmic dragon, and, you know, he built a world, and now he created man, and he told you rules to live by. I think that sort of framework, it does change in various ways, I guess, but it does change the type of people that you would produce under that mythos. So like even for example, like from the American Black perspective, I kind of notice how Black American, our origin story is effectively slavery and brutality, which means we have to ignore all the people during that time who weren't slaves or weren't being brutalized by white people, who were like wealthy Black people in the time where Black folk wasn't supposed to have wealth, right? We have to totally ignore and act as if those people aren't real and never existed. And so because that is our origin story, it has created a sort of spiteful, vengeful group of people now, because we live in a state of perpetual revenge seeking because we are perpetual victims. Any thought on that before we get back to the video?
No, I was just thinking as you stated, like Jesus, that sucks.
Yeah, well, I don't always think happy thoughts. I'm sorry.
Concept of morality, while otherwise universal, is enfeebled specifically in Black cultures, precisely because of deficiency in abstract thinking. The concept of morality may well be universal in healthy populations, but among psychopathic groups, to use James Blair terms, where anything is permissible, and where you find the violence and mayhem present in Black populations, lacking externally imposed authority, the concept of morality may indeed be absent, and that would certainly qualify them as unhealthy. Is there a problem with the loudspeaker?
Try this. Try that.
Let me take a pause while they're switching their mics out. Let me read these last couple of super chats. And shout out to Dick Doug with the 5 ball. He says, I honestly believe that when they say slavery is wrong, I think what is really meant is that we lost, and I hate that I lost to you. And I think you're spot on with that. I would concur with that sentiment totally. That is definitely how Black folk look at it. I don't even really believe Black folk believe in the morality of the issue at all. Because, there is slavery right now, and there is no fight, there's no tears about it. We're just like, all right, well, you got to hold your own nuts, right? But when it comes to American slavery, it's the wound that never heals. True Hype with the $2 super chat, but the Africans didn't know better. Theoretically, you might be right, though. I mean, this is sort of a very scientific, well-argumented, well-researched and documented way of saying the Africans literally couldn't know better. But it is what it is. Shout out to y'all for supporting the show. Like I said, we are discussing some psychologically heavy concepts right now. I know, it's difficult. It's difficult.
You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
Hit that like button, y'all. Thanks for supporting the show.
Give me the money for I will do. Give me the money.
By the way, the notion. Want me to start over again? I don't care.
Where you left off?
Okay. By the way, the notion that Blacks are children in adult bodies is not without foundation. Too much? Okay. The notion that Blacks are children in adult bodies is not without foundation. The average African IQ has the raw IQ score of the average 11-year-old white child. And this phenomenon of not internalizing moral norms is another illustration of the same idea, since this is precisely how white children typically understand morality. Don't do this, don't do that. Something similar is obviously true vis-a-vis the concept of law. Legal rules are man-made and can be changed, though they are generally founded on moral principles. Given what we've already said, it would not be surprising if Blacks didn't regard laws as external commands. So being against the law means don't do that. This explains why Blacks so often either slavishly and inflexibly enforce rules, allowing no possible exceptions, or simply ignore them altogether. In short, Blacks frequently have at best a very limited grasp of what a law is, and therefore what rule of law means.
Ooh, man, that's a some of the other stuff that he was saying, I could see how people could logically work around it. This one about law, yeesh.
Got the right, huh?
Oh man, I don't know how anyone in 2025 can get around the law issue with, especially if you just want to just use it, even in modern times and with Black America. Like, jeez, right now in DC under lockdown, and where people are running around making videos about how peaceful it is, how clean things are. There's this guy running this little experiment, leaving his keys in his car with it unlocked and everything. You have people within Das Communitas that are complaining, saying this is like the Gestapo. And it's unconstitutional. that law thing, man. Heck, every time when there is a
downtown walking from the Union Station to my job, Department of Justice, and I see something beautiful this morning, y'all. Look behind me. You see the National Guards? It's a black dude. A couple of National Guards trucks. There's another one back there. Both brothers, man. National Guards. Stand up for the country. You know what I mean? In D.C. Love it, man. People, the media trying to make you feel like the people in D.C. like they're trying so hard to make it a race thing. Let me tell you something. The Washington, D.C. citizens, they are so excited. This city been invested with crime for so long, man. To be the greatest country in the world, its capital city, to be as bad as it is when it comes to crime, it's awful. I work downtown. I go to CVS to buy like headphones. Everything's locked up because you're allowed to steal. The kids are going nuts. You get on the train, they're acting up. But now you got the National Guards, man. It's a beautiful scene, man. It's a beautiful scene. You got the hummock. Come on, man. But you also have this. It's a big old sign that says F Trump. Right here, Union Station. But you know, these people, man, people like that, F Trump, this and that, they're so oblivious to what's really going on. Like they told you, when Trump get in, he's coming after migrants. They didn't tell you he's coming after illegal immigrants, illegal aliens. That's what they used to be called back in the days. People that are in this country illegally, that came in through Joe Biden's administration, bringing them in so that they can be they're part of their new voting bloc. So right now, what he's doing, going around the world, making peace. Just got through talking to the Russian president, stop the war in the Ukraine. 3 days later, got all the European leaders at some kind of summit to discuss peace. But they told you Trump is a warmonger when he get in, Project 25. He's coming after black people next. And the problem is, you're so media driven. You're so affixed to the Democratic Party. The lies they've been telling you for the past 20 years, you just believe it. So right now, everybody's quiet. They don't know what to do because everything they predicted, he didn't do. His last presidency,
and see, the thing is, you were talking about DC. I just wanted to give him a quick shout about DC. But black folk, by and large, they talk about law and order and the imposition of law and order. Law and order, first of all, is an imposition by definition, as far as like black folk are concerned, right? Because for a lot of black Americans, law and order is something that is imposed by the white man. And so when you look at this DC thing, and in a lot of symbolic ways, it very much is a white man coming to this chocolate city imposing law and order because you refuse to do it. And almost you refuse to do it because you have no true concept of it. And this is what the critical part about the Black American modern mental framework is, right? You don't want to do it because to actually impose law and order would be too much like the white man who you are destined to be in opposition to.
Yeah, man, we talked about this some time ago, but I mean, it links basically to the idea that words in Das Communitah have a different definition than the standard English. In Das Communitas, when you hear on panels and different things, people talking about logic, and you guys were talking about that a little bit earlier when you were over at what's the guy's name, the chess piece guy, I forget his name, but you were talking about Andrew, yeah, the Knight guy, Andrew Wilson and all that. And when Andrew Wilson is talking about logic, that's totally different from the Pana talking about logic. And I think it's the same thing in Das Communitas when they say words like freedom. It's a totally different concept from freedom that is in the Constitution and so forth. There's a lot of Black people that really believe that freedom should be just basically you can do whatever the heck you want to do whenever you want to do it, and can't nobody tell you nothing.
You know, SKC, like interesting, some hood conservative lore here. In high school in New York City, I actually did take a low level, I guess, is high school, but I did take a logic class in high school. And just being taught logic as a concept, you know, it's not necessarily about pure math, but having your brain grounded in if A, then B, and if B, then C. And so if you show me C, I can assume A and B have already happened, because if A, then B, and if B, then C. Now, if you show me B, I know A must have already occurred, and C is likely to happen next, because if A, then B, and if B, then C, right? So it has grounded my mind in a sort of order that can't really be broken. And I seek to have it broken, because then something superior has truly come along, right? But the problem is there is nothing more superior than that simple logic chain. If A, then B, and if B, then C. The world kind of works that way.
Yeah. What do you find in Das Communitas when you try to apply symmetrical logic?
If A, then slavery. If B, then slavery. If C, then freedom. Free Africa. It's totally disjointed. It's completely disconnected. There is no true pure logic chain. I mean, I guess if I'm being really, really serious, if slavery, then justice. No. If white, then slavery. If slavery, then revenge. If revenge, then anything goes.
If black,
that's the pure logic change.
If black, then right.
If black, then right. Technically, yeah, I guess you could work that in there somewhere. I guess if white, then slavery is a corollary. If black, then right, because black does not equal slavery, and slavery is wrong. And white equals slavery, and black is the opposite of white, so their black has to be right.
Man, I want to see. I may have to see
into it.
I kind of wonder if I could make a logical chain for Das Communitas.
I mean, theoretically, I suppose it is there. I mean, almost everything in life has a logic to it. It is just that some things are beyond our grasp as human beings, but for the most part, human existence the rise of civilization has been further and further understanding greater and greater logical principles.
Yeah. I don't know. It's I was wondering about that, but I'll hear some more of this.
The continent of Africa is one massive illustration of this. What is the explanation for all of this? From a South African book review in 1993, a Cape social worker sees elements that revel in violence It's like a cult which has embraced a lot of people who otherwise appear normal. At the slightest provocation, their bloodlust is aroused. And then they want to see death. And they jeer and mock at the suffering involved, especially the suffering of a slow and agonizing death. End of quote. There's something so unspeakably vile and repulsive about this, something so beyond depravity the human brain recoils. This is not merely the absence of human sympathy, but the positive enjoyment of human suffering, all the more so when it's slow and agonizing. Can you believe jeering and mocking at such a thing? A letter right.
I just thought of the perfect logic circle. If white, then slavery. Hey, listen, tell me if this isn't a perfect circle. If white, then slavery. If slavery, then revenge. If revenge, then anything is justified. If anything is justified, because black. Why is anything justified because black? Because if white, then slavery.
I'm gonna have to capture this moment and write that down and mull it over in my head for a while, just to see if I can find any breaks in those links.
Thank you. Get back to me.
It describes necklacing. Quote, the petrol filled tire is jammed on your shoulders and a lighter is placed within reach. Your fingers are broken, needles are pushed up your nose, and you are tortured until you put the lighter to the petrol yourself. From the Chicago Tribune about Rwanda, the ecstasy of killing, the lust for blood, this is the most horrible thought. It's beyond my reach. The lack of moral consciousness is further evidenced by their videotaping their crimes, apparently wanting to record it for posterity. Unlike Nazi war criminals, for example, who went to great lengths to hide their deeds, these people took pride in their work. A retired Afrikaner journalist discusses the Amy Beale trial. She was an American.
Wait. Hold on, man. Hold on. Did he say that these people want to record their most vicious crimes for posterity? And we don't see that happening on social media right now.
Well, think about this for a second, right? Remember what we said about time? So now you get to actually relive that moment forever, because once the moment is over, it no longer exists anymore. But if I record it, it lives forever.
Eat, sleep, fight, bus.
Yes.
And I said it from the start, this is advanced darkness. This is heart of darkness. This is the jungle drum. This is the fertility goddess of chaos. They're literally going to eat your balls. They're going to cut your fucking nuts off and eat them.
Whoa, what? They're gonna what?
Help blacks. Quote, it is impossible to explain in terms accessible to the rational mind this extract of a report of the trial. Quote, supporters of the three men accused of murdering her burst into laughing when a witness told how the battered woman had groaned in pain, pleading for her life. I've long suspected that the concept of rape cannot mean the same in Africa as elsewhere. From Newsweek around July 2000.
He said the immortal Pookie.
I know. My fucking eyes are watering right now. I swear to God, I'm on the cusp of tears.
You know how you made that meme of cinnamon Hitler?
Yo,
we want to be immortal Pookie.
Oh God, hey, listen, bro, immortal Pookie. You know what to do, bro. Immortal Pookie.
You need to start selling cards.
The eternal Pookie.
He has to have the stats and everything. So does Cinnamon Hitler.
Well, you missed that with SKC. We had a Cinnamon Hitler meme already. So we're gonna bring the immortal Pookie to life. The immortal Pookie versus Cinnamon Hitler. Oh no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Oh shit. Oh shit. No, you didn't. Oh man. The immortal Pookie, though, we gotta create this character now. We have to meme him into existence because I feel like the immortal Pookie really is like this archetype, this weird black spiritual archetype that's just begging to be given a proper name and recognition.
Oh man.
Like how would you visually conceive of the immortal Pookie?
That has to come to life like the fat dudes. Oh man.
Yeah, it would appear that Pookie and Keisha have been here for a very long time.
Oh man.
That's what that movie Hancock was about. Will Smith was the immortal Pookie. And he all he really needed to calm him down was the white woman he could never have. It was crazy. Will Smith, low key, he was the immortal Pookie if you think about it.
That's what Marvel needs to make the immortal Pookie. the DC thugs and stuff, they'll be so happy to have a superhero they can look up to. He fought against the law. He stopped all of the DA, FBI, all by himself.
The Justice League ain't got shit on me. Oh God, yes, that's what we need, bro. We need the immortal Pookie.
The immortal Pookie can commit all crimes with it. Oh man!
With these 5 rings, I will commit all crimes known to man.
Oh man! I can see someone like Bernie Sanders. I think the immortal Pookie's a great guy.
Oh man, we gotta bring the immortal Pookie to life, bro. I can't imagine how to visually conceive of it yet, but I gotta think on that. The immortal Pookie, that is a great concept to just flesh out. Like he could be his own thing, like his own series. Because very few comic books make the bad guy the main character. Like he's gonna be like a sort of dark anti-hero. Like he commit crimes, he break the law and shit, but he does it all to feed his girlfriend's kids and shit because them niggas ain't got no daddy and he got to do it. He trying to raise the community right. Like we could really flesh this character out. Like every liquor store that he robs, every chain that he snatches, that translates into like juice boxes for his girlfriend's kids. You know what I'm saying? Like we could really do something with the immortal Pookie.
The superhero that you deserve.
Yeah.
Beyond law and order.
Because you deserve him, Queen.
Oh,
that's gonna be his catchphrase. Oh. Because you deserve it, Queen.
Immortal P.
Yeah.
He got a chain to say Immortal P. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh my God. We gotta go.
According to a 3-year study in Johannesburg, more than half of the young people interviewed, both male and female, believe that forcing sex with someone you know does not constitute sexual violence. The casual manner in which South African teens discuss coercive relationships and unprotected sex is staggering. End of quote. The writer is puzzled by blacks' conduct regarding age, asking, why has the safe sex effort failed so abjectly? Well, aside from their profoundly different attitudes towards sex and violence and their heightened libido, a major factor has to be their diminished concept of time and their inability to think ahead, resulting in a just don't give a damn attitude. Nevertheless, I was still surprised by what I found in the dictionary. The main entry reads, act hurriedly, be greedy, rob, plunder, take possessions by force. While these entries are related to our concept of rape, there's one small problem. There is no reference to sexual intercourse. In a male-dominated culture where often saying no is not an option, as illustrated by the previous study just mentioned.
They don't even have a word for rape. So if you don't have a word for it, technically, is it really 1 in 4 South African men? And these are just the guys that admit to it, right? So already that is a self-selected group. So if you don't really have a word for it in your actual native thought process, is it really 1 in 4? Like, you didn't even think you were doing it.
Well, see, this is some of the problem that I've always had with when people make the what do you call it? They try to correlate animal behavior with human behavior. You know, they'll say, "Oh, the lions do this," and such. Well, I mean, technically, in a lot of the animal kingdom, there's not a whole lot of consent.
I don't know if the concept of consent truly exists in the endless Atashkara.
Taking sex by force is not really part of their mental calculus. Furthermore, rape clearly has a moral dimension. To the extent that blacks do not consider coerced sex to be wrong, then by our conception, they cannot consider it rape, because rape is bad. If such behavior isn't bad, it isn't rape. But why don't they think coercive sex is wrong? To the extent there's no option of saying no, then from their perspective, it isn't really forced in the first place. And to the extent that blacks are deficient in moral consciousness, they will have difficulty in understanding that even unambiguously coercive sex is wrong in the first place. Either way, there appears to be no place for our notion of rape.
What he's really saying, and think about this on a very intimate, personal level. If I hold a knife against you and you give it to me, well, then you chose to give it to me. It's not my fault you make poor decisions. It's not my fault you made a decision that you maybe regret now, right? That's the level of mental sophistication we're getting on. And now we're getting into a lot of darker territories here, because now it's like, well, I don't know if you need to be alive. I mean, no, respect life and all that stuff, but like, if that's seriously the extent of your mental capacity, well, then maybe, you don't need as much oxygen as maybe I do.
They deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
It raises like really dark thoughts and issues, because I mean, what can you do with that? What can you do about that?
I recently saw a few minutes of a TV program in South Africa where the topic of conversation was having sex for money. Of the several women in the audience who spoke up, not a single one questioned the morality of this. Indeed, one plaintively asked, Why else would I have sex with a man? Clearly indicating that she could not imagine any other reason. This
SKC, how do you explain sexual morality to a people, assuming you don't have like the Christian moral structure? How would you explain sexual morality to a people?
Oh man, I would need to think about that. So that thought has never come across my mind. Man, that's. I guess you would start with trying to show the long-term benefits and the reduction of disease, the benefits to childbearing. Also, I guess some of the
Disease is a magical thing, though. Disease comes from sex? No, disease is magic. The spirits give you disease. The ancestors heal you. Disease. What is disease? I was cursed.
Okay, so we worse than shit.
Are you telling me that this bump on my dick is not a curse from the ancestors, bro?
Some other person. It is a blessing. Now you have morphine.
Like, what is a disease? You know what I'm saying? We are so far away from a proper tech tree order. I don't even know how to have this conversation, but we have to, though.
To the older man, get on the younger man. Oh, you only have 3 bump on your pee. What's wrong?
And you know, it's not until I stumble across really jarring content like this. Like I keep thinking about the cargo cult today, but it's not until I come across really jarring content that it really does actually force me to be in amazement of how many little things that we have in Western culture and civilization. That's why I be up here, you know, culture banging, proud American nationalist and all that, because this shit is actually dope. When you think about how far away we are from that, it really is like a series of miracles, right? A chain of miracles that extend almost indefinitely in the past through time. Like we're all the benefactors of the people who come before us. And from the African perspective, those people don't even exist and they don't matter because they're not here now.
Oh man, I don't know, man. It's I don't know. Colonization. I mean, I understand why people feel have certain feelings that are difficult to accept, but the long-term benefits.
Listen, man, colonized gang.
and other experience of mine clearly leaves little doubt in my mind that the notion of romantic love is generally alien to blacks. And I would be very surprised if
I thought you would get a kick out of this part.
Other experience of mine clearly leaves little doubt in my mind that the notion of romantic love is generally alien to blacks. And I would be very surprised if it were different in America. In teaching ethics, I would use the example of Alfred Dreyfus.
Yeah, he's not shy about calling out Americans.
Yeah, he is making some great stretches and jumps and links, especially when you consider that a lot of the American blacks grew up under a regime of not knowing any of the stuff that he's talking about. So, but yeah, that's that romantic love thing. I have to put that in my back pocket for another day.
There's a lot here to process, man. I pretty much watched this whole thing yesterday. I rarely watch a thing straight through, no breaks, but this was like pretty gripping because he was just bar.
Dig Thug says he will never forget that on Reg the Bad Guys channel they were actually making fun of a guy on the panel for not having an STD.
He ain't got his stripes yet. He not a real nigga yet. Can't tell me nothing about these hoes till you get an STD, nigga. You can't tell me nothing about these bitches until fire shoots out your dick, all right? I want to hear you talking about I get bitches unless you can tell me the last time fire shot straight out your dick. Niggas don't get no pussy. Niggas on panels be having the wildest moments, bro. And it's like, it's crazy that y'all are big and grown and you can't hear yourself.
I can't.
I would be ashamed if my son could see me as you niggas. Like, God damn, that shit's terrible, bro.
I'm done. Oh, Dig Thug, I'm hurt.
Shit's amazing, bro. It's amazing.
Oh,
bro. Shout out to Dick Thug with the $5 super chat, by the way.
Come on, share your dollar. Give me your dollar. Share your dollar with me. Come on.
The Jewish officer in the French army who in the late 19th century was convicted of treason, even though the authorities knew he was innocent. Admitting this mistake, it was said, would have a disastrous effect on military morale and would cause great social unrest. I would in turn argue that certain things are wrong, not because of their consequences, but are intrinsically so. Even if the consequences of freeing him would be disastrous, and much worse than letting him stay in prison, he must be freed because it is unjust to keep an innocent man in prison. To my amazement, however, when I discussed this in a class in Kenya, every single student said he should not be freed. In all my years of teaching, I'd never seen this response. Blacks, I believe, generally lack the concepts of subjunctivity and counterfactuality.
Bro, I swear to God, I needed him. He was in my ear on every panel, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And that's what it is.
Counterfactuality.
Yes, that's exactly that's exactly what I'm describing. And not just that, but subjectivity in and of itself, like object-subject relationship.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people on these panels, they have a hard time separating like the micro from the macro.
Yep.
Putting themselves in the middle of an argument for the sheer purpose of disproving a macro argument. Like, yeah, bro, and it's so frustrating because either you're purely, it's like a level of sophisticated evil where you're trying to manipulate me towards your own end, or you're not intelligent enough to see what you're doing. And I'm not always sure about what I'm dealing with.
Well, it's one thing that you can be sure of, that there always is going to be an emotional priority in the words and motivations. Like there's hardly ever, if you were to think back of all the times you've been on panels and going through the gauntlet, as it were, when have you ever been faced with good faith?
Rarely. I would say this: the people that I do engage with in good faith, I tend to actually engage with them often. Like you and I, we disagree. We'll have hours-long disagreements, and it'll be just enjoyable as getting along, as agreeing rather. And I can have that with few people. I don't get it all that often.
And that's the point, because for the rest of it, in the language itself, emotion is the priority, not any sort of fact seeking or anything. There's always this emotional attachment of I need to get what I want from you. Whether that is some sort of anger, or I need to get the applause of the audience, or I need to feel good about myself, or whatever. It's always some sort of emotional grab in the conversation.
Yeah, I know that totally happened this morning in a couple of different ways. Like I think Taz came up and he went off. He was fighting with the panel, which is like when you're on a panel. I mean, sorry, he was fighting with the chat rather. And so it's like when you're on a panel and you just stop the whole panel to start yelling words at the chat, it's almost like punching the air. And so it was a moment like that that lasted a noticeably long time, and it just became weird. And then even before that, Carmen is absolutely right. There was a great moment I had, a great exchange I had with this young lady on the panel. Some of my best work ever, actually, this morning.
I didn't.
Yeah, if you go back on Nidus' show, there was a couple of ladies up there, but and they eventually like quietly rage quit. But what happened was this one lady mentioned like she used herself as a married woman, because we were talking about Black women not really loving their sons all that much. And first I mentioned like, you know, the schools, right? The fact that there are all these Black women in the schools, but all these kids and a lot of these boys, especially, they can't read, they're out of control. So, you know, between the moms and the schools, nobody loved these boys. And then it went to the more personal. She brought up herself as a married woman, and, you know, she focuses on her son, said all these things that technically I would be picking a fight that I need not pick if I address those things directly, because she made it extremely personal, right? So you're trying to put me in a lose-lose by even going there. And so by me diverting around that, I start to mention other things like, well, you know, there's chicks on TikTok drinking Plan B slushies. Like, how does that fit into the we love our sons argument? Like, obviously you don't really care about the future of your kids that much, right? Now another girl wants to chime in about some other stuff, and it becomes hood. You only focus on the negative. You have two women up here who don't represent that, and you don't want to focus on their stories. You don't want to focus on the good stories. You want to focus on the bad stories, right? And this is the golden moment. I'm like, man, I don't think you understand what's happening right now. See, and what you want me to do is to look at the vast majority of the women who are definitively not like you and judge them as if they are you. And you're attempting to lie to me. You're attempting to mislead me right now. And here's the thing. You're doing it with the best of intention. And that's really what's going on. Like and when this is specifically, you know, gender war, men, women stuff, like from her point of view, she's doing it with the best of intention. If only you would see the goodness in me and see it in all other women, then all these problems would go away. It's a really saccharine lie, right? But it's poison under the saccharin. You know, it's rat poison under that candy.
You must didn't listen to the song. I'm every woman.
I don't even be listening to music no more. I cut that shit off. I swear, man, I have retuned my brain.
Yeah, it's a weird phenomenon where a lot of times you'll have those conversations with those guys. I know Taz would do the normal thing of you're talking about a large group, the macro, and then they try to personalize it with the micro to basically make it a personal dispute. And the inability to be able to separate self from a group and have that conversation is, I really don't know how they have conversations.
Now, let's sort of tie this back to something earlier, because it just occurred to me here. Let's do a thought experiment. If you have a hard time seeing yourself outside of yourself, like in somebody else, for example, Like that guy is theoretically just like me. You know, he has a wife and the kids. He has a farm and animals and stuff. Like, if you have a hard time seeing yourself outside of yourself, can you now extend yourself to the future if you can't even conceive of yourself right next to you?
Jeez. Well, that's an easy if-then statement.
I know. I just had to say it out loud for posterity.
Oh, man.
You see why I love this? Is why I'm so thankful for the benefit of that brief touch, that brief, dalliance with logic training, because it really does ground your mind. And I really see that in a lot of people, especially on these panels. A lot of dudes don't really have that logical, firm grounding and just pure rationale.
Yeah, grief. There's so much that I want to say, but I'm gonna to table that at the moment.
In the Zulu dictionary indicates there is no concept of fact, which would seem to rule out the concept of counterfactuality. The entry for fact reads, a single word, saying, sentence, syllable, detail, meaning that none of these concepts exist in Zulu, including detail. And note, by the way, that one cannot be aware of precision without being aware of detail. Subjunctivity is conveyed in such statements as, what would you have done if I hadn't showed up on time? This is counterfactual because you did show up on time. Moreover, these things now could not happen. Yet we're asking the person to imagine what he would have done if something which didn't happen and now couldn't happen had happened. Among other things, this clearly requires self-consciousness, Black's lack of which we have already discussed. A friend tried to persuade his workers to contribute to a health insurance policy. What's it for, they asked. Well, if you get sick, it would pay for the hospital. Their response was immediate. But boss, we're not sick. Yes, but what if you got sick? Reply, we're not sick. End of story.
So yeah, about that breakfast, what if you didn't have breakfast? I had no idea how powerful a troll that was, bro. How emblematic that was. And that wasn't even purely a Black thing. That was more about inner monologue and all that. But Black folk definitely have a thing with it, apparently. Wow.
That's, jeez. There's so many ideas exploding in my mind at the moment. It's hard to hold on to one and to flesh it out completely. He said, we aren't sick. Get out of here, Peter. Get out. Stop. Oh. I can't, man.
But Mo Business, what if I never give you breakfast? I know you want breakfast now, but what if I never give you breakfast? Think about that.
How do you make countermeasures if you never think about if something doesn't happen? Oh my God, is this the poor reason of why during the storm in New Orleans, during Katrina, the people didn't have go bags? Oh, no.
There's no arguing it. Towson University's debate team wins, claiming an historic win. They are the first all-Black women's team to win the Cross-Examination Debate Association's national championship. This morning, we have two of the team members here. We have Amina Ruffin and Corey Johnson, both here to talk about the major victory. Ladies, way to go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've made At what point did you think we got this?
Before death is eternity, after death is eternity, there is no death, there's only eternity. And I ride the wings of eternity like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Clack, clack.
Yo, tell me that's not Conscious Lee, bro. Tell me that is not the Conscious Lee. But this whole show today reminds me of this poem right here when he says there is no death, there's only eternity. Hold on, let me run it back.
Unique argument from the University of Oklahoma.
Niggas are always in oppositions to governments. War power should not be used against niggas.
Yo, that is the Conscious Lee, bro.
That is him?
I'm telling you, I'm looking this nigga in the face. I'm listening to his voice, bro. That is the Conscious Lee. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me. That is the Conscious Lee years ago, before he was on TikTok, before there was a YouTube. It was him doing retarded Yakubian debates and shit.
At what point did you think we got this?
Before death is eternity, after death is eternity, there is no death, there's only eternity. And I ride the wings of eternity like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Clack, clack.
There's no death, there's only eternity.
Yeah, somebody needs to put a beat on that.
That's what the immortal Pookie has tattooed on his right bicep. There's no death, there's only eternity. It's the immortal Pookie code. Clack, clack.
But see, my flight doesn't go undisturbed because time makes dreams deferred. And on my time to turn my days to daymares, my nightmares to turn my passion. Clack, clack.
Think about what he's saying in reference to what we've been talking about time.
Makes dreams deferred. Clack, clack. But see, my flight doesn't go undisturbed because time makes dreams deferred. And
time makes dreams deferred. Time is his enemy. It's not his friend. Time is not on his side. Time hates him.
On my time to turn my days to daymares, my nightmares to turn.
My time turns my days into daymares.
Oh, man.
This is what's going on in the mind of the immortal Pookie as he's milling about.
Disturbed because time makes dreams deferred. And on my time to turn my days to daymares, my nightmares to turn my passion. Clack, clack. The nigga got time beating my ass.
Yo, in the context of everything we're talking about today, this becomes originally funny all over again, bro. It's like this shit it's had a rebirth just now. It all makes sense, bro. Time cop. I'm telling you, this whole thing.
Time is doing what again to him?
It's oppressing him, bro. Time is a white people thing, and time is oppressing this nigga.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Clack, clack. But see, my flight doesn't go undisturbed because time makes dreams deferred. And on my time to turn my days to daymares, my nightmares to turn my passion. Clack, clack. The nigga got time beating my ass. And
the white man's time is beating his ass. This nigga is being oppressed by the time, by the sequential delineation that the white man imposes on him, and it is literally beating his ass. And if the time was not beating his ass, listen to this next part.
I be having dreams of chocolate-covered watermelons, fried with filled chicken rice pinatas with little picking sons and daughters standing up in them. But
see, when time is not beating his ass, he dreams of chocolate-covered watermelons. Chocolate-covered, which I don't even know if that's a flavor I'm bold enough to try. I've never niggered that hard in my life, and I don't intend to today. But like, this is an amazing thought to perceive. Like this whole poem, like when you really try to think about what he's talking about, like actually attempt to make sense of it, it's dark actually.
We got this.
Before death is eternity, after death is eternity, there is no death, there's only eternity. And I ride the wings of eternity like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Clack, clack.
That's what she said earlier. The girl in the very first video, when she said Africans don't believe time happens, they think they make time. So he thinks he's riding the wings of eternity like, yeah, 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 clack, clack. He is making time.
Oh, man.
This is amazing. This is like a wild second look at something that's over 10 years old at this
But
point.
my flight doesn't go undisturbed because time makes dreams deferred. And on my time to turn my days to daymares, my nightmares to turn my passion. Clack, clack. The nigga got time beating my ass. And y'all, I be having dreams of chocolate-covered watermelons, fried with filled chicken rice pinatas, with little picking sons and daughters standing over them with big sticks of aluminum foil, hitting them, trying to catch the pieces of all the fried chicken wings. And Aunt your mom and Uncle Ben are standing in the corners of the room with the rifles pointed at the heads of the children.
And notice,
back in
like,
time because he can coalesce with the ancestors.
But notice who his ancestors are. Think about this. This is why it's so dark. The nigga ancestors are commercial product figures. Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben. You see what I mean about Black American origin stories and mythology and shit? Like, niggas really need a new mythology, but this ain't it, bro.
Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima.
Nigga, ancestors came.
With little picking sons and daughters standing over them with big sticks of aluminum foil, hitting them, trying to catch the pieces of all the fried chicken wings. And Aunt your mom and Uncle Ben are standing in the corners of the room with the rifles pointed at the heads of the children. Don't shoot the children, I shot. Don't shoot the children. But that's serious too.
Why would Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima be pointing rifles at the children? Why would you have to yell at them to not shoot the children? Well, I don't even know what that just was.
Trying to catch the pieces of all the fried chicken wings. And Aunt your mom and Uncle Ben are standing in the corners of the room with the rifles pointed at the heads of the children. Don't shoot the children, I shot. Don't shoot the children.
Why would Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima be trying to shoot the children? I told you, we all just laughed at the comedic surface level of this shit, and we've never tried to examine it for the raw imagery that it delivers. Bro, this is a dark ass little poem.
He said, Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben, they knew the YNs were coming.
We don't have no YNs in this house.
Like we gotta do it.
It was like a Muslim honor killing.
Oh man. They said we gotta kill them because they gonna be robbing us out of the store.
God, this is terrible.
There are, however, circumstances in which blacks do think of the future. For example, they plan for their funerals. Notice, however, that death is a certainty, while ill health is only a risk. A notion that involves risk, a notion that involves subjectivity, probability, and matters of degree. The Zulu entry for risk, by the way, is danger and a slippery surface. Given the all or nothing nature of black thinking, if it is not certain that you will be ill, you will not be ill. Further, death is observable. Even those with only a limited grasp of the future know that people die, that crops grow, children become adults, etc. But note that these things are all concrete. Plants growing, people aging are observable. In short, blacks tend to be aware of time when it is manifested in the concrete and observable. One of the pivotal ideas underpinning morality is the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. How would you feel if someone stole everything you own? Well, that's how you would feel if someone robbed you. The subjectivity here is obvious, but if blacks generally lack the capacity to think of subjectivity, they will have difficulty in understanding the golden rule.
There was this this thing that I saw on social media not too long ago about this family who was upset because I guess the young boy, he was a teenager, got killed. He was robbing somebody, and they were upset with the homeowner because he killed the boy while the kid had a weapon and was trying to rob him. And the thought from them was, if you would have let him rob you, if you would have let him rob you, he would still be alive. Go into this thought about, putting yourself in one's shoes and trying to have empathy for the other person. Yeah, I think some of that is lost within Das Communitas. And I've seen a lot of clips of that signify just that. There was an older clip I played of it was like some thug dudes in the early 90s. And the producer of the show asked, hey, there was like some little girl that was shot while in the house. Do you guys feel bad about that? And the kid said, well, I mean, it's messed up, but what do you expect us to do? I mean, people see us shooting, they should get out the way. I really do think that there's a mental issue with a lot of the the people growing up in these areas where they do not have the capacity to show empathy or sympathy for others.
Yeah, 1000% agree. I think we will, like I said, have a brief panel. I actually got to take this show on the road, so I guess we can we'll open up the floor in a minute because he's almost done with his speaking portion. They're going to do questions in just a minute.
And hence, therefore, in understanding many aspects of morality. Given this, we might expect their capacity for empathy to be diminished. And this is evident in the examples already cited. After all, how do we empathize? When we hear of things like necklacing, we instinctively and unconsciously ask ourselves, how would I feel if that were me? But of course, I am not and cannot be that person. Yet this thought experiment, what if that were me, provides us with valuable moral information that we wouldn't want this to happen to us, and therefore we shouldn't want it to happen to others. To the extent that people are deficient in such abstract thinking ability, they will be deficient in moral understanding and hence in human empathy, which is precisely what we independently observe. In his book, Devil's Night, Zev Shafetz quotes a black woman in Detroit, quote, I know some people won't like this, but whenever you get a whole lot of black people, you're going to have problems. Blacks are ignorant and rude, end of quote. A few years ago, a black friend invited me to her house. There was a group of women sitting in a circle chatting, all working at the same bank as my friend and fluent in English. Even though I'd been invited by their host and had been introduced to them, they went right on speaking Zulu, knowing I spoke not a word of it. Hard to imagine, right? How to explain this? Well, most people simply couldn't be that rude to speak a language that someone doesn't know, they don't speak it, go right on speaking your language. Most persons wouldn't be rude. They know that this person would.
I noticed that type of thing, like even on panels, like people do the rudest things on panels and then will take immediate offense if it's done against them. And then be totally oblivious about their starting the chain of events.
I saw that this morning easily with Angry Snowman. He's getting all of these gay attacks pretty much.
Yeah.
And you know, it's left, right, just coming from every direction and so forth. Trey gets on the panel and he's talking to Taz, and then he just mentions that Taz has a wife, and the night dude jumps out of the wood. Hey, no, talking about wives and family. It's like, what the heck? Have you listened to yourself for the last?
No, Night is like that all the time, bro. Like, yo, there's so many little weird things I notice on the panel when I'm with him on his channel in particular. Like, all right, we'll be talking. You and I, or anybody on the show will be talking. And let's say somebody comes up in the background. He wants to introduce everybody that's coming up, right? Play that little drop or whatever, right? But the thing is, you literally just cut people off mid-thought, mid-sentence just to introduce a nigga and then be like, all right, what was you saying? Totally just interrupt the flow of thought, train of thought for no real good reason. Like, you could have waited 2 seconds to bring him up just to do that. Like, these little weird things like, bro, do you not understand that this is just really horrible host behavior?
Yeah, but I think that has a lot to do with being antisocial.
Yeah. There's a strain of antisocialness running through the Communitah.
And another thing that I noticed, I wasn't there too long, but his entire shtick completely changed when that woman came up who dropped you.
Of course, bro. Of course.
His voice, his mannerisms, all of the gruffness and everything, it melted away instantly.
I noticed that a lot with niggas, bro. That shit is so funny. Like, dudes really do put on they like player persona when a chick just shows up, and it's like, you niggas are so pathetic, bro. This shit is corny. Actually, once you realize what's happening, it becomes so distasteful. Oh, what is this super chat here? Now you're gonna make me open up a window and go pull up this super chat. And shout out to True Hype with the 5 ball.
I know you were going wild, man, when that guy asked Taz that question about if he had a biblical marriage.
Yo, oh my God. That is right when I got dropped. I think that's why she dropped me. My laughter triggered her because I hadn't said a thing for like 20, 30 minutes because I was running some errands. I had shit to do this morning.
Because Taz jumped out the window talking about, my wife was a feminist, you know.
Yeah, my wife's not just gonna take that, bro. My wife, you know, she's not gonna hear it. And see, Trey was joking about like spanking his wife or something like that, or choke. He said no. Trey said he chokes his woman, and he literally said, "Don't put that on Taz. I be doing that shit." And then Taz volunteered himself in the moment, like, "Yeah, my wife ain't gonna go for that." And it's like niggas don't really they don't hear how they sound when they say shit like that, even when it's in jest, bro. But like, there's this whole trend of cuck comedy and cuck humor that niggas engage in. You don't even understand how far that happy wife, happy life shit done took niggas, man. Freeman's Journal, I know you got on me one day about that shit, but I'm like, bro, everywhere I look, all I see is the longhouse, man. I'm sorry. Everywhere is like this whole Communitah is one giant longhouse, bro. Niggas have been cucked so hard, they don't even know they in the longhouse. They think the longhouse is outside.
Oh, buddy, his exact words. Oh, buddy said, "No, hey, my wife a feminist. You know she ain't gonna." Instantly when he said that, I saw Taz in one of those Roland Martin vote like a black woman shirts.
And you know what's funny? This is how they wind up voting like a black woman, right? Oh, anytime man, you start to really have conversations about order and patriarchy, biblical marriage and all that, somebody eventually steers the conversation back towards slavery and racism, and you can't do that because that's too much like the white man. Literally, like the embodiment of that Sojourner Truth quote, where it's like, if you let the black man have rights and you don't give a black woman the voting rights, then he's just gonna be over us like the white man, and it's just gonna be like it was before. Like, they literally embody the quote from Sojourner Truth when they get up there and they constantly steer these patriarchy conversations back to racism.
Yeah.
And they can't hear themselves. Let me go to this link that True Hype dropped. What was that?
That deadly shooting happened this morning as a crowd of people waited in line outside a shoe store on Moreland Avenue in Little Five Points. Channel 2's Amanda Cook is live outside the Northeast Atlanta store with why police won't press any charges in this case. Amanda.
Sophia, that's right. We are talking about LeBron James of the Miami Heat. The big question, most people want to know, what does this shoe look like? I have pulled up a picture of it here on Google. That is the big shoe. Take a look and come over here. It's being released at noon today. This is the line outside of the Wish clothing store here on Moreland Avenue. We did speak to a parking attendant here close by, and he told us that he had warned people in line earlier that there was someone who had been robbing people. He had been pickpocketing people all week long around here, but he said that one man in line told him he wasn't worried because he had a concealed weapons permit and was ready to defend himself. More than 24 people stood in line outside of Wish clothing store on Moreland Avenue Saturday morning, all waiting for the big release of the new LeBron James shoes that cost $180.
His shoes are selling. He's very marketable right now on the shoe sales. It's crushing the game.
Taylor White has been in line since Monday, so he was here at 5:30 this morning when the fatal shooting happened.
I didn't even expect him to even come up here thinking it's that sweet, thinking it's that candy land like that.
Witnesses say it started when a man suddenly came up and tried to rob everyone in line.
He wanted to pickpocket everybody. But, you know, people out here weren't going. They weren't going for none of that. You know?
Atlanta police told us that one of the victims in line actually had his own handgun and fought back. He shot the suspect. The suspect ran just a few yards, then collapsed and died.
He really stood up for all of us.
Yeah.
You know, and I salute him, you know, to the homie that did that.
And Atlanta police told us that all indications are that this was self-defense and no charges will be filed in line. In fact, that.
Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
Let me see. What else do we have? I think I missed a couple of super chats here.
Immortal Pookie would have got all that money.
Let me see. We had Dick Dog with the foul ball. I will never forget. Okay, we got that one. We had that. Oh, most times I hear these discussions, it's a dumber version of the Jordan Peterson, Kathy Newman. What you're saying is argument and straw manning constantly. Yeah, that was a great moment. You know, shout out to Jordan Peterson before he got all hooked up on Zionism and prescription drugs. Dick Dug with the $2. I want to watch Demolition Man for some reason. Classic movie, bro. Demolition Man was a predictor of the future we live in right now. And a Dick Dug again with the $10. I wish I could find that clip of the white guy asking a group of African boys who raped a young woman, have you considered her feelings? They look confused. SKC, I think you and I have both played that clip on different occasions. That was it actually does fit everything we're talking about today, this kind of lack of self-awareness in a lot of these people. True Hype with the $2. Pay special attention to around 119 and on. Yeah, we passed that mark already. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to True Hype. Shout out to everybody for supporting the show. We are going to drop the panel link in just a minute. So sit tight. We're going to wrap this up and open up the panel in a second.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
Would be uncomfortable, and that were they this happened to them, they wouldn't like it. And so putting themselves in the other person's shoes, they wouldn't do it to him. In short, the golden rule, don't do unto others as you wouldn't have them do unto you. So why would a room full of black people behave this way? Simple. deficient in the ability to think counterfactually. How would I feel if that were me? It just does not occur to them that this other person will be uncomfortable. They will be unaware of the nature of their behavior because of the inability to think counterfactually. Not long ago, I was speaking to a black woman, a manager in a business store, about a headache.
Why did that sound like a beginning of a
all the time there was a customer hanging?
Why did that sound like the setup of a joke? A long time ago, I was speaking to a black woman.
Listen, a lot of old white guys' best stories literally start like that.
Listen to the setup. It sounds like, the old, so-and-so walks into a bar. Listen, watch.
Look, it was about 1957, and I met this black woman in Kentucky.
Big remedy of mine that she wanted to manager factually. Not long ago, I was speaking to a black woman, a manager in a business store, about a headache remedy of mine that she wanted to sell. All the time there was a customer hanging about, waiting to speak to her. Finally, he interrupted us. Without a word, she walked off with him. It was certainly right for her to take care of business before personal business. But normally a person would say, sorry, I got to take care of this. I'll be right back. She just walked off. Why? Her behavior simply illustrated rudeness and the lack of availability to think abstractly. A friend raised the question of how this woman would have felt if someone behaved this way towards her, suggesting that she might have been insulted or felt bad at all. And she was quite right. She would not have been bothered because when all is said and done, what? Oh. What I'm saying is blacks have no concept of rudeness.
I love how you just saw, 2-minute warning. All right, well, what I'm saying is these niggas ain't shit. All right.
He's like, long story short. It's just rude for no reason.
Oh my God.
And
I told you it was the beginning of a joke.
You could easily say that when they are rude, they do not know. They don't know they're being rude, and from their perspective, they're not being rude. Finally, I just want to mention something about littering. I have a long quote from a book by Walt Harrington, a white guy married to a black woman with 2 half-black children. He's driving somewhere and he sees a car in front of him, throw out a bag of rubbish out of the car. He says to himself, I'll bet they're black. And then he's ashamed of himself. He says, I'm married to a black woman. He drives up, sure enough, they are black. Then he relates an incident where he's driving into a McDonald's drive-in, and he sees the car in front of him as 4 blacks. He says, oh, we're going to be waiting here forever. He says, again, I'm being racist. What? They do wait forever. They're changing their order, arguing with each other. And how do you explain black littering? Does anyone I think they can explain why blacks in Africa and in America and everywhere litter? The answer is by now pretty obvious. Why? If you want to know why blacks litter, you must ask why whites don't as much. We have learned from sometime at an early age to think subliminally, subconsciously, what would happen if everyone just threw stuff wherever they wanted to? It'd be a mess. We don't. Blacks are relatively incapable of thinking like that. If people are incapable of thinking like that, that idea, that behavior is unlikely to arise in their culture. Simple as that.
Culture. Language is a part of culture.
I would argue language might be one of the most important factors of your culture, because your language is the model, the method by which your culture is disseminated. And so when we talk about these shortcomings in African languages, and these shortcomings represent themselves in different parts of African culture, a lot of it stems from the language, and the language stems from internal mechanisms that are a lot harder to pin down. Whoa, somebody's driving.
So then that
2
presents a problem then, Hood. Okay.
I'm gonna switch my setup. SKC, you hold the floor for just a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. I know you said you got to go, so whenever you need to leave, you can run off. I'll be right back. We're gonna take this show on the road, guys. I got shit to do. So short panel. I'll talk to you guys. I'll be right back though.
Well, what I was thinking, to the rest of you that are up here, I think it's True Hype and Bandit. It presents a problem because the guy's talking about Africa and, the different African tribes, the ones that have these issues with being able to conceptualize certain things via their language, but it's still their language. What's the excuse in the AAVE? Because you actually have standardized English that you could use to conceptualize ideas, but
isn't English a white man's problem?
But you wouldn't have AAVE without English.
No, no, think about this surface level. Don't go too deep. English is a white person's language. You know what I mean?
You talking white?
No, I'm talking like
No, that's what they'll say.
Yeah, I'm putting English down. I'm saying that's a white person's language. It's not. We don't need to worry about that.
Isn't that a funny thing, SKC though? Speaking white, so speaking proper English to be able to communicate. Yet your AAVE piggybacks off of the very same thing that you're mocking me for.
What that's part of the joke. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of.
I mean, if you really want to unpack it real quick, you kind of hinted at the whole thing. If you have no concept of time or other people's feelings in a language where you have to empathize, where there's words for that, how are you supposed to relate to it?
You only know a quarter of the word.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you can't relate to empathy, and a lot of the English language has words for empathy, how could you relate or use them?
You can't. So
now we understand that. What about, okay, if you can't understand the words, why do you think you call it, a white person's language? Because you're either intimidated or don't know how to use the language.
Right. So it might, and this is just a theory, a working theory of Bandit. I think that there are a multitude of words that are spelled and pronounced the same way, but have absolutely different meanings in Das Communitas and in Greater America. I think law is one of them. I think freedom is another. I think logic is another.
Yeah, so if you can't understand these basics of society, how they run, how are you going to communicate complex ideas? How are you going to rule? How are you going to, like, if you don't understand the concept of time, how are you going to understand the concept of money? Because, money's worth more now than it is in the future. And concept of saving money. Like, if you start really thinking about the time concept, a lot of stuff starts making sense. If you start living for today and not for tomorrow, I'm hungry, you have food, I'm going to steal it. That makes sense now because you're not planning for the future. You don't know what the concept of the future is. I mean, if the past is the future and the future is the past, why do you think like I bring this up honestly as a discussion piece? The Wakandan death scene in Black Panther, is that in the present or in the future? Because remember, the future is the past. So I'm
Wait,
just trying to understand.
which death scene?
Do you know when he dies? When Black Panther dies and he sees his dad and he sees all the ancestors as like previous Black Panthers. That's supposed to be taking place currently, but it's in the past. So
answer. I got an answer for you.
Yeah,
Oh,
please.
well, that's actually on the astral plane, though.
So hold on. Black Panther, the comic book series, was written by a white man.
Yeah.
So there's
Of the
your
tribe.
answer. There's your answer. There's
Of
your
the
answer.
tribe. Of the tribe. I mean, but there was black people that wrote Black Panther too, like stories. Just to be fair, but it was created by a white guy of the tribe. Two white guys.
Oh, you said he's of the tribe. Got you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. That's all. Like, this concept of no time is like enlightening me with how it's opening things up that I never realized. It's making a lot of sense. And it's also confusing the hell out of me at the same time. It's like, I know the dichotomy of that, but
You ain't never just loitered, bandit. You never just been milling around, as Hood said earlier.
Milling around. Yeah, I wish my mind would work that way, but no, that's not how it works. But it's crazy. Like, I mean, how do you guys deal with this? Like,
Like CP time is a real thing, and honestly, it kind of alienates you actually being like 30 minutes to an hour early to all your appointments. Certain people look at you funny. They're like, "Oh man, you're always on time or early." I'm like,
I mean,
that's a weird comment to make.
The other thing, like I was saying earlier in the chat, like the reason why we have the concept of time and time zones is because of like trains. Trains, when you had the wrong time, they collided. That's why we had the whole, stopwatches. That's why the stopwatch is invented. Like, there's reason, like, concept of time will kill people if you don't understand it.
Question for the panel. It is like my ability, Hood's ability, SKC's ability, the other young gentleman's ability to do all those things that we're talking about, to be on time. Is that a sign of evolution? Are we evolved Negroes?
No, I wouldn't say it's a sign of evolution, but it is an adaptation.
It's exactly what I was going to say. It's adapting to a different culture.
I don't know. I think that it's just belonging to a different culture.
I think it's understanding the culture you live in. If you don't understand those basic concepts, how are you going to survive in that culture?
Because you got to look. Because it's really funny, right? The same people that they get pissed off about the time thing, they can show up to airlines on time.
Well, time's relative. When I care about something, I'm going to be there. But if I don't care about time, time's flaky. It's just like anything. When something benefits you, you're gonna. Wow, I understand this concept now. But if it doesn't benefit you, what's this concept? I don't get it.
I don't know. I think we may be overthinking it. I think it just may just be a show of selfishness.
There you go.
The one other thing that I needed to share with you before I get out of here, Bandit, I came across this little nugget of information that I was sitting and chatting with my friends about. A lot of times we've had those conversations with people, and they'll say the thing about the slavery and how the blacks built the country and cotton and all of that stuff. And even sometimes ideas would come up. Well, cotton was king, and it was one of the biggest exports, and 60 or 70% of at one point in time, and all of that. The U.S. government all throughout the 1800s was on the brink of financial collapse.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the major rationales for why those two things existed, whereas you had those people in the South, the plantation owners and so forth, that were making so much money, millionaires and all of that, and the country being broke at the same time, was that the government didn't collect taxes, income taxes, nor did they have export taxes.
You know, it also is funny too that you say that, SKC. I remember reading in high school, it wasn't high school, it was like middle school, about the whole history thing. That actually, it wasn't until the cotton gin got invented that it revitalized the cotton industry because it was so labor intensive.
Right.
It
That was
wasn't
like,
necessarily cost effective even with slaves until the cotton gin.
yeah, they didn't, the whole cotton industry didn't get booming until right around like 1803, 1804, something like that. And then it was dead to rights by 1861. So it had a good run, about 58 years. But during those 58 years, the government barely received any funds from any sorts of cotton sales whatsoever. So even when people throw up that thing about, slavery or cotton built the country, blah blah blah, it didn't fund the government.
Well, it's a lack of historical context, coloring the conversation. You know what I'm saying, around the topic.
Right.
So it's like they just imagine like today's standpoint. And it's funny, like I'm saying this right now, and we've been talking about time. People, they conceptualize like how America is now, and they basically push that on like the past.
Yeah. They were thinking about GDP as if it worked the same way back in like the 1800s.
Yeah, on the gold standard.
Yeah, and it wasn't even close. It's like
No, not even close. Yeah.
It's like the U.S. got the majority of its money back then off of tariffs, not income taxes.
Which is, if more people understood that, they'd probably be a little bit more mad about like government spending and inefficiencies.
Right. So I don't know. I remember when I was yesterday, I was having a discussion with some friends about it, and they were like, one of them is an accountant, and he was like, yeah, of course there was a whole bunch of millionaires in the South, but the government wasn't making any money off of that, so it wasn't benefiting greater America at all, which is why the North was so hell bent on creating a stockade to stop them from making money anyway, because it wasn't affecting them regardless.
Yeah, like the South was eating the North's lunch, man.
And I said stockade, blockade, naval blockade. But yeah, I was like, man, that's. But one thing that I find in a lot of those conversations is how a lot of the people there, first, most of them are emotionally charged, just having a conversation in the first place. And then second, they do not want to slow walk through any of the details at all.
No, they're going to straw man your position or whatever and try to use like some kind of emotional blackmail. And if that doesn't work, then they're going to tell you like, oh, you're a coon.
Yeah. It's
something came up the other day. I think Freeman's Journal kind of coined this phrase, really, Axiom Man, because it was when I was arguing with Izzy about something, and Freeman's Journal noticed a kind of linguistic pattern where, and it's not just him, a lot of people do this, a lot of black folk I talk to on panels do this, because when you said SKC, they don't really flesh out the idea. I noticed that they speak in phrases like catchphrases and little slang twist or whatever, and it kind of leaves it to the listener to fill in the critical blanks. But if you say enough clever phrases, you can get through a conversation without actually getting, to the in-depth critical issue that we're really discussing. Like when you were talking about slang the other day, that is one of the, if not purposes, definite byproducts of slang usage is to obscure the actual usage. I mean, the actual point of a thing. So like etymologically, the concept of slang for Black people was like literally invented so we can have our own sub language that white folk don't know of, right? Well, what happens over time is that through using slang and through being intentionally obtuse, you begin to actually erode the precision of your delivery model. And so now things get lost in translation and niggas be like, oh, you feel me? Like, no, I in fact do not feel you. I cannot physically contact you. I had a whole show about things never physically touch. Like, but it really is like that though. Niggas just be saying shit and making you, or giving you the room to kind of try to think and agree with what they might mean.
And you know what's
like
funny? They get mad at you.
Understanding through vibe.
Yeah, they get mad at you too when you're trying to be specific and precise to make sure that you're not talking past each other. They get like irate. And it's like, yo, like, I just want to make sure we're on the same page before we continue. I don't want to assume and then we get to an impasse and we don't know why. You know what I'm saying? We're here now. Look, there it is right there. I just did it. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. It's like understanding through vibe, right? Which is like, you can't, they talk about vibrations, and it's like, okay, you're talking about the subtle movement of like a frequency to be an understanding. That's not a frequency. I mean, that's not an understanding. That's an occurrence that you can interpret, if you can interpret it. And most of those,
there's some woo-woo science like out there or whatever where some stuff, but it's relied on too much. You know what I'm saying? But then again, maybe it's just not explained well enough, like for a number of us, right? So if somebody like gives you a certain look or whatever in a certain situation, I mean, y'all just have an understanding. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But of course, that's not across the board. Go ahead, Dirty.
Now, here's my thing, bro. The difference between communication and comprehension, right? Like I talked to my dad, and my dad's a boomer. My dad has the articulation of a college student, but he's a boomer, so he has a comprehension level of a second grader, right? So people go off of the hook. They don't know the lyrics. You just know the hook to the song, right? Like I had a discussion. It almost hurts for an argument, but it's always disrespectful when I disagree with my dad just because he's wrong, right? And we had about 3/5 rule, right? He like, it's still on the books that Black people only 3/5 are human. I said, no, it was 3/5 of the voting block that you count on the census. And we're going through this, and like, you old enough to be my dad because you are my dad. And and he was telling the story to a couple of my friends because he ran into me and I was with like 3 or 4 of my friends when he pulled up on me. And he's trying to eloquate this to my peers, and they're looking at him as an elder. And I have to stop him like, yo, don't listen to my dad. He a boomer, bro. Look, this is really what it is. And now we're having an entire conversation about the difference between your articulation, because that's what it is with Black people. You speak so well, so they think you smart, like Alexandria Ortiz Costa, right? She dumb as rocks, but articulate, right? She can make it. Just roll with it. What's a girl name down in Texas? The Black girl who all of a sudden started cursing, but she never. Jasmine Crockett, like a Jasmine Crockett. You're articulate, but you're dumb, right? And that's what Black America goes through. They go through hashtags, memes. I remember being a kid, and it was like cool and hot. I know cool and hot from water, right? Hot water, cold water. Now all of a sudden,
Is she dumb? She strikes me as more of an actor than being intelligent, just based off of where she comes from, because she's not from where she's
bro. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Finish where you was going with the hot cold.
Okay. Yeah. To be just go. Is she dumb? Is she wearing clothes when you hear her talk? Okay. Look, here's the thing. When I was young, I thought water was hot or cold, right? Then you start getting to the etymology of rap, right? Now everything that verse was cold, was it? I didn't. My temperature didn't move at all. Oh man, that outfit is hot, and I still don't know what a ratchet is. When I was younger, ratchet was a tool, and then it was a
Right.
gun, and then like
A
now it's
gun
a
is a
woman.
tool.
It is, but now a woman, I guess a woman a tool too. But like, because a hoe is a tool, so a woman
But
could be
she ratchet.
right, but like you understand what I'm saying? Though, so now I have to go off of context clues of what a ratchet is. I'm like, I'm like
Right.
Danny Glover. Like I'm getting too old for this shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like no.
No, and it's so weird that. All right, let me ask you a question. Let me kind of start it from the beginning, Dirty, because I don't know how much of the show you watched, and I know it took us about 3 hours to get far
No,
enough to even open
I've
up the
been in and
camera.
out. I've been working, coming back, working, coming back.
So I wanted to ask specifically. Let's start with the idea of African concepts of time, like the idea that there is no real future. There's now, and then there's the next set of nows. It's like an infinite chain of nows, but the future technically doesn't exist. The past exists, kind of. What did she say? She said the future is a shadow.
The past would be a shadow, but don't listen to girls.
No.
Look, bro. I have a show that I have queued up, but I ain't really did but 3 shows all year. But when I do decide to do a show, I'm gonna do a show about a all women's village in Ghana, and it's wild. Here's the thing, bro. I can matriarchy is slavery, right? I have a better example of time because everything's about instant gratification. So time doesn't matter because time is always now, right? I remember in 2011 dealing with this girl recipe. I ain't gonna say her name, but I met her on Facebook. So, that's my fault. Internet girls are always crazy. But she told me, she said, I would rather, she said, man, she said, we live our life like strippers. I would rather have $1 a day than wait for $100 on Friday. I say, shorty, but that's literally a paycheck. Like you do the work and you get paid at the end of the following week. You wait 13 days for a check. Yeah, that's too slow. I'd rather have $1 a day than $20,000 in 2 weeks. And I said, yo, this is the most I date a drug dealer shit I've ever heard in my life.
You know what that sounds like? That test that you give kids, like, would you rather have $1 right now or $20 on Friday? Like, that's literally a test that you give children to sort of train their brains to, well, one is to actually see where they are, because it's a selection process in and of itself. And then two, now it becomes a lesson point. Like, you need to actually, the marshmallow test. Thank you. You need to actually think this through. There's something wrong with you if you'll settle for just having one marshmallow right now. Like, what are you losing if you wait a day? And it's that lack of process that is kind of significant.
I saw the marshmallow. It was oatmeal cookies when I saw it, but the same thing. I saw that for little kids. Yeah. Okay, so you shorten time in Africa, and even African American, because I've been hearing about colored people time my whole life, right?
Yeah, we're not out of the loop.
Right. Colored people time is a concept of tortoise in the hare. That's what I was thinking about when you were playing it earlier. I am fast enough to get there, so I will wait until the last possible moment to get there. And I was guilty of that. When I had a job as a travel agent back when in my early 20s, I knew it took me 35 minutes to get to work. I would leave 40 minutes ahead of time, thinking I'll get there 5 minutes early. Boom, traffic, because these and then Pakistanians can't drive. Then boom, a train. Like, where the train come from? Now, you know what I'm saying? So I gotta wait for the train crossing it. Like, little things happen. Now I'm 6 minutes late. And that's what happens. It's the intent without the delivery. It's the I believe that I can. I'm the rabbit that can chill and eat some cereal and go on a date, and I could beat the tortoise. But the tortoise win. But the tortoise win.
Also, the parable of the grasshopper and the ants, right? Same difference, where the grasshopper just sat away while the ants were toiling away, waiting for wintertime, and the grasshopper basically starved.
Yeah, the instant gratification example. Yeah.
He's like, yo, I ain't gotta do all that stuff. I'm just chilling.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like a lot of the old parables and children's stories, man, like before they got Disneyfied, they used to really impart like a lot of stuff, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, watch out for strangers. Even those PSAs back in the day, man.
Oh, the white van stranger. You know what I was gonna say about parables? Even after the original Walt Disney took them, right? The original Walt, not Eisner or Walt did it, because all those are Brothers Grimm's tales. All the parables, either Aesop or Brothers Grimm. Bro, when you really break them down, everything is about how horrible women are. If you really listen to a fairy tale, it's the evil stepmother. It's never the evil stepdad. It's the woman who, a story like Bluebeard, which Disney never took over. Like, I have 300 rooms in my home. You can go in 299 of them. Don't go in the 300th one, and she got to see what's in the 300th room. Like, which is me arguing by my girl, like, why are you going through my phone? Just because I say you can't go through my phone. Like, most of those parables were ecclesiastics, right? Where, look, out of 1,000 men, one is righteous. Out of 1,000 women, there are none. And there were parables about, like, if you live your life, Hansel and Gretel. Dad love his kids. The new stepmom, like, yo, kick him out. And he accept, like, okay. Like, all those parables and all those fables were designed really to help young men become great men. Then Disney took them over and then romanticized it. So now you have a prince kissing Snow White and they get married instead of a dude that's into necrophilia, but why he banging at the apple pop out of throat. You feel what I'm saying?
See, that's really nasty.
That's what happened.
So, but that's what happened, though. I'm telling the true story. Oh man, nah. This is what we do here. We discuss the uncomfortable truth. We've been doing uncomfortable truths all day here, so it is what it is. I wanted to kind of shift it a little bit because we were talking about Africa and all that, and low key what that man was. And not really call his name, but what that man was describing was a lot of the reasons why Africa itself isn't developed. And this guy Frank Zandel, he's kind of, I don't know why, but this is like his thing now, is explaining to young Black and African kids why African and Black country is not going to get it together.
Studio today, somebody you might have seen, Nancy has happy to have Nancy. Nancy, welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Frank.
Yes, as usual, you're always the best guest we have here at CPR. You said you watched the episode where I said no Black nation would ever develop.
Right.
And you thought I missed a point on Haiti, especially.
Well, yeah, Haiti as the first Black country, always had the potential to become a great nation. Unfortunately, at the start of its historical start, Haiti had a lot of debts to pay to France. And so I think that was definitely a substantial reason why it couldn't develop.
Oh, I see. I thought I read that in the note, but I didn't get it clear. Mm-hmm. Sure, I've heard this from many Haitians I've spoken to, mm-hmm. that Haiti got independence from the French, yes. But the French imposed a debt on them to pay. And that debt is what has prevented Haiti becoming well developed or wherever it believed it could have been. Is that not true? Okay, so
that's definitely one of the reasons. Yes.
Right. What I do is I try to collect as much as information to examine or review the claim or the conclusion carefully to see, does it hold water? And I will tell you right away that a lot of things I believe we have not considered. Mm-hmm.
I like this guy because I was talking about logic earlier, and he has a very dispassionate approach to these things, which are supposed to be controversial because he's even Blacker than she is technically, and it's supposed to be hurtful to say these things frankly, but it has to be said, and it's better that he say it.
Hey Hood, what's funny? My like me and my homie, right? He's from Northern Ireland, right? We had a conversation about this very guy, right? Because the clip, the real famous clip about the whole maintenance thing was going around again, and he sent it to me, and we had like a little 10-minute discussion. And then so we're rehashing on like this because I was telling him about this clip, and I sent him the episode, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch this later." And then man, he's like, man, like they cannot go directly at what he's saying, especially like the certain types on the internet sector, the We Was Kings. So they just gotta ignore him, like the Thomas Souls or anybody like Walt E. Whitman, anybody that makes any kind of sense or whatever. They really don't want to like argue with the argument, and in the fact that they're the wrong type of person too to be going after.
That literally happened to me. That literally happened to me a couple shows ago, arguing with Izzy. I'm on his panel, and somebody in the chat mentioned something about having guarantees in a relationship, and I kind of brought it up like, no, women actually do have a bunch of guarantees, right? Technically, they're the only party that has any guarantees in a relationship, especially like when it's in marriage or whatever. You get alimony, child support, that stuff. Police are pretty much guaranteed to believe you if you make an allegation, that sort of thing. Whereas like I started going through the list of that, and it came to the subject of double standards, and I was proving the point that there are no real societal double standards that work in a man's favor at this point. And it went from that to you a weak bitch ass nigga, and I'm like, whoa, hold on now.
Yeah, you need guarantees. You need guarantees. You need guarantees in life. Oh, you one of those cats?
It turned into this really weird personal attack moment, and it's like, why are you even like, what you even on about right now? I don't even understand why you on this right now. The whole thing was retarded, bro. But that's how it like people just. I don't know why people get like that. It's weird as hell to watch it happen.
It is funny, man. They pick a particular like point to exploit, and they turn it into like the straw man of straw men, and then they argue like, I don't know, like their life's on the line with this thing that doesn't really encompass what the other person is saying.
And they move the goalposts. But you know what? Here's the crazy thing about liberals. I'm not even going to just blame it on colors, but we be amongst the colors, right? It's not what you say, it's who said it. And I found that out on these social media streets that when I say something, shout out to my girl Jenny, shout out to my girl Trina. They would take my tweets and my posts and they would copy paste them. They wouldn't retweet them or repost them. They would copy paste them. So if you look at my comments, it's like, you hate your mother, you're probably gay, you know what I mean? And then they won't even turn the he to a she. They'll copy paste it, and the comments on their post will be like, oh my God, you're so intelligent, strong, black Nubian queen. How'd you even come up with that concept? It's a man hate. To the point, even racism is man hate, because you call white people the man, you call all authority figures the man. And that's where it comes from. It's a very matriarchal kind of androgynous thing.
That's so weird. You just stumbled on something. And well, actually, I've kind of connected this together, and you sort of just did it just now. The fight against racism is a fight for matriarchy. And maybe, and this is why I don't really care to get caught up in the, we were slaves and that white boy said something, whatever, because ultimately, to be a man is kind of to be a bit racist. To be anti-racist is to be like a woman who wants everybody to just get along. I hate it when everybody's fighting. No, sometimes we're going to have to fight because you red and I'm blue and we're stupid like that. We're men. It just works that way sometimes, but we got to process through it. It's not on them to impose peace upon us and call it order.
I just had a conversation about the N-word and like who can use it. Like, is it a term of endearment? Is it? And it was all like, black folks, right? For relative term dirty. Don't jump on me. For playing in the crayon games, right? But I'm talking to this dude, right? And I was like, how is this word a term of endearment? And as well as the worst thing ever if this person says it. How can that exist in your mind? Like, isn't that like some kind of like weird paradox? that should never exist. And like the guy couldn't really fathom what I was getting at. He's like, that's just how it is. And I'm like, all right, Tupac. Like, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it should be all or nothing. I was like, it should be all or nothing. So if it's just this hurtful word and it's harmful whenever this person says it, why are you turning around to your quote unquote brother and you're using it against them? Good and bad.
Let me get back to the clip, man.
And that we've got stuck only on that one particular thing, which, if you ask me, it's not true at all. Has not played any role in making Haiti the way it is. And I can start by saying a few things that you need to consider.
Sure.
First, have you seen at all? Do the Haitians have any point of reference, a blueprint, a role model country that they see, they've seen, they know that based on them, Haitians, this is what they could have become? What is it that they thought they could have become rather than what they are?
Well, I think Haitians, the Haitians gained their independence from the French, right? So I think our emperor, Jacques Dessalines, was part of the Haitian, was part of the French army. So I believe he looked at France as a blueprint for Haiti. So
isn't that a problem already in the first place? The
what?
people who colonize you are Europeans.
Are Europeans, yeah.
They have a different history, different language. Everything they build from their own language.
Yeah, but they colonized us.
Yeah.
And they showed us things.
They did.
Yeah.
Huh. Debt never makes a country poor. The United States alone is now $38 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the largest debt the United States owes is to Japan, if not Germany, and then China. Mm-hmm. And then private financial institutions across the world and private companies. Okay. It's the biggest deadbeat dad in the world, the United States of America. 38 trillion. Remember when Elon was working, one of the things they were trying to do is to find a way to generate money to pay away this debt. A country doesn't own a debt to itself from its own debt. So when they say the United States is in debt 38 trillion, it means...
You know, I gotta just stop for a second. I don't know if you noticed this. My ears pick up on these little things. And especially for him to be, he's not a native English speaker. He's definitely African. He's the only person I've ever heard that makes sure to enunciate the B in debt. Like debt, people typically say debt. D-E-T. He says debt with a capital B right in the middle of that shit. He wants you to know that I have mastered the white man's King's English superbly.
Different companies, different institutions and countries. So it's Japan, Germany, and China.
Right,
but that doesn't make a country poor. No, it doesn't in any shape or form. A country makes a deal to pay debt in any form you can do it. Okay. Number two, that debt was paid away more than 100 years ago. That is true. People have been repeating this statement over and over without telling people that whatever debt it was paid away more than 100 years ago.
Yeah, but it's billions of dollars that they could have used to reinvest in their countries, but they had to give it back to France.
No, that is not true. And that's what I keep saying, that debt never cripples any country. It doesn't. The United States have debt. When independence happened in Africa, by 1978, over 30 African countries had to be forgiven debt.
Okay.
They still haven't built. They got poorer more than when they had a debt.
It's killing me how he keeps saying debt. I'm sorry. It's just killing me now. He's like the one guy in all of the English-speaking world.
So you're saying it doesn't matter whether or not we paid it or not, we were going to just be poor and be in poverty.
Yes, because I have plenty of evidence to show that.
Okay, so let's dive into it.
All right, so let's take a look at the Caribbean.
Okay.
The black countries in the Caribbean have one thing in common, which is all of you were brought from Africa as slaves, isn't it?
Okay.
And only you were poured either by the French, Spanish, English, or Dutch, different islands. So all of you arrived as slaves, which means all of you lost the same thing: culture, language, heritage history, isn't it?
Sure.
Okay, show me a Caribbean country which didn't have the depth, and therefore, because it didn't have the depth, it is now very, very, very well developed, as you said, to look like its former colonial country.
I don't have a particular country in mind.
No,
however,
let me repeat the question.
However, okay, go ahead. Repeat the question.
That's why I like you on the show. My evidence is very simple. I use many, many informations to inform and therefore be able to question a certain conclusion.
Sure.
The black countries in the Caribbean have one thing in common.
Yes.
Regardless when you got your independence, all of them were taken from Africa and poured in different islands.
Right.
They were colonized for a while.
Okay.
Then their colonials left.
Okay.
According to you, Haiti would have been like France if not for the debt. I agree with you.
Okay.
But then I want to shatter it, right? So I said, if that is the case, the remainder of the Caribbean black countries that are worse than Haiti but didn't have a debt. Why?
There's no Caribbean country right now that's worse than Haiti.
Well, you have violence and riot and those things. It's different shades, but I'm asking you. Asking you, which of the Caribbean countries has arrived at their dreamland of being developed like their former colonials because they didn't have a debt?
Okay, so I would say the Caribbean countries that got their independence after 1950s are still
No.
in
Which
good
one?
shape.
Which one
They're-
has reached their dream standard of becoming like their former?
So let's look at the ABC countries. Let's look at Antigua. These are Turks and Caicos. These are countries that got their independence later. After,
I understand.
and they're all,
I am simply all of them have passed the threshold of 25 years. Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, South Korea. 25 years, they are where they want to be. Everybody can see it clear. What I'm trying to say is a statement I'm refusing to make. I've been to the Caribbean, many countries. Okay, they all share the same thing. That's it.
Right.
They are all not advanced, developed countries.
They are.
None of them has been able to attain the status of their former colonial country.
No, we can't say Turks and Caicos, Cayman Islands, Aruba. Look at these places. They're well developed.
No. The places you're talking about are highly occupied by Western companies and rich men. Like my guest earlier was telling me, Antigua.
Yeah.
Antigua is
English, the Dutch.
Antigua is able to function today because almost 90% of the economy and everything in Antigua is owned by foreigners.
Pause for a minute, bro.
Same with Bahamas.
Do you know that Anguilla?
I just finished my tacos.
You know, Anguilla and the Cayman Islands has more banks than population.
I can believe that. The banking they're banking. What do you call it? Havens or whatnot. Wherever rich niggas hide their dirty money.
Tax havens, right? They tax havens. So when she talks about these places with a population, I can't even say the Bronx, bro. The Bronx got 2 million people. What, Atlanta? Well, Atlanta got 400,000 people, 350,000 people. You have an entire country smaller than Atlanta, and most of its banks, and then you have the tourist traps. Like, that's not a good, because now you're generating tourist money and banking money, and you're still not sustaining yourself off bananas. You know what I mean? Like, they don't.
And it's crazy because like the whole black position on this and almost everything is essentially grievance. Like, we suck because you did something to us. And the problem is like, maybe we did something to you theoretically, and that's not even a given, but maybe you suck because you suck.
Haiti sucks because they eat each other. That the only thing that I know about Haiti is American slavery got worse because of Haiti. You don't get Andrew Jackson going down to Florida and messing with them people in Negro Town, now Jacksonville. He even rebranded it. Shout out to the rebrand. If Haiti doesn't do what they did. And then Haiti sold itself out from the interim because they sent Louis Vuitton to France to die in the basement and put their mans in, and their mans signed the thing with no back. But anyway, go ahead, bro.
When the blacks who live in it were the ones who founded it. The Caribbean, the 13 black countries, Africa has 54 of them put together. The largest race on earth by number of countries. Which black country do you know where the people who live in it founded it?
I just know one that was.
Who founded Ghana? Which Ghanaian founded Ghana?
Kwame Nkrumah.
No. British founded Ghana and gave it to him when he was complaining too much he needs independence.
But that was
who founded Nigeria?
Ghana,
Which
I actually do not know.
that's correct because no Nigerian founded Nigeria. The Benin Kingdom founded Benin Kingdom. Oduduwa founded the Yoruba. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about Nigeria.
But I see what you're saying. Okay, what about
the way he just broke these kids down is so brutal, bro. And this is the type of like cold water niggas need, because if it's a white guy saying it, niggas don't want to listen anyway. You need an African from Africa, looks and smells African, explaining to you how everything is actually wrong. Everything you're saying is crazy.
You know what, bro? Even with that, right? What he's saying, because you could talk about Liberia. Liberia was funded by the United States to get, colors to go back to Africa, right? Liberia is not doing too well. And it stopped doing well around the same time that black people started putting peace picks in their hair. Because initially you had people like what's his name? They give him credit for being the first black colonial president. I can't think of his name right now, but he wasn't the first. The first colonial president was a white guy, but he had the same name, and he was the head of finance for Liberia. In 1860, Liberia was getting that dough, but then we had the Industrial Revolution, and Liberia never industrialized. So Liberia is still behind with black people in charge, right in Africa with United States backing. Liberia has 21 different banks in there, and none of them are owned by an African. Nevertheless, a Liberian. 8 of them are French. It's like 6 of them Dutch. I study banking, bro. That's what I do. But I can't talk about that because I'm a black male. And I'm like, I want to own a bank. They're like, you can't own a bank. I'm like, nigga, all the high school dropouts at Yale tellers, I can't own a bank. But anyway, don't worry about that. And you look at it, and their whole financial system and their whole infrastructure and ecostructure is French and Norwegian, backed by America.
I wanted to kind of have a similar conversation like this with Uncle Jeff the other day, because he said something about the tribal family structure, yada yada yada. So I want to debate him on that versus like the patriarchal nuclear family. And it kept getting shifted toward like this weird, vague description of blackness, and so it kind of turned into that. But I think there is an issue with like black Americans still sort of acting as some kind of tribal culture within America that's like several stages of evolution beyond pure tribalism. Like there's the nation state and all that. There's like the religious thing. And now you have like nationalism. Like there's so many different levels of group division and identification, and being stuck at tribalism is kind of retarding progress when you actually want to live in a modern urban environment.
There's nothing wrong with tribalism. There's everything is wrong when you bring girls to the table. Chinatown is tribalism. Jewtown is tribalism. Little Italy is tribalism. Little Mexico is tribalism. And there's one in every city. Tribalism isn't the issue. It's when you black and that's what you are. Now you equal to your sister, your mother, your daddy, your cousins. There's some dudes you don't know on TV, the Africans, the Nigerians, the Haitians.
I think that's true too.
Yeah, I know. So you don't have a defined culture. You have a defined anti-culture, and then you make that your culture. But then you depend on the You depend on the people that you say you hate. This sounds like dating black women. You depend on the people that you say you hate to support you, and you want you want to be loved by people that you hate. That sounds like marriage. All right. Anyway, matriarchy.
Like Ethiopia, a country that was never colonized.
Sierra Leone was never colonized.
Sierra Leone?
Yes, they just pulled back slaves there. So what? It doesn't mean anything. Still, their country was carved by the Europeans. So how do you expect that a people can build something they did not design? I'm trying to lead you slowly. Your conclusion, not mine, but all the people who are going to listen, because you guys are going to become members of parliament in the future. You are going to be the leaders of this continent. If you want to go back, you need to have something in your mind to say, this is what is wrong and I want to change it. Otherwise, we are all going to be swimming in the dark for the rest of our lives. No black country on earth will become industrialized. Impossible. You said resources. People keep complaining and telling you that the reason African countries can develop is because the white people stole the resources. It's a lie. There are 4 resources nobody can steal. Water is one of them. Did you see tanks from Britain taking all your water away? No. Fela sang a song in 1981. Water house, food house. Hey, Palipao, waiting to them, right? 1981. Do you know how many years ago? He was complaining about there is water overground. The Niger River goes through Nigeria. No Nigerian can get a cup of water, pure one, from his pipe in his own room. You have tanks on every building. That's one. They didn't take it away. The second one is land. The colonials didn't take it away. You have vegetative land in Nigeria. If Japan own it, they will feed half of the world with food export. The third one, solar energy. 365 days, we don't get winter, we don't get spring, we don't get autumn. It's there. Have you harvested it? You go build an electric car. When you can't even give people electricity in their homes in Burkina Faso, what are you going to use to charge? You understand? So solar, that's the third one. So the fourth one is, of course, manpower resources, okay? From the intellect into physical. They didn't take it away. So all 4 things that help other countries to build themselves, you have it. You have it more than anybody. The Congo alone, the Congo has water reserve enough to feed the whole of Central Africa for the next 250 years and not even have a drop.
You know what's interesting about this guy, and especially in contrast to everything we've been listening to so far, is like he's an African guy who kind of you would use, and this is how like history over the last couple of decades has actually played out. They will use a guy like him who's, you know, clean cut, well spoken, he presents well, and he can deliver ideas well, and then he will then become the de facto image of all the rest of the starving horde. And you never really think about what you're bringing in behind him. Like that's literally how immigration has worked, right? We started out with the cool ones like him, and then it turned into the ones with the machetes.
People like Samuel Jackson. He's not gonna make it. There's no you can be a smart nigga, but you can't be an intelligent black man. There's no way that they would let him mainstream his ideals. Everything he said is pretty accurate, right? No way would you let him mainstream it. When I talk about tribalism or gangbang, it's the same thing. Everything a gang. Somebody was in chat earlier, like, yo, Mexican gangs better than black gangs because they got structure. And I'm like, black gangs have structure, bro. Like they did before the feds came in, they did. But the reason I'm bringing that up is most American, how we got to the tribalism was off the Italians having the mafia. Now they have Little Italy, off of the what they call it, the Yakuzumas, you call them. The Yakuzumas, what? Yakuzas. And now you don't even have a little Japan in America. But you have that same type of element that created that plus racism created the Chinatowns. Chinatowns were then what Mexicans are now. They were a buffer between blacks and whites. White people didn't want to live next to black people, so they put, you know, the agents that were working on the train lines as a buffer, especially down the Mississippi coast. Like all these things came from, we didn't have it. We had to get together to get it. And now that we got it, we have enough that we can reinvest into the community that we want to see. You can't do that when you have a community based on instant gratification. You have to have delayed gratification to do that. But the system structure, infrastructure was there for everything. I think the biggest thing that happened to black camaraderie, honestly, with those same peace pick boomers, that we shall overcome, go to Woodstock boomers who waged war on their children and their parents simultaneously. They shooting the front and the back.
Dirty. Speaking of gang war, and I guess this will be the last topic, and we wrap this thing up for the day. But there's a new gang war kicking off, and I know you're into that kind of shit, Dirty. I don't know if you know about this new gang war. Native Americans versus the nigga Indians, bro. Did you know? It's up right now. The natives and the nigga Indians are finally having beef, y'all.
Is that in Minnesota?
I could have done a whole show on this. I could have made this a whole show by itself. I could have saved this for tomorrow, but apparently my whole day is going to be tied up tomorrow. So let's get this off our chest right now. I had this shit in the pipe for a while. This shit has just been hot in the chamber, ready to go.
The natives, they just came from Siberia. They are Asian. I learned this in elementary school before it became an agenda, before they were able to cover it up.
Well, this person clearly did not do well on that test in school. Yes, Native Americans came from Siberia before they migrated and landed in the North American continent, and some of them eventually migrated into South America as well. Now, claiming that Native Americans are actually Asians and colonizers, and that Black Americans are the real Native Americans, that is cultural erasure, and that's part of colonization. Black Americans have experienced generations of trauma and shame. I understand why some people might reject their heritage.
So, did we colonize them or did they colonize us, bro? Which one is it?
But that doesn't negate the fact that it is harmful to actual Native Americans, Indigenous Americans. And there are Black Americans with Native American ancestry. That's not what we're talking about here, because some people are claiming that Native Americans are colonizers. They were not.
I think she just
and
woke.
that's incredibly harmful on so many levels. And now it seems like Asian Americans are participating in this colonization trend of Native Americans, which is what the system wants. They want minority groups to be pitted against each other.
Girl, you are all over the fucking place. 1 minute it's Native Americans, they are Siberian people, and they migrated from Siberia to regions like North America and South America, right? So we can confirm that you just acknowledged the fact that Siberian people migrated from Siberia to two other regions, right? But then you backtracked and said that Native Americans are Indigenous Americans as well. You can't be two at the same time. This is how we know your community is slow as hell. And you come on here to just fucking talk, right? Because the term Native American, okay, does not mean that you're indigenous to the area. The term Native American means they migrated from one area to another, made it in that area, and that's how they became native to that area. That's like me going into Africa right now, deciding to procreate there, right? And then claiming that I'm indigenous there, when I'm not. I'm fucking native. I mean, my roots is America. It's always going to be America. You have a lot of uneducated, dark-skinned people that look like me running around claiming that they're Native Americans because they have not yet went and did their genealogy to check to see what actual tribe their family actually comes from. So they feel like they're native here because they think the term means that they're indigenous to the lands here, when it does not mean that at all whatsoever, okay? For the educated, dark-skinned people that know what that term actually means, we don't claim Native American history. We do not claim that shit. We know we're not Native Americans. We claim Indigenous American history. That's what we claim here. And so we figure out through genealogy who our people is by way of which clans we actually come from. That's what we do. The only thing y'all fail to realize.
I don't know what either, bro. I don't know either.
Like three girls in a row, bro. Like three girl on girl. What?
Bro,
girls can't gang bang.
I'm confused. I'm so confused, bro.
She had me like, even if she would have said, you know what, we don't claim indigenous, we claim native on her own definition, based on her own definition, I could have rocked with it. But then she switched to indigenous, and now I'm confused all over again. Like, you know what?
Dirty. Girls are dumb.
What up,
girls are clothes on, girls dumb.
Apparently Indian girls are dumber too, because this crazy, bro.
I mean, you seen Pocahontas?
She thinks she Pocahontas though.
And Pocahontas,
like, all right. So who's the real Pocahontas then? If Pocahontas didn't look like her, then who's the real Pocahontas?
Oh, man. I mean,
they actually got pictures of Pocahontas. Pocahontas is a Maria, a fat Maria. I saw pictures of Pocahontas when she got to Europe and caught the clap. I saw the pictures of her from there. Like,
did she die from the clap too?
Yeah, she died from the clap.
Damn. I mean, she was a Keisha.
All right, Carmen.
Hey,
Carmen, you can be my Pocahontas, Carmen. I'll allow it.
Yo, I'm rolling with Clue. Elizabeth Warren is a real Native American. I'm rolling with Clue, bro.
No. See, look, look, nothing changes, and ain't nothing new under the sun. See, Keisha was known to have diseases back then, and she's known to have them now, and at a very high rate. Well, when the Spanish conquistadors came down there into southern parts of the United States, going into the Caribbean, all the way down into Tahiti, every time they stuck their Johnson into one of them so-called local girls, they end up start screaming.
Bro, if you ever read the Captain Cook ledgers, bro, his travel log, ain't nothing but burning on that, bro. He be like, yo, we just left.
I know. I heard about that. There's a lot to get through with this little the Indians versus the natives versus the Indian beef. There's a lot, bro. A lot of shots getting fired.
Go ahead, bro.
Is that my people actually documented their history, documented who they were. We have record of who our people are. We just have to do the work when it comes to our genealogy. And I'm not talking about that blood test shit, okay? Because we know that shit was a scam. Motherfuckers are sending their DNA test of their goddamn animals, and it's coming back they come from fucking Africa. How the fuck is that? We have record of who our people is, the languages we spoke, our overall culture. We have record of it because we kept records. When that creator said that we are the real natives, she doesn't mean that we're actual native fucking people. She means that we are the actual Indians, okay? We are the real Indians. That is what she's talking about. We don't give a fuck about no Native American shit. We are talking about being true indigenous Indians here to the lands. You also said that it's harmful for us to recognize Native Americans as the colonizers. No, it's the fuck not. How the fuck? You can't speak for my community and what the fuck we went through. Okay, we know who we were fighting up against, and we know who came here and stole our fucking lands. So you're not going to speak for us. We know that the Native Americans helped the Africans and other groups of people that came here to steal from us. They helped them. You acknowledge that Black Americans had experienced a lot of trauma and pain, right? So who the fuck did they experience that trauma and pain from? Who were they? Come to the front and answer that fucking question for me, right? Since you know we experienced this trauma and this pain, tell me who were the people that caused said trauma and pain? Because I can tell you who the fuck they were. They were you. They were Asiatic people. They were Spanish people. They were African people.
How are they Asiatic people?
That it was between 5 to 7 different nations of people that came here to America and stole the lands from the people that lived here. Native Americans are not innocent. They helped those nations of people pillage and unalive thousands of people here in America. These motherfuckers are literally trying to destiny swap with my community right before your eyes. And you're sitting here saying that it's harmful for us to recognize them as colonizers because our ancestors have told us the truth about what actually fucking happened here. I think you need to shut your motherfucking mouth, okay? Because, love, you are not educated at all. You are not. You have no idea that Native Americans are $5 Indians. They came here and all they had to do was pay $5 to get the lands here. These motherfuckers get thousands of dollars in a month to hold up this identity that is not real. And you're telling indigenous people that look like me that it's harmful to recognize Native Americans as colonizers. Are you fucking okay, love? Are you okay? This is the gaslighting that I'm fucking talking about. Because one minute you'll make it seem like, oh, I'm so for indigenous Americans and understanding their experience. But then turn around and gaslight them at the same motherfucking time, talking about it's harmful for the same people that you're recognizing went through said experiences, right? You're telling them that it is harmful for you to recognize your abusers as abusers. Are you fucking serious? You said because some people are claiming that Native Americans are the colonizers. Who are the people you're talking about that's claiming this? Are you talking about the same people that look like me? The more my community wakes up and realize who we are, the more y'all start to crash the fuck out on this internet. Because that means that it's the end of the fucking whole entire system that y'all came together to create. That's what the problem is.
You know what?
So many white people, African people coming on this fucking internet, coming for fucking Black Americans because we're waking up, because we realize who we are. We remember who we are. And y'all motherfuckers are scared because you guys came here to live off of our fucking money. Let's be real, because in your countries, your money don't go far. You don't have the same opportunities here. My community is responsible for the legacy that you see here. The benefits that you guys are benefiting from every fucking day, the inventions that was created here in America that you benefit from every fucking day, okay? That's what you want. You want to claim a legacy that is not yours.
Okay. All right. See, now look.
Yeah, I'm gonna just cut her off right there because there's more videos.
Bro,
She's not gonna stop. She's not gonna stop if you don't make her stop.
Look. Now we need to we still need more of that. Hood. I just want to say, like, I noticed that anytime you do one of these, now we was Hebrews, we was Moors, we was Native Americans. It's always a Keisha trying to make us go ahead and start a revolution that she never even kicked off.
Bro, and how you gonna be Asiatic and Native? That, you know what? And the $5 Indian thing was off land purchase, bro. That came way later. Like that happened, but that was way later. That wasn't even the Native Americans they talking about. That was a white. That was a Elizabeth Warren.
It's loser babble.
I don't. When young men say I don't understand women, play them that video. Like, yo, bro, nobody understands women, bro. Like,
you know, we're getting real tired of you Native American people culturally appropriating the American Indian story when we have put out years of information about you people and what you did to the American Indian to reclassify us and then take our identity.
It seems like you're very confused with your own nonsense. And the question is, who's we? And another question is this: what exactly are you tired of? Are you tired of the truth that life started here on Turtle Island and understood that the indigenous people are the first ones here before colonizations?
Shut your bitch ass the fuck up. I am so tired of y'all bitch asses.
She back?
Sounding like fucking idiots.
She brought titties with her.
Come on here to fucking talk.
I'll listen to her now.
Okay? But I want Native Americans.
She got on 2 bras though, so she ain't talking about
to the
that.
fucking forefront. Okay?
Nah, she sounds huge.
Because none of y'all can seem to answer.
And I ain't gonna lie, it's the gap for me. I'm a sucker for gaps. I don't know why.
I'm with the gap too, but not when she talking, bro. The gap is something else.
No, it's impossible for you to actually answer this fucking question.
Man, them motherfuckers on her chest though. Damn.
Since Native Americans is claiming to be in the area, right?
It looked like she laid on her back in the table, pull her down, and she can't get out. I was saying, it looked like she's trapped by her own titties, bro.
Wait, y'all are misogyny. We not even listening to her. We just looking at the breasts and see this is misogyny.
Hey, sir, this is the church of misogyny. Damn it, you get that name right.
It looked like she's being oppressed by her own titties right now, bro.
Hello, Carmen. This is how we listen to girls with titties too. Like we don't hear nothing. They be like, wah. We having a whole different thought process.
Man, she'll be on mute right now. She'll be on mute right now. The only thing be moving is her mouth with no words coming out.
For pale skin to come.
I know, right? We're supposed to be getting mad at Indians and Native Americans or something. I'm totally off the mission.
Without our gene, you would not exist here on this planet if it wasn't for dark.
She got the titty
genes. I want you
genes.
to tell me, Native Americans, how the fuck could you be in an area before the people that gave birth to you? There had to have been people here, dark-skinned people here, for you to even exist on this fucking planet. There had to have been, because we don't come from you. So that had to mean that dark-skinned people were here before you. That had to have meant that you came after, right? We gave birth to y'all motherfuckers. How the fuck could you come before us? How? Every time I ask y'all stupid motherfuckers these.
So is she saying that this is a great shot of the titties? If she's saying that black folk, and this whole argument I don't understand. If she's saying that black folk are from America, then we got conquered by the white people, the Africans, the Spaniards, and the Native Americans.
Right. And somehow after we got captured, right? Loser talk. After we got captured, then the white folks came from us because you get white from black, which I thought was a whole Congo thing. I thought that was an African thing, but apparently it's a Native American thing. I didn't know.
Dirty, it's a you cool thing.
Look, bro. Look, titties. I'm not supposed to understand what you say, bro. And I'm not even a breast man.
Is there any way we could finish watching this on with subtitles and captions instead? And
just mute it and leave the titties out.
Y'all run like fucking roaches. Yo, y'all can never answer. Come on my page. I'll prove where pale skin actually originates.
I'll come, all right.
Come check it out. You come on this fucking app just to sound fucking smart. The reason why your ass exists today is because my body, dark-skinned bodies, okay, mutated.
That's a body,
you know why they mutated? Because of fucking Africans over there fucking exposing people to heavy fucking metals like mercury. Yes. Oh, yes. Do your fucking research. It's not hard to see. Why you think so many fucking dark-skinned Americans, okay, are losing their fucking pigmentation to vitiligo? Mercury.
What?
All in the seafood and shit. It's because people are losing their fucking pigmentation to heavy fucking metals.
What?
You know what? This is something else that doesn't get talked about enough. And like when we be having these like red pill conversations and these niggas ain't shit, blah, 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 because you don't love these women. And the thing is, there's this assumption that there are all these great women just out and about ready to settle down with a good guy and be married. And the problem is, from my perspective at least, there is a significantly high amount of crazy bitches. And they look like regular women. Like they got big titties. They shop at Macy's and shit like that.
Until they talk, bro.
But they,
you know what?
yeah,
Hold on, I got a question. I got a question for the panel. Before today, did you know vitiligo was like an epidemic in the community?
No.
I never heard until her just now. The darkest girl you could probably get, second darkest. She one shade from pitch black. Talking about vitiligo. I've never. Michael Jackson, but I think that was skin bleaching. Sammy Sosa, I know that was skin bleaching. Like, where's this vitiligo epidemic that she talking about that's making people like? Oh, he got reverse vitiligo. He getting darker and darker.
Oh.
And you're just only American?
Yeah, I'm American.
Okay.
So my most recent descendants are literally from Central America and North America, indigenous Black Americans. But what I'm saying is that my immediate ancestors are American.
Oh, yeah. So are they Black?
They're Black, but they're not African. So different.
But if what you're saying is true, then you are more Hispanic or Asian than you are Black, because before the transatlantic slave trade, there was what they call Paleo-Indian.
Y'all Africans, Caribbean people, Jamaican people, Haitian people, y'all are embarrassing yourselves. Y'all really are. Y'all come here, y'all all come here with the same talking points of the Native Americans. This is how we know y'all all working together. This is how we know you're working together, because you all sound the same. And it's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourselves, okay? We be laughing at y'all. You know why? Because it's impossible for Native Americans to be in an area without people that gave birth to them. It's impossible for pale-skinned people to exist in an area first before dark-skinned people. Google couldn't even tell you that. You know why? Let's prove this, okay? Because we don't need science, and we damn sure don't need a Bible, because a lot of us ain't religious, okay? So let's you and me, let's use our own brain. Let's use our own observation, our own experience here on this planet.
Come on, logic me, baby. Give me some logic.
I almost said SKC.
How does pale skin?
Her logic is, your mama Black though.
My whole
might
thing
be. It might be, but I'm waiting for it.
What is the Indian argument against Black, number two? But number one, she's why that's the problem with the crayon game. Why can't we gangbang properly? When you call them Nigerians or Haitians, they have a flag, a code, a creed, a constitution. They their own thing. Nationality, regardless of color. Like, why are we conflating? You know what? Never mind. We shall overcome. My bad.
Exist before dark-skinned people. How? Because I know you know. It's impossible for pale-skinned people to give birth to dark-skinned people without that mitochondrial DNA. The mitochondrial DNA of the darker skinned person has to be dormant in their genes, which is why you see so many white people, pale-skinned people with afros, because it's a dormant gene, okay, that stayed dormant in their genetic pool in order for them to have those afros. That's how you know dark-skinned people gave birth to pale-skinned people, okay? Pale skin is nothing more than a recessive gene. What a lot of you fail to realize, right? Because a lot of you guys are so uneducated, but it's okay, because I'm gonna get you right. What a lot of you guys don't know, okay, is that the reason why pale skin exists today is because when we fell in frequency and went to war with all 5 or 7 different nations of people that came here and fought us here in America, okay, and changed the environment here, right? Because we never had cold weather. So pale skin is literally a condition of
Chicago don't exist.
That's exactly what it is.
South Dakota don't
Lack
exist.
of pigmentation. So if an albino person, right, and a dark,
You know, I'm gonna need Dave to get his Negro Empire, bitch.
Bro, wait, are we
off the
talking
man
America
head.
or Africa? Well, I'm confused. Are we talking America? Because I know America snows, bro. I live in the snow. I've shoveled snow. What's she talking about?
Africans and other nations of people are working with Native Americans. Ever since Native Americans started to be exposed, Africans are now coming behind them to push a narrative that's not true, because they plan to take our identity. It's failing. So they're using people who look like us to push their ideologies because we are waking up and realizing who we are, and they're scared.
Well, okay, wait. I think I'm the
Wait,
one
wait,
person.
wait. There's more? Good.
As the one person who's lived amongst the Native Americans for a period of time, shout out to the Dakotas. Native Americans want to be white as much as black women want to have blonde hair, bro. Like I'm amongst. I mean, the last name was like Black Eaglefoot. No cap. Motherfucker's name be like something Black Eaglefoot, and the girl changed her name.
Young
Bro,
blood.
I'm dead ass, and it's true what they say about Native Americans. All they do is smoke weed and get drunk. They all addicts, and they drinking their cases of but what?
You sure they ain't relate to us then? I mean, they smoke weed.
Bro, I'm not knocking them, bro. I was chilling with them, and they had their cases of Budweiser. I'm like, I don't drink beer. At the time, I was drinking vodka. I'm drinking my vodka and cranberry. They drinking their Budweiser. I'm trying to smash his sister. He ain't even tripping. Like, bro, it was no beef. Like this internet beef, of course, but there was no beef. The thing about Native Americans, which makes black people say they can be Native American, the Christmas addicts type of thing, is because Native Americans are also matriarchal, and you belong to your mother's family because your mama black or your mom Native American in this case. So when they have a baby like Christmas addicts, then you become Native American because you belong to your mother, and because girls will fuck anything, they're like, oh, we exotic to them, like exotic.
That's the reason why I was taking issue earlier with the concept of tribe. Because when we actually see it, it tends to lean matriarchal.
Yep.
Like other people may be called tribes or whatever, but the tribes that we definitively have as an objective model, they tend to lean matriarchal, whether it's African tribes or over here the Native Americans. And in speaking of them, I wonder if we can do the same language thing with the Native American language.
Okay, I want to go ahead and pull your coattail real quick. All right, so we always talk about tribe, family, tribe. How come we never talk about clans? Now, we could take the same philosophy about tribes and apply it to clans, but guess what? Aren't clans majority patriarchal?
Bro, tribes, frats, gangs. The people say tribe, and this I get you. And the reason I have that I didn't agree with Izzy about we need the black woman to bring the tribe back, to bring community back, because that's not how community or tribe works.
That's right.
It's you get on with your guys, you promise your guys you won't sleep with this girl, and then y'all do y'all thing, buy a house, cut the grass, and then girls like, oh my God, I can go pee at 3 a.m.
Right.
Can I live here? That's how
calling it a tribe may not be the important part. It's just how you order the nature of your tribe.
There were hundreds of Native American tribes because every family called itself a tribe, but only 12 are patriarchal, and those are the 12 that are part of what's it called? Not mongoose. They got a lake called that. The Muskegon Council. The 12 tribes of Muskegon Council are the 12 patriarchal tribes. Those are the ones you get your Littlefoot and Sitting Bulls. All the rest, Crazy Horse. All the rest of them were matriarchal, and they got conquered. And they just tried to suck their way into Americanism.
That's right. All the way up into the Wild West ended, right?
But you know what's so crazy?
Hold on, let me get back to the clip. Let's not go off on a tangent. Hold on.
Okay.
So a lot of people like to talk about the Plecker paperwork from Virginia in 1924, which is understandable. That's a good paperwork. But people don't talk about the laws that were passed in Virginia way before Plecker. And for people who's going to be like, oh, you're only talking about Virginia. Well, we're going to see if these laws only happened for Virginia. Now, this right here is the status at large, being a collection of all the laws of Virginia. From the first session of the legislature in the year 1619. From the year 1619. The same year they said they brought Africans here. Pay attention. This is volume 3 by William Waller Henning. All right. So these are laws that they passed at the same year that they said they brought African slaves to America. All right. And for clearing all manner of doubts which hereafter may happen to arise upon the construction of this act or any other act, who shall be accounted a mulatto. Right, you can see on the left right there, who should be deemed mulattoes, repealing in clause, right? be it enacted and declared, and it is hereby enacted and declared that the child of an Indian and the child, grandchild, or great-grandchild of a Negro shall be deemed, accounted, held, and taken to be a mulatto. So what does that mean? They did two separate groups. It said Indian and Negro. So they separated groups and said they're changing them to mulatto, which is a black person. And they further enacted that all in every other act and act, and every clause and article herefore made for so much thereof as relates to declaring who shall not bear office in this country, and are hereby repealed and made void to all intents and purposes as if the same had never been made. This is reclassification. This is what you call paper genocide. And then I got to thinking to myself, I'm like, wait a minute. During colonial times, weren't most states considered Virginia during that time? And guess what? I was right. A lot of states were. Several states or parts of them were originally part of Virginia. These include Kentucky, West Virginia, and portions of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Additionally, during the
Pause.
It's all
true, Dirty. Hey, Dirty.
Parts of Western Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and South Carolina. So all these states were Virginia first and under the jurisdiction of Virginia, which means where all these states and parts of these states were reclassifying Indians as mulattoes, which are black people.
Hear him out, Dirty.
What?
This is paper genocide. A lot of these states didn't even become states until the late 1800s. Perfect example, West Virginia became a state in 1863. So it was part of Virginia until 1863. Kentucky didn't become a state until 1792. And thanks for one of my followers for also reminding me about the one drop rule. I forgot all about this, and people from down south know about this. What is a one drop rule? The one drop rule is a historical, social, and legal principle that classifies anyone with even one ancestor of African descent as black, regardless of their appearance or other ancestry. This rule, also known as hypodescent, was primarily used in the United States, particularly in the South, to maintain racial segregation and white supremacy. Now, you see them say African descent, but even if you wasn't even from Africa, they called you black, Negro, mulatto, which is a black person. Now, this is how it affected the American Indians. The one drop rule, which defined anyone with any African ancestry as black, had a significant detrimental impact on American Indian identity, particularly in states like Virginia. It led to reclassification of many Virginia Indians as colored under the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, effectively erasing.
All right, wouldn't that mean that it's the Native Americans who got paper genocided?
Okay,
No,
that's like number 4, but maybe. Number 1, how did Virginia go to Ohio, Illinois, and Wisconsin? As far as Minnesota, if you couldn't get past Appalachian Mountains, bro.
Bro, because the name.
Well, no, they could, and they were steadily expanding the territories. So what winds up happening is that entire territory just gets claimed in theory, and then they eventually get out there, settle the land, and split it up as time goes on.
At one time, we also had the Ohio territory Dirty, Virginia territory, the Louisiana territory, the Oklahoma territory, until the shits got balled up by the so-called Americas.
So yeah, it would make a lot more sense if you could see like a time-lapse photo of images of the expansion of the American territories and the official states, and then a redrawing of state lines over time. So like it's theoretically, yeah. I don't pick on that part theoretically. That actually tracks for just American history.
At one point, both the Carolinas was like the same size until they actually had to really sit down and map that shit out.
I don't even know if that's right. The mulatto thing tracked because at the time Native Americans were the indentured servants because they were already on the land, and then you imported other people. I get that part, but how do you? Mulatto is we still call them mulatto. That's where you get mutt from. When you're not pure, you're a mutt. A mulatto dog.
Just means
Like,
mixed. It just means mixed. It doesn't necessarily make you black or anything else. You're just a
or
mix of two
anything
things.
else. Right. You black and white, you mulatto. It's crazy work, bro.
Their distinct tribal identities and making it difficult to prove their heritage for federal recognition. This erasure continues to affect Virginia tribes today as they struggle to meet the requirements for federal recognition. Now I know y'all are going to say, oh, he's talking about Virginia again, but watch this. Several states in the U.S. adopted the one-drop rule during the 20th century, legally defining individuals with any traceable African ancestry as black, regardless of how much white ancestry they might also have. Key states that embrace this rule include Tennessee, Virginia, Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, North Carolina, Alabama, Georgia, and Oklahoma. So you didn't even have to be from Africa for them to call you black. They just put you inside of that group just because of the one-drop rule. Now, this is the Plecker paperwork, right? Now, this is who they were trying to say who's an Indian and who's not an Indian, right? Now, let's see how racist this gets. Let's see who the white man got to determine who was Indian and who wasn't. Mixtures of either of those crossings with true Negroes should be designated as black, Negro, or colored. The term mixed issue in perhaps one or two others will be understood to mean a mixture of white and black races with the white predominating. Now, I need you to pay attention to this paragraph. The term Indian will no longer be as accepted for that class, but must be applied only to those of known pure Indian blood. Let's see what they say is pure Indian blood, or those mixed with white. So all of a sudden, if you mix with white, you got pure Indian blood, but if you mix with black, you don't. Or if you even look black, you're not an Indian anymore.
Interesting.
I think this is actually some older, lesser common knowledge that the Native American population has some Caucasian DNA. So they're more white than African. Like they're not Europeans, but they're more European than they are African, if that makes sense to you.
Because they are basically Mongoloids, sir. Maybe the so-called counterfeit Indians and the Caucasian, both with their so-called counterfeiting ways. They colluded with each other since they both are Caucasian, Caucasus Mountains, slant-eyed Asians, and everything. They basically practice.
I think two things happen. I think two things have happened simultaneously. You probably do have that Northern Passage thing where they came from Siberia, but this is like suppressed, lesser known history where you find like ancient Scandinavian artifacts up in Canada and stuff like that, where there was a little bit of like ancient, long time ago sea travel from different continents. And so it's very, very likely that there was some white genetics that got pushed into this continent a long time ago.
Dirty. I know you're gonna say something dirty. Go ahead.
Nah, bro. I don't. You know what, bro? After, because my daddy black too. So after black grandparents, black parents dating black girls, now the internet, black internet. I don't even care. I don't care. I'm not trying to live in the past, bro. Like niggas need a 7-year plan, bro. Like I don't care.
Niggas need a 14-year plan. Fuck 7 years.
I mean,
need a plan, bro.
Right. But here's the thing.
Negro,
Here's the thing about the Negroes. If you have a plan, they won't listen to you. I was having a conversation right before I got it. I said, man, I said, everybody that believes in me are the people that you say supposed to hate me. Married women, white men, Arabs. I'm cool with Arabs. It's crazy.
How?
Cause I don't know, they like to tease me like, you got that Jesus. I'm like, fuck Jesus. He's like, yeah, he's my guy. But like those are the people who helped me out, bro. I went to a gas station one day and told the gas station attendant, like, yo, I lost my wallet, bro. I just really need to borrow $10 worth of gas. He put 20 on pump 3 and gave me $50. Don't even know my name. Was like, I'll see you again. And I paid him back. He didn't have to do that. He don't even know me. Like
I'd help recognize you in a lineup.
And this is why you my wigger. because you're gonna come get me. If you saw me in the lineup, you better say it wasn't him.
Hey, Snowman, you missed all the good parts today. You were here for some of it.
No, I didn't. I listened to every bit of it, dude. I was listening the whole fucking time.
Oh, the whole time. It was that enthralling.
Yeah, dude. Even when I was outside rolling my yard and shit, dude, you had me dying laughing.
Hey, how's my Irish brother doing? Hey, Angry Snowman.
What's cracking, fellas?
Hey, Snowman, how would you feel if you hadn't had breakfast this morning?
Hungry.
Oh, interesting. All right. You know, I swear to God, it never occurred to me that there was another answer to that question.
What?
No, it was a thing going around on the internet because we were laughing at it during the show earlier when we were talking about like the idea that a lot of people, and especially like we were talking about Africa earlier, a lot of niggas don't seem to have a real inner monologue. And so
dude, mine never fucking shuts up, dude.
Mine either.
Yeah, like I live with my thoughts constantly. This is why
dude, I eat gummies to try and get mine to. Dude, I eat fucking gummies to try and get mine to shut the fuck up, and it won't.
Because you're on the gummies. That's what the gummies for. You know what? Don't worry about it. You don't know proper gummy etiquette.
No, I think, and it's this weird phenomenon where like some people, they just, you know, they need to be around people a lot more. And I guess I'm one of those people that I'm totally fine going off on solo missions. I'll drive up and down the whole damn country by myself, right?
Sure.
But
I like peace and quiet. How about you?
I'm comfortable within my own mind, even though in my mind it never stops, right? But I'm comfortable there. And I realized that playing this stuff about Africa and thinking about the linguistics and the things lacking in their minds and cultural graces and whatnot, a lot of people apparently just don't have like a rich internal life.
Why do they need it?
Dude, personally, I don't need anything but my inner monologue when I'm rolling around, dude. It already has commercial breaks and plays the top 40.
Bro, man. I even make my mind like, you know, in the book, one of the second greatest book behind the Bible called.
Dude, I even got ads in my fucking inner monologue telling me that I need to go buy shit.
That's crazy word. That's crazy.
Look, like your life algorithm has been hacked, bro.
For real, bro. You don't have a skip after 6 seconds in your commercial break. That's crazy.
Nope.
Bro.
Nope. My shit's straight streaming, bro. I'm glad for this time period.
It might be a little bit of porn in mine, but they don't have no commercials, bro.
Mine too. You know what I'm saying? And stay on repeat between Roxy Reynolds and Jasmine Cashmere and Sky Black. But
I didn't never hear you answer that question. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I think I'd be hungry, but sometimes I don't eat breakfast. I'm not even hungry, so it's weird.
It is weird because you're right. I'm not always hungry after not eating breakfast.
Wow, interesting.
But I'm just assuming that I might be hungry.
Right. And it's like a logic thing. If A, then B. Right. If B, then C, right? If I ate breakfast, then I would
I took sociology class just like you did, dude.
Well, that was logic, but yeah, it's like you kind of have to build your thought structure on a series of facts, you know?
But you forgot, Hood, that in the central parts of Africa, they ain't write down their languages. So how they gonna even have A to B to C?
I'm still trying to figure out how someone that didn't write down, doesn't have a written language, taught me how to wipe my ass.
Bro, I'm trying to figure out how to spell even. I don't know about that. When they come over here, they want to go ahead and put shame on my brain and my heart, talking about I'm lazy, I don't do this, we don't work that, we number one handouts because we want reparations. But when I go back down and ask them where they come from,
Mr. O, just be good at what you're good at, man. If begging is what you're good at, be good at begging.
But no, though, I refuse to take that from an African booty scratcher. I refuse. Look, I keep telling y'all, I'm not no damn African. I'm from Crenshaw Mafia. But anyway,
no, listen. I was about due for another round of FBA versus Africa, but I really got bored with that whole subject. So I kind of flushed a lot of those bookmarks I had. I flushed all my bookmarks and I started fresh. So I said, today we're just going to do straight up African Communitah anthropology. And so it was good, though. We got a lot of great stuff out of this show.
I got a question about the African. Right? So
I just got a question about which Black history is the right history, because in the last 4 years I've heard, well, actually my entire lifetime I've heard like 6 different fucking paths for you guys. Which one's the real one?
Okay,
we had two.
Wait, here's the real one. Okay, it depends on what school you go to. That's it. And I'm being dead ass honest, bro. I learned that in 3rd grade. In 3rd grade, me and all my friends.
School though? And which school was it? Private?
I went. Okay, no.
I never went to a single school that taught me that you guys were fucking Native Americans.
No. This is a true story. It's a true story, bro. In 3rd grade, I went to Lee. 4th grade, I went to Lee. My friends went to Rice. Another friend went to O2. Another friend went to Randolph. We went to 4 different schools. We all get out the same time. We meet up at this candy store, right? We all get. This is way back. This is how old I am. You can get strawberry. You get strawberry cookies 2 for a penny. And when I was like 6 years old, you can get strawberry cookies 2 for a penny. So we got our little dime. We about to get our cookies and our Jolly Ranchers. And somebody book fell out their book bag, and a history book came out, but it didn't look like my history book. So now I'm like, I pulled mine out like my history book like this, and then everybody else pulled theirs out. 4 different schools, 4 different lessons, 4 different histories.
This must have been the 80s.
Yeah, it was the 80s.
Yes, because in the 90s we had similar situations, but this was a diabolical one. Now look, it'll be the same publisher but 4 different books.
That too. It was only 2 of them, Laid Law and Scholastic. They had all the books on lock, but they all had different.
We had Scott. What was it? Scott McGraw. Scott.
I forgot McGraw. Yeah, they was big in the 80s, 90s. But everybody got a different lesson. So you're asking, Snow, and I'm not even being pretentious when I say this, like, it depends on what book you read.
Well, I'm just asking more so with these adults today, that are trying to pass off that, basically 3 or 4 different fucking, they're claiming that they're fucking descendants of slaves and Native Americans at the same time. And I'm sorry, but I don't think that works.
Translation, Snowman, because some Native tribes were slaves. They did get classified as Negro and was put into slavery, even when they knew and had a so-called Native or Indian identity. My family is actually a part of that bullshit. I sometimes still be like, all right, so we Blackfoot Indian. We got the records right here.
We're related, man.
Hood. Remember the shows? I think SKC did one. I did one. I think
he did one. Blackfoot Indian.
I remember the show when all the when people from Chicago to LA to probably New York. I don't know about New York, but I saw one from Chicago and LA. They was like, we do not want these Alabama or Arkansas Negroes coming over here messing up our good colored life.
It was New York too.
Like in Chicago, it's like, we do not want these Mississippi people coming up here and fucking up our good colored life.
It was a clip from LA. They were from the Los Angeles, like
right. Yeah, the LA was the Alabama or Arkansas or whatever. They didn't want them. They have another one from Chicago around the same time.
Yeah, by Louisiana. They said Louisiana.
Okay. I never saw the rest of them. Yeah.
But here's it. Apparently, it's a thing. Like, we don't trust them new niggas over there. It was a whole theme, right?
Right.
Oh, hey, bro. Hey, Dirty, would you believe?
Let me land the plane real quick. And so you have slavery, right? Which was regulated to 11 states in the South, right? But
in 2 states in the North.
All right. But everybody else was free. So you have a bunch of freemen. Freeman is probably the second most popular. Well, it's Black, Brown, Johnson, then Freeman. It's top 5 last name for Black people, right? Freeman up there. So you have all these freedmen. Everybody was a slave. Like 18% of people slave. 18 out of 100, right? And then you got all these people coming into your community and like, yo, don't trust some new niggas over there. Let them slave-minded niggas stay down there.
You mean to tell me that all the Black people that were in America, they all weren't slaves?
Man,
it wasn't more like 80% were slaves and 20% were free?
Not until the movie Roots came out, then everybody was a slave.
Bro.
Holy shit, man. This whole time I thought if you had brown skin and you came over here on a boat, you were a slave.
Man, go figure, right?
I know, right? But this was my thing though. All right, so they speaking of Chicago, the Black Chicagoans that was already here during the first migration. This is the early 1900s, like 1910, 1915. They literally said when he started having the meat packing and all the plants, industrial what's the name, start opening. Y'all can go ahead and watch on Brooklyn St. Mike. He's been breaking down this book about Black Metropolis, bro. The original Black Chicagoans up here didn't want them niggas from down south to come up here because they was like, man, we already
I don't
left
read books that were written by Negroes, man.
It was like, man, we don't want these slave Negroes to come and mess up our because they actually the white things they call the niggas up north Sedity.
Yeah, all that. Yeah,
but
the West Side Chicago.
What kind of good white man would I be if I read a book that was written by a Negro?
It was videos though, bro. These was like city council meetings or colored council meetings, whatever, neighborhood, whatever it was. It was a group of people, black and white film. They on the internet, and one of them black historical websites. But yeah, they out there, bro. A bunch of dudes like, man, lead them. I think I'm one of the only people in Chicago. Well, that's not true. My grandfather from Mississippi. Everybody from Chicago got family from Mississippi.
Bro, they even got bro. So they got terms for what kind of blacks that did come up here. Like they look, there's actual distinction amongst niggas from the north and the south. They actually got a term for Mississippi niggas, your Alabama niggas, Tech. See, I thought we were just talking about they niggas from the south. They're like, no. You gotta know what kind of state. Just like when we hear this on like never trust a nigga with a city for a name and all that stuff. That's where all that stuff come from, bro. You know what I'm saying? If a nigga named Charleston, you don't trust that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If a dude call himself anything, he name is his first his nickname is the name of a city before his real name. Don't trust that nigga. If his name is Pittsburgh,
I've never heard that. It kind of makes
don't trust that motherfucker. His name is Chicago DJ. Don't trust that.
I've heard don't trust
Mississippi niggas. Look, they talk about the Mississippi niggas so bad, bro. They say, look, bro, and you know, majority of our gang leaders come from Mississippi, so they gotta be telling the truth, bro. Listen to what I'm about to say.
That's true.
They said that these niggas are slick talking. They know how to say all the right things, but kind of not really right upstairs. They will try to fight you, even if you there's not a what's the name to fight about. And they like to get drunk and high and chase women. Don't all Chicago niggas.
Wait. You just the two things you said that people named by a city and Southern dudes, right? Slick talking. You just literally mentioned Jesse Jackson. Ain't from Jackson, Mississippi?
Yes.
Jesse Jackson.
The first place he came to. He didn't go to Detroit. He didn't go to Philadelphia. He didn't go to Gary fucking Indiana. He didn't go to the so-called Black Wave in Harlem, New York.
Gary, Indiana might as well be Chicago, and you know that to be a goddamn fact.
No. Because unfortunately, them Indianimals.
Fuck it ain't. The fuck it ain't, dude.
No, Hammond, Indiana. Hammond, Indiana is Chicago. But Gary be on Gary, bro.
Dude,
Gary
Hammond sits right on top of fucking Gary, dude.
Yeah, but that little 4-5 miles of separation, bro. That
bullshit, dude.
Yeah,
you know it just as well as I do.
No, the difference between Indianapolis Road and Grant
the
Road,
truth of the matter is the greater
bro.
Chicago area goes from Gary, Indiana, all the way up to fucking Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Even them, no. Look, we are not Milwaukeeans and we're not Indianimals. All right, Milwaukee. So you trying to say that we just like Jay Prince?
No.
Y'all are Chiracians.
No, we shot Afghanistan.
Chiraqi.
We passed the Chirac turn. We shot Afghanistan now. We shot Afghanistanians.
All I know is as soon as I got out of fucking Chicago, I was in Milwaukee.
I mean, they 45 miles. What was that? 45 hours away, but still though, no.
No,
Right.
there's a lot of Chicago people.
Gentlemen, we have talked to the point of oblivion.
I want to say
it's about time to wrap it up.
Yeah, we're about to wrap up. I want to say no. Well, we're gonna wrap. It's been like 3-4 hours. But look, and I got things to do too. But look, I want to give credit once again to Snowman. Snowman came to Inglewood, bro. Chopped it up. Gave me a new nickname. I don't like it, but it's cool. What you call me? A DEI gangbanger?
DEI fucking folk, man.
But you know, he came to the hood, man.
Chuck Norris gun club. I was joking. I always use that boys to the boys in the hood reference when they was talking about Africa. Yeah, I was from Crenshaw Mafia. Motherfuckers don't watch good black movies no more. They didn't never catch that line.
Hey, why you got to interrupt this motherfucker when he's giving me my props?
I'm a Chicago nigga. I interrupt you too, motherfucker.
Then he kidnapped me, took me to Milwaukee, introduced me to another GD that I knew from high school in Edison. I say, God damn, like,
See, this part of the show is about to end. It's too Chicago in here.
And I want to give. I'm to this day. I'm gonna give him DEI folks, because apparently all he knows is folks. I'm gonna give him DEI folks. So when you go on Izzy's show or the gay dude, what's the gay dude Sharon show, you can tell him, man, that you got the dirty folks DEI cosign, that you honorary folks. You ain't. So you Ambrose.
2-6. No, you gotta be 2-6.
You Ambrose.
He said all this motherfucker knows his folks, so we just gonna go ahead and give him an honorary.
You know what I'm saying? It's your life.
Now he could be SD.
Listen,
He could be
guys.
SD. He could be an SD.
I hope everybody enjoyed this this long show, because we went all over the place. It was crazy. The early part, the African time, the African language, the African mind. We covered a lot of heavy stuff today, and then it went to the panel, and now we're here. What's up?
Hey, look, can you highlight at Red Illusion last comment? That's diabolical.
Yeah, bro.
The world is Chicago, if you think about it. Yeah, the Pope, Nick Fuentes, Obama. Yeah, I mean, Chicago be doing some. They be doing some things, man. But game over. You guys have a great day. I gotta get up out of here, man.
Hey, thank you for another episode of Communitah Anthropology, sir.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, man. And like I said, I pleasantly enjoyed it while I was out doing yard work, dude. For real, you and SKC had me fucking rolling.
Back, bro. I brought the OG Communitah anthropologist back because I knew this subject matter. One, it was a long show, and it'd be better to have a partner. And I know, that's why I said I needed some adult supervision to keep the banter up. Because
but you want SKC fucked
you could just bring back this day an impression.
Hold on, one at a time. I can't hit both of y'all.
I said, if you could just bring back this day in oppression, man, you'd have 2 hits on yourself on your show.
This week in oppression, I keep saying I was gonna bring it back, and I had so many things going on. Life be fluctuating. It's
the bud.
I don't like
the bud. It's the
It's
bud.
not the bud, bro. The bud is eternal, bro. The bud is with Pookie. The bud is eternal.
Hey, today's show was great, man. But when you go to end this, man, I got a clip that I'm going to have to show you if you got time, man. I caught JP today also.
Wow.
I actually clipped him doing the fake slip and fall in the gas station and the ride to the fucking.
You want to share it right now before we go?
I can attempt to.
He did a slip and fall in it.
Yeah, if you got it queued up, I will spare another 15 minutes of my life.
Half an hour.
It'll take me about 10 seconds to queue it up. Give me a second.
I know 10 seconds to queue it up and 15 minutes to watch 30 seconds. That's YouTube.
Who watches? Who films themselves doing a fake slip and fall? Well, I guess you got to film yourself.
Walk in.
I mean, listen, niggas be struggling for content. You know how hard it is to be interesting. I was just saying this the other day, bro. It is actually difficult to be interesting, and even I guess I'm relatively interesting because I just play videos and talk. And some people have to do things like they have to actually do a thing, and then maybe slip and fall on camera.
Yeah, I gotta be.
Don't show that. That was the wrong one.
All right,
I actually got to be a street journalist out here, and I got to actually go and do some investigative journalism, trying to go ahead and give y'all some fucking content, and have you sons of the bitches in the chat when we come to my damn stream. Some of y'all do, some of y'all do. I don't see half of y'all up in there. I don't like that ish.
Hey, drop a dime on them.
You have to slip and fall. All right, record yourself doing insurance fraud.
Oh no, what I was about to say, you and SKC, see, y'all would did it great if y'all had Chat GPT as the third person, like he be doing on his stream when he do the Communitah Anthropology.
It's crazy you said that. I had Chat GPT window open up, and I just closed it today. I was closing up dead windows that I hadn't used in a little while.
What, sissy?
I should have used that for Chat GPT. That would have been interesting to feed some questions to the chat.
I'm mad that I popped up on a bunch of women talking about Native Americans, bro, and none of them can stay on topic. And it wasn't even interesting off topic.
Do that. Y'all supposed to do having all this technology is supposed to get you that cash, but it isn't.
Nah, you're right. I can't even use ChatGPT to write my grants, bro. It's crazy.
What Pokey say? What Pokey say, New Jack C? Y'all got all this equipment around. Y'all don't know shit.
Bro, you know how hard it is to research how to be a victim, bro? You know how much the levels, right? Because we can do the same research, right? We can look at the same paperwork, and while they're looking at the paperwork, like they said, blah blah blah. I'm looking at the footnote, like tribal code, dot dot dot, because everything in America is based on tribal code. I'm like, tribal code, what? I do my shit myself, bro. Like,
there, I found it.
All right.
This shit right here is quality, dude.
It's gonna be bad.
Quality.
Wait a minute.
Why exactly, Stefan? When they be saying weird shit.
Hold on. Pause it. I did something wrong.
No, you got me
Hey,
though.
can you zoom in? Can you zoom in on them?
All right,
Can you make it bigger? Can you make it bigger?
No, I can't make it bigger. This is a clip that I did. I can't make it bigger.
You should have edited the clip, man. You should have cut all that.
Dude, I haven't gotten that far.
All right, we got the rough cut. Yeah, we only got the rough cut.
All right, we got the rough cut. Go ahead.
Watch out for this water.
He got his kids with him and everything, man. This shit's crazy.
This called split. This called split.
And watch, he even tells everybody, I'm about to hit a lick.
Daddy, this is not water.
I'm not mad.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Watch this.
I think I'm finna make it lick right quick.
Look at this nigga. Wait, did he just steal that?
Yeah.
Yo, Jay Prince is a great candidate for Communitah Anthropology. I can write journals on this nigga.
Yeah.
I had to clip this before it disappeared off the internet.
Oh shit!
How you keep yourself on the camera the whole time?
My back, man.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
nigga kept himself on screen for the whole fall. Oh god.
wait, hold on. I'm with you, Carmen. Did his daughter tell him not to steal when he drank the water?
He drunk the water. He made the spill. He walked past.
Oh shit! Oh man!
Hey, send me that clip, bro.
Oh shit! Somebody call me.
You got my email.
Yeah, my back, man.
My bad. I can't
Dude, it gets better. Watch. I'm gonna skip through this and lay it on the floor part and go straight to when the paramedics.
No, keep all this.
Wait, the paramedics show up?
Yeah, dude, he gets hauled off in an ambulance and live streams it.
Don't touch no buttons, nigga. Just let this go.
Shit. Oh shit.
Baby yelling.
What happened?
Oh, fail.
Yo.
With the chips, you got chips on. You eat the chips, bro. Wait.
With the water.
Eat a Frito and get up like you always do.
Tell somebody call it. Go, JoJo. Go tell them call the ambo.
Oh wow.
On the front.
Okay.
This nigga here.
There, he got the girl involved. She like, okay.
I think,
I gotta do what daddy say. God damn it.
Hey,
Join it this way.
Jay Prince must have slept through scamming class. I mean, the con artist in him is
all y'all know how to go.
No, you can't.
Look, the nigga guy is he chilling. He got damn hand.
He got
a whole basketball team, bro.
Not enough. He wants more.
And some sick ass Keisha gonna give it to him, and probably a Becky too.
That's how you get another Keisha. Now she think he got some money coming.
Bro, hey,
This
bro,
motherfucker
hey,
groaning and smiling at the same time.
Yo, the video.
Yo, what his chat say, man? We gotta see his chat, bro.
What they say?
They said.
What they say?
They said.
Get my lighter up.
Watch out for the water.
Why they didn't have no signs right here?
They said, "Watch out for the water."
You know what's so crazy? You on your phone telling your kids to go get somebody else to use their phone.
Yeah.
What they say, Kendrick?
Bro.
And they eating chips in the background. The kids.
Yo, niggas really be doing the most, bro. Niggas is outrageous,
And everybody be asking
Oh,
me why I be going
shit.
so hard on black people and why I be calling them N words and why I be going hard on them. And I have to go ahead and refer
Oh,
to their
man.
friend. He getting a call. Is he getting a call?
Yes, he was.
Oh.
He's not going to take that call and end this live stream, though.
Look.
Somebody probably called to ask if he alright. Like, get your ass off the floor. That's what they call.
Bro. That's why I hate niggas, bro. This is straight up niggatry right here.
That one
This is
right
a perfect end to today's show.
No.
Is he Nigerian?
I don't know, dude.
Somewhere
He's definitely
deep in his
Milwaukee.
genetics, right?
Oh, he can't be Nigerian. Even Nigerians is more finesseful with their scams. No, this nigga gotta be like a Ghanaian or something like that, bro. You know, he look, don't disrespect the Nigerians like that.
Y'all got all my cars up. Y'all got my car.
Look at this nigga, bro. Look at this nigga.
Just wait till they come and put him in a neck brace.
So he decided to go ahead and mess up the last clean white tee that he probably had all week. He messed up that clean white tee that he probably had for all week and stuff like that. So he think he gonna get a come up by laying on the floor with some dirty ass water on him. What is the world coming?
Shit.
Apparently, this was right after he was supposed to have had a job interview to be a PN.
Yo, from this angle, why this nigga look like a low budget version of Cedric the Entertainer though?
Look, now there's some concerned white folks. Look, watch, they're gonna try and help him up.
Yeah, white folk always concerned and helpful.
I wonder why.
Oh.
Grab his other hand.
Yes, that's Jay Prince.
That is Jay Prince.
That's someone right there first.
He fake slipped and fell and trying to get payday Freeman's Journal.
Yeah, my neck and my back hurt.
Your neck and your back hurt?
My neck and my back.
We help you up here.
Hold on, nigga.
Oh, shit.
Was it hurt?
Damn.
Okay, we're gonna have to go
My
whole
neck,
thing
my
then,
back,
okay?
Dude, watch when
my
they
neck
get
and
him
my
up. This shit's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's badass.
So other than your neck and your back, is anything else bothering you?
No.
No? Okay. Well, you can grab that collar.
What can
Yes,
you
Trey.
get over here?
Yes, Trey. This is straight up monkey shit. Yes, Trey. I'm sorry. I forgot this to monetize. This is like the original hood. My bad. Yeah, this is monkey stuff. Trey. Yes.
Bro, why? What?
Look, there was a particular episode of the Boondocks called a Hateocracy. And Huey Freeman asked these three old elderly individuals that was there to avenge Think Meter. They asked him that same question. The one that looked like an older version of JJ said, and I quote, "That's why we smoke menthols. That's why we drink Hennessy, because we's niggas. They like to ruin shit."
I can't, bro. You laid back like you at the beach.
Hey, dude, wait till they put the neck brace on him. You see him trying to get his neck up over the edge of the neck brace and shit.
Oh, shit.
This is making it worse.
Neck brace, bro. Not the neck brace, bro.
How does that feel on your feet?
Oh, shit.
He's still holding the phone,
Grinning
though.
like a motherfucker, dude.
Bro.
He ain't dropped the phone or nothing, B.
I just don't want you to fall. That's what I'm worried about.
Don't look like you're missing any meals either.
Come on, y'all.
I said he like Cedric the Entertainer, bro. You ain't hear me?
Hey, friends.
Matter of fact, he like Hannibal Burris.
Like, bro,
You guys want to sit up at all?
No.
I think it's Lake Michigan, bro. That Lake Michigan water got people retarded.
Yeah.
It's not the most comfortable thing.
Yeah, man, you can't mess with that Lake Michigan water, bro. You know, Flint. You seen Flint? Man, yeah, man, you can look at that fucking anything from Michigan, bro.
Yeah, sir, it is little common. Yes, sir.
You got all my cards?
Extra meat.
Yeah, that shirt young as hell. That shirt younger than his kids.
Where my kids at?
Bro.
Yeah.
Ready?
This shit's fucking crazy, man. They getting ready to wheel him out on a fucking journey into the back of a fucking ambulance with his kids, dude.
I will say this: that the ambulance got there quick, bro. Shout out to Milwaukee for that.
Yo, man, who he gonna call? J.G. Wentworth?
Look at him trying to get his chin up over the edge of that fucking neck brace.
Yo, everybody laughing. And his whole chat laughing like, yo.
How long do I gotta keep this neck brace?
Bro.
Once we get to the hospital, let the doctor take a look at you, then they'll make that determination. But as long as we're
And this the nigga that gets to spread his teeth around. Look, Idiocracy is a documentary now, bro.
Hold on, man. I read his chat. His chat is wilding, bro.
I can't see it. I can't see that coach, man. You got some diabolical eyes. I can't see that.
I blew it up, man. I'm on the desktop, bro. I blew it up on the screen, bro. Like, people like you laying there on real thing.
Hold on, man. Let me blow that shit in my damn
somebody else put like they said this what you do when you ain't got no job.
Damn, I'll try to blow up on my desktop.
All right, so other than the neck and the back, is there anything else bothering you now that we've been up and moving?
No, sir.
All right, perfect. You didn't hit your head or anything like that? Do you remember?
That's around my neck.
Okay.
When I was falling.
All right, you didn't lose consciousness?
No.
Just slipped?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. All right, we'll get these vitals going, and then we're going to go to the hospital, all right? If you had to rate that pain on a scale of 1 to 10, what would it be?
54.
About 54?
His pain's a 54.
He said, bro, just go home, gang. Yo, his chat wilding.
Hey, yo, Carmen, ain't this your boy? Ain't JP your boy?
All right, you all set?
Man, you, all right, Hood.
What's my blood pressure?
It's still taking.
He all in a truck with it.
Man, he in the back of the truck. Hey, yo, how come they
His
ain't
kids
tell
are
him
in the
to
back
put
of
his
that
phone away?
truck with him.
Oh, it's like 190 over 127.
Oh.
Oh, there you
Yeah, you want to take it again?
Yeah, absolutely. It might be maybe we've trust rating. Sometimes this thing's a little finicky, you know?
Yeah.
But we'll try.
His blood pressure was 190 over 97.
And then the cuff, that's too small.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Boy, gonna die.
Yeah, that nigga was about to have he was walking around about to have a damn stroke. Damn.
He about to have a stroke, bro. That's what happened when you live off microwave dinners, bro. Get you a girl that can cook.
Man, they can't cook.
Nigga need to learn how to cook. God damn. You ain't
Man,
got
you
the
saw that
job. You got
banana
time like a
fucking soup
motherfucker.
he made?
190 over 70, bro. That's crazy, bro.
It's a good thing he faked an injury, nigga.
Right?
Yeah, right.
That nigga needed a checkup.
Yeah, I mean, also.
I know he about to find out he got diabetes. He gonna be on all type of blood.
Hey, yo, no. Hey, yo, actually kind of dumb though, cause y'all guarantee he get that public aid, that free what's the name? He could got all that stuff done for free. Now he about to go to damn hospital. Got probably get to pay a damn doctor bill.
Nah. He got Obamacare. They handle it. But the ambulance rides, bro, like 4,500.
Dude, them are fucking expensive.
Bro, they like I got shot, bro. They sent me a bill for 4,500. I sent me to the hospital. Was 2 miles away.
Now is that pain in your neck more so?
That's why.
No, that's a whole other thing. This medical industry is retarded. Bro, the medical industry, the billing, the health insurance stuff, bro, they got a lock on just charging you retarded numbers for silly things. And so I've been seeing a lot of people complaining about the health industry lately. Right? The pricing is crazy.
So Hood, does this add more context to the whole idea of black people and not having a concept of time?
Yeah, 140 on 100.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
This is the perfect end to everything we're talking about.
You said it was a machine?
Oh, definitely. Especially with us moving around, it's pretty sensitive.
Oh, 140 over 100, way better than 190 over 70. It ain't good, but it's way better.
Oh, same on the patient care report.
190 over 70, you're gonna die.
No, it was 190 over 94 the first time.
He is stating that he is having some 10 out of 10 neck and upper back pain.
But that still ain't good.
Yo, where is his kids? Yo,
His kids are in the back of the fucking ambulance with him.
You heard him.
He getting charged for 4 ambulance rides, not just 1.
Bro. Wow.
All about to get a bill.
Yeah, all for going viral. You see the sick ish that you gotta do as a content, all to go viral, right? I hope that Jay, what's the
He ain't trying to go viral. He's trying to catch a lawsuit.
He's trying to get a couple of
He's going for a long play.
Going
Man, he a long dummy.
The only difference is there's too many fucking. Now there's. I guarantee I'm not the only person that clipped him saying I'm about to get a lick in the fall.
That's his fault. You shouldn't live stream it. The internet is forever,
bro.
He went to the hospital because he ain't had nothing to feed them kids, and now the kids about to eat some hospital food. That's it.
Nah, they don't feed the visitors, man. They only feed the patients.
If he was smart, he would have at least dropped his camera, then fell, and then picked the camera up and been like, "Oh shit, my back."
Yo, because that fall was like Fred Sanford fall, bro. Like, Elizabeth.
But even with that, I highly doubt that would have worked because, man, fucking gas stations are littered with cameras everywhere, dude.
Bro, at every angle. They got him in 4D, bro.
Every angle.
Bracing himself, laying down smooth, smiling.
I guarantee you, he tries to get a lawsuit. They're going to go over that their own video footage and see this motherfucker just.
Do you got a filter on like that?
Like got audio too. Shit.
No, the face though, it's like you got that Snapchat filter on. You know when you make the eyes big in your cheek. Oh no!
Did he just moan like he really hurt?
Yeah,
like,
he did.
Pain shooting down my back.
He got pain shooting down his back in the back of his leg, like he got sciatica.
My fingertips feel down. My toes feel numb. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to wake him up.
Okay, yeah, just keep wiggling them. And
yeah, the gas.
I mean, we're ready for the hospital too, so just let me know, okay?
The only problem he has, he probably got a fart. That's why his back hurt.
It'd be so hilarious if he actually showed up in court for this and they played this YouTube stream. They got this whole clip.
Cause they go get it for Snowman. Snow go snitch like yo.
Oh, you know I'm a snitch, dude. I'm a snitch, right, dude? I'm definitely snitching his ass out.
Jay, he allegedly slipped in a gas station.
Hey Hood, this is like that video clip when you had that woman, that dude from Baltimore saying about what do we do to make people want to be better?
I'm greatest. That don't feel good.
Yeah, well, if ever.
What do we do to make everybody better?
And here in a minute, it's going to start.
What exactly did black people ever do?
What did we do for white people to hate us so much?
Like, I'm genuinely asking, what did we ever do to deserve anti-blackness in every single community?
Nah, we gotta get out of here anyway.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got to. Jay, go rewind about 5 minutes and watch the fall. He allegedly slipped. You gotta watch the fall,
dude. That shit was hilarious. All I did was saw that he was live, and I clipped on. He's laying on the ground. And I was like, "What the fuck did this dude do? I better go back about 10 minutes."
Shout out to 601 with that $20 super sticker on the way out the door. Thank y'all so much. This has been a hell of a show today. We did a lot, man. And then Jay Prince, that was a great cap to the whole African mind conversation, because that was like the African mind in the modern world.
That was
Jay Prince about to be the face of the new segregation. Watch.
Jay Prince is why they say black people can't build their own stuff.
Oh, so that's the campaign he been running for, the president of that Mr. Conservative.
Jay Prince is Black America, bro.
He's the president of niggas. I'll support it,
bro. Oh, your baby mama's so horrible. You a single dad. You know how bad you got to be to lose your kids, and then you got 3 girls that lost their kids. You got the worst of the worst girls.
And he got their benefits, all the benefits, all the government stuff. It's like, think about it. This is why I low key I don't hate him. I don't dislike him at all. But it's like I have a weird kind of perverse admiration for him. Because it's like
he playing a sister.
It ain't an admiration. I just have curiosity for the guy, man. To be honest with you, I'm curious what he's going to do next.
Think about the wicked brilliance of it. He found a perfect ain't shit niche. A lot of niggas just ain't shit, right? A lot of niggas just ain't shit, and you know, you live and you die and you ain't shit.
He's monetized being ain't shit.
Fucking right, and that shit is amazing to think about. Because I heard him explain it. He like, yeah, that's why I picked fucked up bitches to have kids with. Because I know I can get my kids easy. They're gonna do something. I'm gonna get them. And he got all his kids, and then it's like now it's like by getting all of their welfare that the women would have usually got for having the kids, it's like he collected their power, like your soul is mine type shit. Like the shit is wickedly brilliant, and I really do kind of commend him for his strategies, bro. He got strategies.
Jay Prince is the poster child for the eternal Pookie.
Hood.
Yeah.
30
he
folks.
is powered by the spirit of eternal Pookie.
30 folks. I think that Jay Prince, I got to give him his flowers. I think you're right. He's the final boss of pimps, bro. He found a way to not only pimp the bitch, he pimped the system.
No, the system.
He's the final boss. He's the final Keisha boss. Like after you spend all of your life battling the scale of baby mamas, and you finally get to the top of baby mama, like in Afro.
Find out it ain't even a woman. You find out
it's Jay Prince. It's not even a bitch, bro. It's Jay Prince, bro.
Hey, that's
He's
like
the Black Queen. He's the Black Queen.
You know how much sense that makes? Because you know the head of feminism is gay men. So the head of Keisha is Jay Prince.
Thank you. It make perfect sense in a weird, perverse way. That's why I'm like, nah, bro. Give him his props. That nigga got the baby mama #1 headband right now, bro. They try to take him off his spot.
He's the gammon of Keisha.
Bro, this shit is retarded. Like when I thought about it, when I heard him explain it, I'm like, bro, this nigga done found the niche that's damn near like it's like the eternal Pookie niche, bro. He is he kind of is the eternal Pookie. Like we're gonna use some Jay Prince elements to build this eternal Pookie character. Watch.
You know what, bro? To the fullest. First of all, you can monetize it because people love a train crash, right? But the fact that you know what, men don't lean into the fact that they got their name from their woman and a game from their woman, right? Like Jay Prince only got a single mama and some sisters who can't keep a man, and he got all that female knowledge. He ain't got the female energy. Well, he emotional like a girl, but he ain't violent like girls. But he got all the female wisdom, right? All the how to get over on the system, how to get over on a man, how to use what you got to get what you want. In his case, it's Pookieism. It's not sexuality, but he took all
he's a hoe walker.
Bro, he is Queen Keisha, bro, or King Keisha. I ain't gonna put him in a queen. He is King Keisha, bro.
Yeah, he's the King Keisha, bro. Like, I ain't gonna call him a queen.
No, he like Blade. No, he like Blade, bro. He like Blade though, but
day walking baby mama type shit.
Day walker Keisha is wild, but yeah,
get to blend in with the niggas like everything good. Like yo, it's crazy. But nah, that's enough about that. Listen, shout out to Jay Prince, bro. We got to get up out of here.
None of their weaknesses.
Hey, right. All of their strengths and none of their weaknesses. It's retarded when you think about it. Niggas like a Keisha Day walker.
I'm not funny. I'm offended. This offends me to my core.
Hey, if somebody see Jay and they tell him, hey, look, Jay, we giving you your flowers, bro. You goofy as fuck. You already know you're goof. But
yeah, you know you crazy nigga.
But you ain't gonna get no money on this. But touche, pussycat. Touche. That was
listen, respect the game, man. Listen, I will respect game. You know what I mean? If nothing else, I will respect the game.
You gotta practice your slip and fall.
I'm a hater. Now, F you, Jay Prince. F you.
Look, I'm a hater too, but I'm also an appreciator and a congratulator. You can hate because it's so dumb. I hate that fall. That fall was the goofiest thing ever. That was like some Laurel and Hardy fall type of
stuff. It was, bro. Oh my god, you got to do better, bro.
But he took it to the last possible extent, and that's what I respect. You got the neck brace, hopped in the whip on your way to the hospital.
I didn't even show you. He took it all the way. He was live streaming in the emergency room, dude.
Oh shit!
I didn't even.
For real though.
Listen, man, listen. We got to go. Guys, thank y'all so much, bro. It's been a long one. I feel my voice starting to give out. We got to get up out of here. Y'all have fun, bro. Thank y'all so much for the support today. Been a long show. Been a lot of support. Thank all of y'all. One more time. Smash that super chat on y'all way out the door.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
None of these niggas have motion except for me. There has to be one real nigga left in America, in this damn country.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.